Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us here on ABC Action News.
Yeah, we're staying on the air to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Idalia as it approaches Florida. Let's show you live conditions in Clearwater Beach from our camera on top of the Hyatt Regency Hotel there. The surf has been kicking up for a few hours now. Storm surge beginning to rise. High tide set to hit around 3 a.m. Still a couple hours from the peak there.
We're going to take a live video now of Cedar Key where you can see the heavy surf there. Originally, Cedar Key was right in the bullseye in the path of this storm, but now that track has started to shift further west.
Cedar Key sustained millions of dollars in damage back in 2016 from Hurricane Hermine's 9-foot storm surge.
And that area could see more surge overnight as Hurricane Idalia passes by. Let's check in now with our Forrest Saunders for the current conditions in Cedar Key tonight. Forrest?
Yeah, you guys, we've seen the rain and the wind slowly pick up here as the night has progressed. A little while ago, we were actually closer to Cedar Key, but we've moved further inland. Just out of an abundance of caution, there is a mandatory evacuation in place here. But city officials unfortunately told us earlier in the evening that approximately 100 people decided to remain behind in this island community to try and wait out the storm. They were urging them to reconsider as the storm moved closer and closer. One of the reasons why, of course, is that deadly storm surge. In fact, where I'm standing right now, in a worst case scenario, could be underwater, even though I'm several miles inland from Cedar Key itself. It is a potentially deadly situation out here, and a lot of people are trying to take this very, very seriously because there is a lot to be concerned about besides just the storm surge. Even inland, you have potentially dangerous rains, dangerous flash flooding, and of course the very, very strong winds. Yes, the storm system continues to track westward, but you never know where this thing is going to ultimately end up, where it's going to make landfall and the kinds of impacts that it can bring. And so officials from the capital up in Tallahassee down here to the local officials, the city officials, all urging people to take very seriously those warnings and watches in their area, because not only do you have to worry about flooding, not only do you have to worry about storm surge and hurricanes, you also have a tornado watch for this area as well. And that means that thunderstorms could sprout up a tornado anywhere. I'm from Iowa originally. This is actually the first hurricane that I've been through, and I can tell you it is quite something, because sometimes with a tornado you have no warning. They can come out of nowhere, so that is something to keep in mind too. A potentially dangerous and deadly situation out here, but a lot of people are hoping and praying that this storm will continue to track west. Obviously, they don't want anyone to be hurt, but there are a lot of people in this community who are feeling particularly vulnerable. Guys?
Our Forrest Saunders reporting live for us tonight in Cedar Key. Forrest, thank you. Hernando County is one of the main areas we've had our eyes on throughout the night as well.
And our Katie LaGrone joins us live in Hernando. And with most of the folks evacuated in that area with just 20% left behind, how are conditions now, Katie?
Yeah, certainly we still have that consistent rain. About a half hour, 40 minutes or so ago, it just completely stopped. And at one point I thought, oh, okay, are we sort of done with the outer bands of the system? And now here we are. In fact, just a short time ago, there was a good bit of gusty winds to the point where you sort of see the rain kind of, spew past you, and that kind of wind. And but consistent rain. It's starting to kind of let up a little bit, but we're not fully convinced that the worst of it is over here. But, certainly the storm surge, as Forrest has mentioned, in Cedar Key, it's the same thing here in the Hernando County area, specifically the coastal part of Hernando County, Hernando Beach, the west side of US 19, which we've been paying attention to all evening. Mandatory evacuations put in place. 80% of people on the west side of US 19 in Hernando County did heed those warnings and make it to higher ground. However, 20% of 15,000 or so people who live on that side of US 19, that's still a significant portion of people who could be in potentially catastrophic conditions if this storm surge proves to meet that 6 to 9 feet potential, which is what we've been hearing from county leaders all day. I can tell you in the last 30 minutes or so, there were about 4 cars that drove up to the hotel where we're staying at. One of them included a father with his young daughter in the front seat. I said, where are you guys coming from? He said, Hernando Beach. I said, what's going on? He goes, it's starting to get really bad out there. And so he and his daughter were among those 20% that just were willing to kind of wait it out and then recognize, of course, sort of too late that they needed to get out. And so, here at this hotel, unfortunately, they're booked. Most of the people who are staying here are actually locals from the west side of US 19, Hernando Beach, and some of those low-lying areas, some of those mobile homes. And so he needed to, he went ahead and drove off to find another place to spend the night with his daughter. So that's the situation here. We're really anxious to see what this storm surge looks like on the coast on Hernando Beach. High tide at 3 a.m. So I know all eyes are on that. Certainly county leaders are paying attention to that. And then, of course, the high tide tomorrow. So it's still, quite a long night here in Hernando County, and nobody's feeling like they're out of the woods, certainly not at this point here. That's the very latest. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. And one of the impacts of Hurricane Idalia we will be monitoring all night is how many homes across the state lost power.
Yeah, Duke Energy, in fact, serves the largest number of people in the path of Adalia right now. Taking a live look at Duke Energy's outage map, the utility is now reporting a little more than 3,700 customers without electricity. 1,800 of those are in Pinellas County, and that's actually down by about half from just an hour ago.
Another 600 people in Gulf County, which includes Apalachicola, are without power. Atico reporting about 100 outages in the Hillsborough County area right now, and we will, of course, update you on these numbers as they change.
All right, let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Jason Adams. He is
Dennis
standing
is
by.
catching his breath.
Listen, and I know you know the Tallahassee area really well, which could now be ground zero. So talk about what you're seeing.
Right. Unfortunately, of course, we've been watching it all day. The track shifting a little more west, which is benefiting us here in the peninsula, but it's not for our friends in the Panhandle. And not only did I go to FSU, I actually started my TV career here at our affiliate, our ABC affiliate up there. So worked there for a couple of years, never dealt with anything like this though. The closest thing we ever had to it was 2 feet of rain from Hurricane Faye. You guys remember that one? It had 4 landfalls across the Sunshine State with 2 in the Tallahassee area. Now that was not a wind concern for us then. It was a flooding concern because it was such a slow-moving storm and it dropped 2 feet of rain over the capital city. While that won't be the case this go-round for them, now it's a wind concern. And of course, at the coast, it's certainly a surge concern. And the surge estimates have been updated for them and increased compared to what it was earlier today. When it was bad enough, they were calling for 8 to 12 feet. Now they're talking about the potential for up to 16 feet of surge happening here in the Appalachia Bay, especially for areas from St. Mark's east over toward the Perry area in Taylor County, and then maybe still looking at some of that trying to sneak south into the Steinhatchee area as well. Something that we got to watch and see exactly where the landfall unfolds here, which will be here in about 6 to 7 hours. A very quick moving storm now, moving to the north at 17 miles per hour. The red box indicating a tornado watch across the western peninsula, including all of us here in the Tampa Bay area. So far, so good with the tornadoes. Let me turn the radar on though, and we're going to look inside the storm, take the rain out, and then talk about the wind and show you if there's any rotation in the thunderstorm. We get the new update here in about 11 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. Could be a Category 3 at that time. Honestly, it's basically there right now at 111 mile per hour winds. So let me zoom in here to the radar. We'll take a couple of spots that I am interested to see if we have any rotation. With these individual bands that are coming in off of the Gulf, we're under the tornado watch for a reason, because usually when they encounter friction with the ocean, with the surface, land versus ocean, no friction to friction, that tends to work a little bit of spin in here as well. So again, I'm going to turn the radar off and we're going to look inside the storm at the wind. Got a couple of small pockets of rotation. There's nothing that's too alarming right now, but I will be watching these little areas that I'll circle here in just a second coming into DeSoto County. It's actually been pretty quiet right now in DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands counties, but these are a couple of spots that could potentially turn into something more up the road. So we'll have to watch these areas of rotation as we go through the next few hours. Otherwise, it's just all about the rainfall that's out there. We've got the strongest storms now in inland Sarasota and Manatee counties, and then right along 17 here through DeSoto and Hardy counties, moving north pretty quickly. You put the radar in motion and you can see the movement as the storm is moving at 17 miles per hour. The bands around it are moving even quicker because they're being wrapped into the circulation center. So right now, a little bit of a break here at the coast back west to Sarasota and Bradenton. It'll be short-lived though, because we've got pockets of rain setting up offshore, and these are moving onshore within the next 15 to 30 minutes. This will continue for next at least 4 to 5 hours. As the circulation continues to move north, we're getting these deep south and southwest winds, and that not only working to bring in the rain, but it's also now bringing back the surge potential. Of course, course, when we've had the offshore winds here all day long, that's been great to see. But now we've got the winds that are coming back in onshore, and this is what's starting to pile up some of the moisture here at the coast. And this is why the storm surge warning continues through Sarasota and also down to Inglewood, because there is the potential we could see a 3 to 5 foot water rise from Inglewood north. I have seen a 2.5 foot water rise in Naples. The forecast for them is 2 to 4 feet for the overnight. So we're already within that category. So ours is 3 to 5 feet here in Sarasota County. We could potentially see water rises exceeding 3 feet here over the next few hours because, again, the circulation is to our north. That brings back the winds on the south side of it out of the southwest. So instead of the offshore winds like we had earlier today, we're now looking at more of the onshore winds, and this will continue here for us as we go through the next several hours. Now let's move a little bit further north. We've got the heavy rainfall that still continues over Tampa. A bit of a break, though. That's good to see because we picked up some significant rainfall here over the last few hours, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, and we have another 1 to 3 to go as we go through the day tomorrow. So the forecast generally for 3 to 5 at the coast looks to be verifying. We've also got some 1 to 3 inch rainfall totals for our inland spots that's setting up for you all. But again, overall, we're looking at a little bit of a weakening trend over the last few hours for these bands that are onshore, but more that are offshore. They're going to continue to try and sneak again closer and closer to the coast. And right now, we haven't seen the surge potential at its peak just yet in our northern spots. We talked to Michael Palusko a little while ago, and that's because winds are currently out of the south, which is still technically not an onshore wind. It's not an offshore wind either. That would be winds going from east to west. But gradually, we're going to see them turning out of the southwest here as well, and that's going to lift the surge potential for us, which is significantly higher here. Once you get to the Anclote River and you head north to the Chassahowitzka River, that's the Hernando County coast along with the Pasco County coastline. These areas here are forecast 6 to 9 foot of surge. I will say this, though. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips and I have been talking about this with the western jogs. Just as we've seen eastern jogs, it increases the potential risks for our area. The western jogs decrease that. So I'm hopeful that we'll see lower numbers than what's forecast. And if we do get into the forecast levels, hopefully it'll stay on the lower end and not the higher end, because once you get north of the Chassahowitzka up to Crystal River, we've got a 7 to 11 foot surge forecast here. And then north of the Withlacoochee River, north of Crystal River, this is where we're looking at the potential for those surge heights to exceed 10 feet, possibly even exceed 12 feet as we go through the next few hours. So again, that's kind of what the radar scheme is right now. No hurricane force winds here on our coast. That is too far west. Hurricane force winds only extend out about 25 miles here from the center. So we are a good 125 miles away from that, which means we're in the tropical storm force winds, and we're going to hold here as we continue through the remainder of the night. By the way, heads up, power outages are starting to show up now in our southern spots in Sarasota and Manatee counties. We've got over 10,000 without power, and it looks like about 1,000 without power in DeSoto County. So the power outages in our southern spots are starting to tick up just a little bit, and that's because the winds here have gusted up to 60, 65 miles per hour in some of those stronger bands. So yes, we are getting the tropical storm force winds, but with us not expected to see widespread hurricane force winds, if any at all, the power outage index, which is a forecast of where we could potentially see higher power outage coverage, it's just not there. So again, sporadic power outages look to be our main concern here for the overnight hours, more so than widespread ones like we did see back with Hurricane Ian, of course, last September, especially from Sarasota over to Polk County. We had hundreds of thousands of people without power and millions across the state. That will not be the case here for our area, but once we get up to Tallahassee, Leon County, east over through Lafayette County, and these areas here, that's where we're going to be looking at the potential for some of those areas to pick up some substantial power outages, of course, with the eye wall coming ashore there. So here's our hour by hour for the remainder of the night. We'll watch these squally storms continue to come in off of the Gulf. I'll be here with Dennis, and then we've got Greg and Shay coming back in a few hours too. If anything turns severe with tornado spin-ups, of course, we'll be here to let you know, and we'll cover them street by street as we watch that. But right now, things are looking pretty good for us. The heavy rain risk, that will continue through about 7 to 8 a.m., at least to being more widespread. As we start to see the center moving onshore between 7 and 9 a.m. up in the Appalachia Bay, we're going to start to see the system moving too far away from us to continue to sustain the widespread rain threat. So especially as we get past 9 a.m. tomorrow, our forecast, significant improvements each hour as we get farther and farther along, because we're talking about surge dropping. We'll still have a secondary high tide we need to watch between noon and 3 tomorrow afternoon, but by that point, with the storm being a lot farther away and in Georgia at that point, moving into South Carolina, the surge number should be significantly lower, but we still could see some water rises at that point. And the winds are also going to start to come down significantly as well. 25 mile per hour gusts by 3-4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And by that point too, we'll have a good idea of exactly how it all unfolded up into the Appalachia Bay area. Jameson.
All right, Jason, thank you. Now let's go to our Julie Salomon. She's live in Dunedin. Julie, what are you seeing there tonight?
Well,
Well, Jameson, it's cooled off a bit. You can really feel the air. It just feels cooler and less humidity. Over to my right is downtown Dunedin, and we've got the marina behind me. A couple people we just saw in the last 3 minutes, I would say, walking this area, walking the dock. Over to my left is the Dunedin Pier. We have a break in the outer bands right now. We got hit a little bit earlier, a little bit of wind and quite a bit of rain, but a break right now in those outer bands. Pinellas County government officials are really just encouraging people to stay inside, you know, don't go walking around. Obviously some people are curious, but they're just urging people to stay inside. They did issue an evacuation order for people living in Zone A or low-lying areas, also mobile home parks. They are warning people about the possible potential for storm surge overnight and also potential power outages. So Pinellas County government officials made a couple posts on social media, Facebook and Twitter tonight. They continue to post updates on their social media pages, just encouraging people, you know, to stay inside and, you know, not to call 911 if your power goes out. Instead, contact your, you know, your local power companies. But a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, but pretty calm out here. That is the latest live here in Dunedin, and I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. And when we continue our coverage of Adalia, let's go and stay in Pinellas County now with our Vanessa Ariza, who's now at Vinoy Park for us. Vanessa?
Yeah, guys, we only moved just a little bit, and what a change it has made, because the water is breaking that seawall right here, and we keep inching closer inland. Just when you guys were tossing to us, we started inching closer in because that water is breaking the wall. It's coming over this walking, running path. During the day, you see so many people here. Completely different story right now as that storm is here and it is pushing the water here into the grassy area. So the winds, they are still very strong around here. The rain has subsided, so that's nice, but these winds are extremely strong, and you can see proof of that with the water here that continues to push up over this area. So we just wanted to give you a quick live hit to show you what's changing. We're actually going to move just to a little bit safer area as this water continues to push farther inland. But for now, I'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. And we're providing continuous coverage here throughout the night as Hurricane Idalia approaches the state.
And we want to go to reporter Rochelle Aline now, who's checking out the conditions in the Spring Hill area of Hernando County.
We're here in Spring Hill and the winds are picking up a little bit. We're also starting to see some rain, but the roads are empty as people are bracing for the storm. One of the greatest visuals we can really show you are the two sides of US 19. The evacuation orders for zones A, B, C, lower lying areas and mobile home communities extend right up to the west portion of US 19. You can see literally across the street businesses are boarded up, but when you swing across the street, businesses over here are not doing so much of the same. They're frankly open and people are in hotels. They're milling about. They are driving on this side of the roadway. Officials are, of course, encouraging people on the west side of US 19 to evacuate because there is so much concern about storm surge. The county has also opened up several shelters in case you do need to evacuate before that surge comes in tonight. For more information, head to our website, abcactionnews.com. In Spring Hill, I'm Rochelle Aline.
Rochelle, thank you. I want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if you potentially lose power.
And first, we want to remind you to charge your phone and your laptop now before you lose power. And then, of course, right now, make sure you download our ABC Action News free mobile app. And you can do it right now. Take a look, grab your phone, open your camera, and then scan that QR code you see. It will take you to our free apps to download.
And we've also partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out. Our radio partners are right there on your screen. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia continues right after this. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us here on ABC Action News.
Yeah, we're staying on the air to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Idalia as it approaches the state of Florida.
And we want to check in now in Clearwater Beach.
Yeah, that's where we find our James Tully, who's joining our continuous coverage now for the first time. James, how's it look out there?
Oh, Wendy, Jameson, hey, good evening to you guys. There's a good morning, I guess, right? It's nice to talk to you guys. I wish it was under better circumstances. However, really, the circumstances here aren't too bad. I've got a great crew with me. I've got our Sean Daly doing some field producing. He's doing an excellent job. Michael Brantley on camera, and our chief photographer, Eric Moore. We're in good hands out here to kind of show you guys what's going on. And I think Sean put it best when he said this is the waiting game right now. There's nothing out here you guys haven't seen before. Mike, if you want to take a look out here on the street. So this is Hamden Street, and this is on the intercoastal side. So the beach is behind us here. So think about behind the camera. And we're just keeping an eye on the seawall. You know, and the water levels, quite honestly, guys, aren't any different from when I showed up here at about 6 o'clock last night. Keeping an eye on that. There is one lone boat, however, out here in the water. That's something we're keeping an eye on. Don't know the story behind that, but probably not a great place for that to be. But with surge expected to be between 4 and 7 feet in this area, roughly in that area. Of course, Greg's told me repeatedly that it's something that's really hard to predict, the surge is. So, you know, we're just here to give you guys visuals, give all of our viewers visuals of what is happening here and what's going to be going on, when it's possibly safe to come back. I mean, that's the whole objective here. Wind, rain, we've seen it before, right? But the storm surge, that's something that possibly this area hasn't seen in decades, and that's going to be our focus all evening into the morning. And that's kind of where we are. So right now, I'd say things are okay. Sean told me you saw people on the beach as late as 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and the water's coming in a bit.
The water has come in a bit on the beach, nothing excessive. Check out ABC Action News on Instagram. I think we put the stuff up on Instagram. You can see what the beach looked like a couple of hours ago. We do not advise, of course, people being out there that late. You even saw small children out there, right? Not a good idea.
Family photos.
They're all okay, but that's not, but they were out there, the surf's a little rough. I saw the guy wakeboarding. That's what we see this time of year. But right now it's a ghost town, and that's what you want to see. So we'll keep an eye on things, and we'll be out here for you. And it's, again, nice to talk to you guys.
All right, James, thank you. Stay safe out there as it begins to pick up. Meanwhile, the entire city of Crystal River is in evacuation zone A. Everyone there really preparing for a long and potentially pretty scary night.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska is live along Crystal River, where storm surge estimates are as high as 11 feet. Michael?
Hey, Jameson, we were just watching the clouds come in because we had a lull in the band, and the clouds are going directly from east to west, and you can see here in Crystal River, it's a little dark, but if we zoom into the water, even though the rain's coming, you can tell we're getting a pretty good outflow, offshore flow right now, even though the tide is coming back in. So that's definitely good news. And if we look at the seawall on the other side, where photographer Reed Moeller is going to try to follow my light if I don't throw him off, that's good, because when we got here earlier this afternoon, the water was way up over the seawall on both sides. And you've been watching our coverage, you know that the models are a little terrifying when we're talking about storm surge, potential storm surge. Now it's 7 to 11 feet. And really, we're at the very beginning of this event here in the northern part of our coverage area. That is a boat slip where there's no boat, and we've seen that a lot here where people have just pulled their boats out. They have heeded the warning, and they're taking a lot of precautions because, as you mentioned, we are in Zone A where I'm standing, and I'm in about, a 4-foot elevation. City Hall's at 4 feet, and so people here know the drill. They know that this area will flood. And the bottom line is you got to get out of here, because in the middle of the night, if this storm surge does come in, it's super dangerous. If you've been in this area, you know it's full of canals. You know that the roads get washed over. You can't see where you're going, and that's how people die. So we're here at the Plantation Inn, and we have a second floor room, and we're just going to hang out here. So, I mean, for us, as I was mentioning, the event has just started. So if we're going to start seeing things with water level rise, we should start seeing them within the next couple of hours. But I do like what I'm seeing now. I'd like all this water to go out into the Gulf as much as possible, so when it does wrap back around and we get those back ends of the winds, we have the onshore flow, maybe that'll protect us and the models will be wrong. I'd love for the models to be wrong here in Crystal River. This little section where I'm standing here, this is normally where there would be boats all over the place. This is an awesome area. You can swim with the manatees here. You can go kayak. The water's crystal clear, and just absolutely gorgeous here in Citrus County. So I think the main thing that residents are waiting for is that supermoon tide that's coming up at around 4 a.m. here. We're a couple hours behind Tampa. And so I think that as we see the tide, when it starts to come in, and then when the storm does get parallel with us, then we might see some action. But for right now, we'll take it. It hasn't rained that much. It hasn't been that windy. And so I'm good with that right now.
Hey, Mike, it's Dennis in the studio. I hate to have you keep me standing in the rain there, but I do have some questions for you. I want you to share your experiences. So, I see Crystal River. I think you're right. I actually think with this upcoming high tide, it is not going to be as high as the high tide later tomorrow afternoon. And by then, the storm's going to be a long way away. But unfortunately, that storm will have gone pretty much right through Tallahassee. And we were talking about this a few hours ago, and I want to follow up on it because the latest advisory just came out. The storm is exactly 160 miles due south of Tallahassee, and it is moving due north at 16 miles an hour. So we were talking, how many years ago was it when Hermine went through, and you were live in Tallahassee with a Category 1 hurricane? There's a lot of folks out there now with kids at FAMU, the kids at FSU, and they're freaking out because their kids are in the path of a Cat 3 or Cat 4 hurricane. So I kind of want you to go through what you went through with a Cat 1 to kind of give an idea of what not only they can expect, maybe their parents can relay it to the kids and let them know what they're in store for.
Well, yeah, absolutely right, Dennis. And I think when we start seeing those bands, if it does verify to that Cat 4 and it hits 130 miles per hour, I mean, that's unreal, seeing as I was in a Cat 1 and I think it was only 80 miles per hour. And it had slowed, of course, by the time it got to Tally. So I had hurricane gusts, but nothing super sustained at that level. And our power went out probably an hour after the first couple of bands came in. I mean, it was just like, boom, we heard an explosion. We were in downtown Tally, surrounded by huge buildings, but that grid and all those power lines are surrounded by those huge, beautiful trees, the oak trees, those towering pines. I mentioned the last time when we were actually traveling up there to cover the storm to get to our hotel and to get into position, we had to kind of deviate because we did have a rotten tree fall right in front of our news unit, and my photographer at the time just drove right through it. Luckily, it was rotten, so we just bounced over it and kept going, and then we went to Tally because it's just not safe. So you were asking, should people go? Should they hunker down? Trees are going to be falling. I mean, the ground's saturated, even though we've been in a drought, but trees are going to be falling. So I think with what I experienced, I wouldn't go anywhere right now. I would hunker down. Maybe you got a neighbor across the street that you're super good friends with that doesn't have any trees in his yard. That might be a good option. I mean, we still have a little bit of time if we don't want to go a long distance, because I don't think that's the answer. And also Hurricane Michael, Dennis, we couldn't even get through. We were in Tallahassee and we tried to get to Mexico Beach. There were so many trees down, you couldn't cut your way through. And so that is the big concern with all the trees that are coming. And I think parents should be extremely concerned about that. But if they, give them the tools to hunker down.
Well, and again, that's a great point. And that's kind of my other question, because there are going to be a lot of trees down. So, I mean, I guess parents should expect a number of things, not only trees down, maybe cell towers down. So all of a sudden you're running into a situation where it might be challenging to get in touch with your kids tomorrow morning. This is going to move through about 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow morning through Tallahassee. It's going to last for a couple of hours. So in terms of what you saw, is it even drivable? Are people going to be able to drive their cars, or are those trees just going to be so far everywhere that you're just not going to be able to get out for a while? I mean, do you think that's a possibility with a 4?
Absolutely. So when Michael came up, we were on I'm trying to think of the west side of Tallahassee, and by the time we went maybe 5 to 7 miles outside of the city to go towards Panama City, head south to Mexico Beach, there was literally a line in the sand of trees that were knocked down. And the interstate, I think it was I-10, was closed for 50 miles because of all the trees that went down on the interstate. We went back roads and we couldn't get anywhere, Dennis. So those trees, they are going to come down. Hurricane Michael was a Cat 5. When initially, as you know, went in, it was a Cat 4. They upgraded that later on to a 5. So the trees, they're going to be everywhere, just all over the place.
Well, that's probably about 8 hours from now. So again, Mike Paluska is at Crystal River, where water is going to be the big issue, not the wind. Wind has certainly not been an issue for our area, nor will it be. But at this point, it is all about the surge. We have a surge coming up the next few hours and another one tomorrow afternoon as well. Again, Mike, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. We'll check back with you later. Wendy, Jameson?
All right, Dennis, thank you. Meantime, ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell joins us live in Pasco County. That's near Hudson Beach. And Mary, I know you've been feeling the effects of Idalia for a while now. How is it out there now?
Well, actually, the rain has tapered off since the last time we spoke with you. It's still pretty windy out here, but we haven't seen rain probably in the last 15 to 30 minutes. If you look behind me, you can see the wind is blowing. It may look like in the light that it's raining hard, but it's actually, I think it's more blowing the water than anything. If anything, it's quite light. So it's not like what we've seen over the last hour or so where we had that pretty heavy downpour, though it is quite windy at this point. We've been out here since about 3 o'clock chatting with folks who were kind of taking in those last couple hours before they went back to their homes to hunker down for this storm. They had told us that they had gotten their batteries and gear and water and all their supplies ready. We spoke to a woman who had been here for 20 some years, and she told us that she was pretty confident that she was prepared for the storm, wanted people who were new to the area, because we know in the last couple years many people have moved to Florida. She wanted people to know, don't panic. The community is ready to, help you and help anyone who's in need. Of course, the officials here in Pasco County are most concerned in the coastal areas of storm surge. They had tweeted not too long ago that they had helped with a disabled vehicle, and they also had said that they were checking on waterfront communities for any flooding here in Pasco County. That'll be the name of the game tomorrow and overnight as we see what kind of storm surge or any of that we might see here. But that's the latest right now here in Pasco County.
All right, Mary, thank you. And we want to take you to a look at this video from St. Petersburg. This is right across from the Vinoy Hotel. And you can see there the conditions definitely starting to deteriorate as we take a look at that boat, yacht, if you will. It's having a nice little bump as the conditions pick up in the water there. We are getting very closer to high tide, just about 2 hours away now.
And we're taking a live look right now at Clearwater Beach. Cameras there at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. As you can see, the surf is starting to pick up there in the usually calm Gulf. We'll be right back, right after the break.
How you doing, everybody? So again, we have the 1 o'clock advisory. This is updated every hour. The timeline through tomorrow morning. We get a new official update at 2 o'clock, although it's pretty much the same as the 1 o'clock. The new track comes out at 5. It's a meaningless track. It doesn't matter. At this point, the models you throw out the window, you throw the track out the window because you see where this thing's going. It's going due north. It's going to stay due north for the next 6 or 7 hours. There might be a subtle east movement, just a little one. But unfortunately, this looks like it's going to be very, very close to Tallahassee. Now, of course, it wouldn't make landfall. Tallahassee isn't on the Gulf. But going into Appalachia Bay, this will be one for the record books. Back in the 1800s, when we started keeping records, and I think I was probably there back then, but when we started keeping records in the 1800s on hurricanes, there has never been a major hurricane make landfall in the Appalachia Bay. And there will be one in about 8 hours, and it will be Adalia. Winds of 110 miles an hour. It is just 1 mile an hour shy of Cat 3. It's been moving due north for the last 10 hours. And we know because Jason and I have been here for the last 10 hours looking at that number and it has not changed. And what's been going on is originally the forecast was a subtle turn to the northeast. As a matter of fact, I think that's why a lot of folks were so concerned. Oh, no, is this going to be another Charlie? Is this going to be another Ian? Is this going to be another What is it with those ice storms? And again, this one will also be retired. There's no way with what's coming up in the next 12 hours will there be another Adalia. This will be retired because at this point, we're looking at a major Cat 3, potentially Cat 4 making landfall and going very, very close to Tallahassee. So let's talk about the next 6 to 8 hours. And for that matter, we've had James Tully over in Clearwater. And of course, we had our other reporters in and about, all saying the same thing, getting a little bit of a break from some of the heaviest rain. The wind's not bad. We turn our attention to the water, the surge. I think we're going to luck out in some areas because the tides that are coming up the next 2 hours will not be that high supermoon tide that you've been hearing about. That actually, the highest tides occurred yesterday afternoon and will again occur tomorrow afternoon. There's a 6-hour difference between high and low tide, and there's a 12-hour difference between high and high tide. So every 12 hours, you're going to get a new high tide. So the one we're having now is lower at about 1.7 feet, whereas the one before and the one next will be 3.0. So right off the bat, you're starting with water over a foot higher than the previous tide. So that already adds a foot to the surge. And again, we'll talk about those numbers in just a second. I know originally the numbers were 4 to 7 for Tampa Bay. The waters are coming up, but I'm inclined to go that's probably in most areas going to be on the lower side of that for a number of reasons. But before we get into that, for our area, again, we still have a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock. And there you see it, until 6 a.m. for the entire area. At this point, this watch has been in effect, what, maybe 3 hours, Jason?
6 o'clock, so 6 to 6.
So it's actually been, really? They issued it at 6 o'clock? We've been here that long? Holy cow. Well, anyway, so they've issued it for, quite a while ago, 7 hours ago, and we have not had one single tornado warning. And that's surprising given the fact that you have this giant rotating thunderstorm, because that's what a hurricane is. It starts as a cluster of thunderstorms, it starts to rotate, get bigger, and then you have this. And matter of fact, it looks like we're getting a double eye wall here, Jason. Look at what we're looking at right there.
Oh, yeah, could be going through a cycle. We're getting ready
so we don't want to get too sciencey on yet 1:22 in the morning. But what can happen is one eye wall can collapse, another eye wall develops, and when that happens, you normally see the winds expand a little bit in terms of the wind coverage, although at this point in time, we're only 7 or 8 hours away. So you could even go one step further. Sometimes when this happens, it weakens a little bit at the beginning before getting stronger. So all of this is going to happen in the next 7 hours, and you see very clearly the eye as it moves north. All right, so let's talk about what we're dealing with locally. It's rain. That's it. I mean, there's some gusty winds. But are there gusty winds that are going to give us any damage? There's not. I mean, since we've been in here this afternoon, it was very clear we would not see sustained hurricane winds. So we lucked out there. We got very fortunate. Matter of fact, a lot of areas aren't even seeing sustained tropical storm force winds. These gusts are coming in with these bands of rain. And these bands of rain are going to continue for the foreseeable future. So the good news out of that is pretty clearly we needed the rain. I mean, there were a lot of folks saying, you know, what we need is just a weak little tropical storm to give us a ton of rain and get us out of this drought. Unfortunately, we didn't get the weak storm, but we are getting some rain, a little bit of a break now across parts of Manatee and Sarasota, although still around Bradenton, some decent rainfall. Going into Pinellas, same thing, some decent rains coming into the bay. And this is going to continue for several hours. We're going to see rain, we'll see breaks, you'll see some lightning offshore, you'll see some gusty winds, but none of this is going to cause any damage. The only way we see anything across our area in terms of wind damage would be if, for whatever reason, we do see a quick little tornado that pops. Otherwise, it is just not going to be the issue. This, in a sense, is all we're going to see from the weather part of it. Now, the water part of it is something different, and again, we'll touch on that coming up in a minute. Some more moderate and steady rains across Citrus County and Hernando County right now. Same thing for Sumter as it moves north up towards Cedar Key as well, where Fort Sanders has been live there. But again, that for a period of time was the spot that the Hurricane Center was saying, all right, that's where landfall is going to occur. The majority of the time in Florida, when we get those little movements at the end, it seems like the majority of the time it's a hook to the right. There's a look at Cedar Key right now, and you can clearly see we are seeing a squall come through right there. The waves kicking up. The wind, I would say, gusting there probably at about 50, maybe 55 miles an hour. Great shot there. And we were looking earlier at that area over to the right. Cedar Key has a history back in the mid-'80s. Elena, and a lot of folks, if you've lived in the Bay Area a long time, might remember Elena. That was the storm that stalled 90 miles off of Tampa, sat there for 3 days, and just beat up our coastline. Well, it also destroyed a boardwalk in Cedar Key. So we had that kind of a storm where hurricanes can sit there literally for days on end. And then you have the other kind, like this one, that is racing north. And as it continues to race north, it will indeed give us a very high likelihood of a Cat 4 hurricane in and out of the northern Gulf Coast in about a 12-hour stretch. Power outages. Last check, what was it, Jason? We had about
14,000.
So 14,000 people without power. This here is the prediction in terms of what the power outages will be like. Low coverage, not expecting a lot, obviously. You're not seeing a lot of oranges or reds because we're simply not seeing severe weather. We're not. So as we go through the overnight and into tomorrow, we're still going to have those bands of rain come through. It's going to be pretty steady. And by tomorrow morning, there it is. This will be quickly. Matter of fact, landfall is going to be around 8 a.m. in the morning. 12 hours later, 8 p.m., it'll be in Georgia. As a matter of fact, it'll be close to South Carolina. So that's how fast this storm is going to pick up its forward speed and barrel on out of here. I say that because I think for our area by tomorrow afternoon, we're going to be partly sunny. I really do. Now, we're still going to be breezy. We're going to have winds blowing for probably another 36 hours. And nothing rough. I mean, well, and that's easy to say because we haven't anything rough this go around either. But I mean, we did see some winds gusting Sarasota 61 miles an hour. So I mean, that's equivalent to a severe thunderstorm in terms of the wind. But anyway, like I said, tomorrow we're going to continue to see some bands of rain at times. But in the afternoon, look, and it almost looks like an afternoon summer pattern with some scattered afternoon and evening showers and thunderstorms. So I do want to show you the 7-day because a lot of folks, you know, the next 2 days we continue to look at the high likelihood of heavy rain and some gusty winds. But in the afternoon, things quiet down. Again, by Saturday and into the weekend, we're pretty much back to where we should be, which is more sunshine and high temperatures in the low to middle 90s. So again, repeating one more time, we continue to see the storm at 110, just shy of Category 3 status. At any time, hurricane hunters could fly through and find this to be higher than the 110. It could easily be 115, 120, and that would immediately go to a Category 3 hurricane. So, Jason, we've been talking a lot about this for the last couple of hours. Right. The impact on the Panhandle, it's something we've never seen before. And you and Greg both went to FSU. So, I mean, you guys really know that area. And you just have to wonder how they're going to handle something like this. This is going to be one for the record books, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you had mentioned, this will likely be retired once again. It's almost unfathomable to think that it wouldn't be, because we're talking about this potential record-breaking storm moving into the Appalachian Bay. Modern records go back to the 1800s here in Florida, and not once in the last 250 years or so have we seen a storm of this strength and magnitude moving in to the Appalachian Bay area. If you're unfamiliar with what the Appalachian Bay is this little concave part of the coast right here, the Forgotten Coast back here, and then the Nature Coast starts here and then comes down toward, of course, what we know our Nature Coast here in Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties. So 110 now, like Dennis said, likely 115 here before sunrise, and the forecast shows 130 at landfall here somewhere near Tallahassee, which would be the St. George Island area. It could be Alligator Point, Wakulla Beach. We've also got Keaton Beach, maybe on the eastern side of it. And a lot of you do your scalloping up in this area as well. Horseshoe Beach, another one of those spots that could potentially see this. And if it goes into the St. Mark's area, which is due south of Tallahassee, that is one spot in the United States and here in Florida that is extremely vulnerable to storm surge. This entire coast is, and part of the reason why is it's so shallow here. The deep part of the Gulf, where it starts to really fall off, almost like a canyon, goes from about a half a mile deep to about 330 feet deep max, and then you get to the coast and it's extremely shallow, and that distance from the deep part to the shallow part instantly increases your potential for storm surge. It increases the height. For us, it's not that dramatic of a drop like it is up here in the Appalachian Bay, but we have something similar, which is why storm surge is always a huge concern for us as well. Another reason why this part of the coast is vulnerable to surge is because of the concave shape to the coast. All the water coming in north will pile up into a point here, and that point is in and around St. Mark's, and that's why they're one of the spots that typically see significantly higher storm surge than other places. And to put this into perspective, if you remember back in 2005, Hurricane Dennis, it actually made landfall in Navarre, which is into the western panhandle here just between Destin and Pensacola, but they had a 10-foot surge in the Appalachian Bay as a result of Dennis's circulation, which was way west of there. So now we actually have a Category 3 storm, maybe Category 4, making landfall in this area, and it's something that everybody that's alive here, you talk about the people that have been there their whole lives and they've never seen anything like it. Nothing has been more true than this, because nobody alive today in that part of the panhandle in North Florida has ever experienced or been through a storm like this in that area. Another thing that makes it very vulnerable is because of that, the foliage, the forestation there, it is extremely dense here. And when we saw Hurricane Hermine back in 2016, it was a Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour winds with it. That's it, 80-mile-per-hour winds in parts of Tallahassee, Leon County, the state capital of the county. They were without power for going on 3 weeks from a Category 1. So now we're talking about a 3 or 4 storm, and that could potentially put them without power in some parts of this area for a month. And we've seen that in our part of the world too, in some of the stronger storms with Ian, of course, last year, parts of Fort Myers and Collier County and areas north of there. Charlotte County were without power for up to 6 weeks. So that's what we're looking at here. That potential exists in this part of the world, because with so many trees, that all comes down on the power lines. Of course, in Florida, not all places have their power lines underground. So that's going to lead to the potential power outages for a lot of people. Tallahassee, I believe, has a few 100,000 people within just the city itself. And then, of course, on top of that, like Dennis is talking about, we have FAMU, we have FSU there. The student body makes up about 60,000 alone just from the students there. So if you do have kids up there and you're very curious about this, the good news for the city of Tallahassee is this won't be a surge threat for them. The surge threat is for Wakulla County, which is the county due south of Leon County. And that's where we're looking at very swampy areas of water, but a gradual rise in elevation. So once you get out of Wakulla County, the surge potential, except for on some rivers there, it definitely drops off significantly. Same deal for areas that are farther east and west. Once you get past St. George Island, if the storm goes a little farther west, St. George Island and then getting into the Franklin County area, very popular destination for tourists here, St. George Island. Beautiful beaches there on the barrier islands. That could see a storm surge easily up to 15 feet like we did see back with Ian, which was about 15 feet once again. So back here at home, kind of hard to see it because, of course, we've got the rain on the lens and we also have the sea spray coming in off of the Gulf. But this is the mainsail beach on Anna Maria, and our camera operators are working, there we go, trying to focus it in a little bit. And clearly you can see the white caps here in the middle of the night. Clearly, you can also see some power still on in this part of Manatee County too, but that water line looks like it's coming up to the dunes. And earlier today, with just the king tide that's sticking around here for the next 2 days, that also exposed parts of the barrier island to some flooding. Also in Longboat Key too, one of my friends on Instagram let me know about that. And they had backwater flooding from the bay on the backside of Longboat Key here, which is about 7 miles, of course, south of Anna Maria Island. Also want to point out too, Pinellas County reporting 6,000 customers without power too. So the power outages. Thankfully, not widespread, but unfortunately, some are without power. If you do lose power, of course, you can stream our live coverage as it will continue through the night on our streaming mobile app. So make sure your phones are charged and also make sure you have that app downloaded as well. I'm going to take a quick break, catch my breath, and then we'll be back with a lot more coming up here in just a few minutes. Dia.
Hey, thank you so much, Jason. Heather Lee and I are refreshed and ready to go. We've got Greg D also in the studio getting ready. James Tully is live in Clearwater as well. We'll check in with him coming up momentarily. But we will be with you throughout the night, the overnight hours, and into the early morning hours as we continue to track Hurricane Idalia.
Now we want to check in now back in Pinellas County with our Vanessa Ariza, who's at Vanoy Park. And Vanessa, I know the boats behind you just a short while ago were bobbing around. Those are not small boats either. Are you seeing the wind picking up out there?
Absolutely. In fact, it is pushing me forward, and my photographer, Allison, who's been an extraordinaire out here, she is all of maybe 5'2", and she is just waving too. Our producer actually literally had her back, was holding her up in one of our live shots because these winds are so strong right now. Right now we are in Vanoy Park. We've been here for about the past 30 minutes. The wind's really picking up. The rain started to pick up within the past 15 to 20 minutes, and the waters are continuously pushing over the seawall there. At a moment, they were coming on this walking trail right here. Usually we see this is packed with people who are rollerblading, riding their bikes. Quite a different scene here this morning. And at times the water comes past the path and it comes here into the grassy area. So just to give you an idea of how strong those winds are. Now I can tell you within the past 3 or 4 hours we have been here around the St. Pete area. It has been heavy rain up until about this point. Within the past, I don't know, maybe an hour, it kind of subsided a little bit, but what has not subsided is that wind. It is still very strong. We've seen a couple people who have been walking out around Vanoy Park, around St. Pete. But other than that, people are staying put. We are seeing St. Pete police. They are going around the area, specifically the flood-prone areas, just to make sure that people are safe, areas are safe. Mayor Ken Welch saying that the roads and the drainage, Public Works Department rather, they were out cleaning out the drains earlier today because they know that in those flood-prone areas, if those drains are clogged, it is not good. Also, Mayor Welch saying that he is going to hold a press conference. He will be speaking at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so to keep you updated. And lastly, Mayor Welch asking people, saying, you know, when you go to sleep and you wake up in the morning and you look outside, the skies are blue. He said, until we really give the all clear, don't go venturing around even though you think it's safe and that the skies are blue and it looks beautiful after the storm. He said there could still be some potential dangers. So allow their crews to go out, assess the damage to make sure that you can go out safely. So of course we will continue to keep you updated. Our shift's about to wrap up, but we have crews all around the area 24/7 for you right now, and we'll bring you the very latest. But for now, I'll pass it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Vanessa, thank you so much. We're going to go out to Julie Salomon. She is live in Dunedin, and I know that Julie was dealing with some heavy rain as well just about an hour ago. Julie, are you still, it looks like maybe the rain has subsided just a bit for you?
Yeah, we saw some of the outer bands. Looks like another one's moving in here. The rain just started up again, but before that it was not raining too bad. Every so often as the bands move through here. Over to my left is the pier here in Dunedin, and then just within walking distance is downtown Dunedin. We saw a couple Pinellas County deputies have been out here patrolling this area just in the downtown area. We saw a couple people walking around throughout the early morning hours, but Pinellas County government officials are really urging people to just stay inside. They're warning people about the possible potential for flooding and storm surge, and as well as possible power outages. So they're just really pushing that message that, you know, if you don't need to be outside, don't be outside, because, you know, if you get yourself into a bad situation and it's unsafe for, you know, first responders, they may not be able, you know, to reach you. So that is the message that Pinellas County has been sending out to people. A little bit of rain right now, a little bit of wind, but just some of those outer bands. That is the latest live here in Dunedin. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. You know, one of the things that Dennis and Jason and Greg have been talking about with this particular storm, it's not the wind or the rain that is the biggest concern, it's the storm surge. And Cedar Key sustained millions of dollars in damage in 2016 from Hurricane Hermine's 9-foot storm surge. That area could see more surge overnight as Hurricane Idalia passes by.
We're going to check in now with Forrest Saunders for the current conditions in Cedar Key. Good morning to you, Forrest. I know you've been out there for a few hours. How are the conditions out there right now?
Well, they are so rainy that I have prunes on my fingers. We've been standing out here for a couple of hours now, and the wind and the rain have definitely picked up. But as you mentioned, the storm surge is the big concern for coastal communities here in Levy County, including Cedar Key. We're actually a few miles inland from Cedar Key, and the reason for it is because there is only one road in and out of that town. And if you have 12 to 16-foot storm surge, that could put a lot of the community underwater. It could also shut down the bridge. So we did not want to be there. We moved inland. There is a mandatory evacuation in place for parts of Levy County, including Cedar Key. But the problem is city officials, despite encouraging so many people to move inland to get to higher ground, we heard that about 100 people decided to stay behind and try and wait this storm out. We're at a gas station right now that's a little bit inland of Cedar Key, and you still see people driving to and from the island as though there is not a hurricane bearing down on this place. Now, of course, we are being as safe as we can, and we hope that everybody who is watching is being as safe as they can. But you know, I'm from Iowa originally. You deal with this kind of weather all the time, and so it may seem like everything's fine. This is no big deal. But that is not the case, because this storm is just going to keep getting worse as it moves further and further north. Yes, it is tracking a little bit more to the west than I think people originally anticipated. But as you've heard from meteorologists and a lot of experts, we tend to see these things shift to the right at the end of their track. So we don't know where this thing could end up in the end. I mean, we don't know for certain, and so you've got to listen to those watches, you've got to listen to those warnings, and take it very, very seriously, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Forrest. You know, there's a lot happening in the overnight hours. Of course, we're watching for high tide and storm surge, so we want you to stay informed regardless of the situation, even if you lose power. We have partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on these stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out. Our radio partners are on your screen right now. Our coverage continues right after this short break. Welcome back to our continuing coverage tracking Hurricane Idalia. Our morning crew is here with you throughout the overnight hours and into the morning as we monitor high tide and storm surge. I'm Dia Riley.
And I'm Heather Lee. We're staying on the air to bring you the latest on Hurricane Idalia as it approaches Florida. We've got crews spread out across the Bay Area tracking conditions at the moment.
And my co-anchor James Tully is live in Clearwater. We're going to check in with him. He's on Clearwater Beach. We'll check in with him shortly, but this is a live look right now at conditions from our camera on top of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. The surf has been kicking up. Actually, this is this Cedar? No, this is Hyatt Regency. Okay. The surf has been kicking up there. Storm surge beginning to rise. High tide is set to hit around 3 this morning. We'll continue to monitor conditions there. It looks like it's not as bad as it was that we saw a little while ago, but we'll continue to monitor conditions there, and we'll go live to James Tully when we can. Now, one of the impacts of Hurricane Idalia that we'll monitor all night is how many homes across the state, and particularly in the Bay Area, have lost power.
Yeah, Duke Energy serves the largest number of people in the path of Adalia, and especially in Pinellas County, close to us. Taking a live look right now at Duke Energy's outage map, the utility is reporting a little more than 7,800 customers without power. 6,400 of those are in Pinellas County. That makes sense because it just moved kind of through our area. It's making its way north at the moment.
Yeah, TECO's reporting about 800 outages in Hillsborough County right now. We'll continue to update these numbers as they change. We'll monitor them. We'll let you know if we see anything different. As I said before, my Good Morning Tampa Bay co-anchor James Tully is live on Clearwater Beach tracking conditions there.
Yeah, we're going to go to him right now. James, how's it looking out there? You look like you're dry, so that's good news, but it looks like it's not too bad out there.
We're good right now, Heather, but kind of playing the waiting game at this point. We've got a great crew. Sean Daly's out here helping me gather some elements and taking a look at everything. I do want to show you this. So, to give you a perspective where we are, we're taking a look at the Intercoastal. This is Hamden Drive, 2 blocks from the beach. If you take a look over at the seawall, it's about to get breached by the water coming in. Yeah, there's some water on the streets. That's just rain, and there hasn't been much rainfall, really not much wind at all, but we're about an hour or so shy of high tide. So fully expect that this street here is going to be covered in water from the tide coming in. That's kind of where we are, Dia and Heather. I mean, that is the biggest concern. Again, 2 blocks from the beach. We took a look at that a couple of hours ago. The beach really hasn't gone up too much. So, and that is the big concern, right? I mean, rain, wind, we've seen that before with storms the last couple of years. What's new and what Greg has been telling us hasn't been seen in decades is the kind of storm surge that was forecast, a couple of, 12, 24 hours ago. So 4 to 6 feet, you can imagine that this street here is going to be covered as the rain is picking up. And this has kind of been like this. It's been spitting rain on and off, nothing too crazy. So we're going to stay right here. We got a bird's eye view of it. Not a car in sight, which is great. It's kind of a ghost town out here. I think people have really heeded the warnings. So, again, waiting game. We're going to stay here, monitor conditions for you. Maybe most importantly, let you know when it's okay to come back into Clearwater. So that's the latest from here. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, James. Our Chad Mills is in Pinellas County. He's in Johns Pass. We've been talking about the power outages in Pinellas County, 6,000 right now. We want to check in with Chad. We can see that the wind is kicking up there, Chad.
Dia, we've actually moved up from Johns Pass. We're still in Madeira Beach, but you mentioned power outages, and you could safely assume that there are going to be more of them. This is the most intense wind we've felt all night. Certainly tropical storm force, possibly hurricane force gusts mixed in. We've had trouble standing at times. The vehicle is shaking. A lot of stop signs and signs now rattling, as you typically see in hurricanes. Take a look at these palm trees right here. They're holding up pretty well so far, but you can tell this wind is really working on them. And lest we forget, this is Gulf Boulevard behind me, now flooded. Pinellas County deputies out here blocking it from both sides, making sure people don't drive through this. It's not a huge stretch that's flooded, best I can tell as I look south down Gulf Boulevard. I can't really tell where the flooding stops, but it does stop north at that intersection. We're standing at the Madeira Commons, if you know where that is, a Daiquiri Shack 7-Eleven in this shopping center. You see Pinellas County in the distance there, blocking this road, making sure that anyone on the road at this point, which they shouldn't be, does not drive head first into this water. We had watched John Pass all night. City officials in this area worried about the combination of high tide and storm surge from Idalia. Now we see some of that coming true here. As we drove from Indian Rocks Beach just a short while ago toward the direction of Madeira Beach, we actually saw a restaurant near North Reddington where water was approaching the door. A seawall there on the intercoastal side. The Seabreeze restaurant had breached. Water was approaching that business there. Scenes like this now starting to play out in this portion of Pinellas County. We're just getting set up here. We're going to take kind of an inventory, a tour of the area, bring you more coverage from this area as we kind of get a better extent of the flooding here. But Gulf Boulevard behind me, flooded with water from storm surge and the high tide that is hitting. If I look at my watch here, it was expected at 1:15 in this area. Obviously, we are right at that peak right now. So some of that flooding coming true here in Madeira Beach. Send things back to you in the studio. Dia.
All right, thank you so much, Chad. We're going to check in now. Dennis Phillips is here with us. I don't think Dennis ever sleeps. He's still
not during hurricane season. Yeah, we got our first tornado warning going on right now in Highlands County. Now, we've been under a tornado watch since 6 o'clock, and what often happens, I mean, you think about a hurricane, it's a giant rotating thunderstorm, and here it is right here for Highlands and Polk and Hardy until 2 a.m. This is a radar-indicated tornado. As a matter of fact, Greg and I were talking about this earlier on today. We kind of figured we would just be tracking these all night long because it is a really common thing. So when you're looking at this, I mean, this doesn't look like a particularly impressive signature right now. I mean, you're seeing the green and the red together there. That indicates rotation. Think about a merry-go-round, right? When you have air coming toward you and air going away from you at the same time when you're spinning, that's what it's showing up. And I'll tell you, experience tracking these things for 30 some odd years, they very rarely show a particularly impressive signature. But nevertheless, if you live in Highlands County and you're watching, and boy, this is one of the times that we often say you may get an advisory on your phone, but if you'd lost power, you need to download our app because you'll be able to watch us real time at night, because it's a scary thing to hear about tornado warnings in the middle of the night when you can't see anything. So there it is right there. Warning it set to expire at 2 o'clock, and it is rotating. So, I mean, again, this entire band is moving in this general direction, kind of from south to north, and you can see the red box right there. So watch how it's going. This is actually moving almost in more of a northeast fashion, so it is kind of headed toward the Avon Park area. We were trying to see if this was actually something earlier on that went through, and it's just kind of popping up now. And what often happens once you see one, you start to see quite a few more. Historically, with tropical systems, I'll never forget with Charlie, in the same area, there was about 7 tornadoes stacked up in almost like a conga line for a period of time. And yet there was no damage in any of them because, one, very rural spots, and 2, these typically are very, very small and don't last very long. But regardless, we are looking at this area right here. And Greg, are you mic'd up? I am mic'd up. Yeah, why don't you guys pop Greg's mic as well, because he's over there looking at it. I mean, I guess maybe Greg brought it with him because we've been looking for these things for 7 hours, and now we finally have one. So again, what are you seeing?
Latest scan, I think it's already gone. So this is the thing with these tropical tornadoes. Well, maybe there's still a little bit of a spin. So you're looking at Avon Park here. This is going to be near 64 and 27, just south of Stryker Road, and it's making its way towards the Pittsburgh community. So it's going to cross 27, the area of rotation. Now, I actually don't think there's a tornado down here. If there is, it's very weak. And that's going to be passing to the north. And you see the warning actually just updated from the National Weather Service, maybe issuing a little farther north and then pushing the warning a little farther north as well. It's a small area of rotation. If you are in Avon Park, obviously, and the Frostproof community. So this is over for southern Polk County. You also want to make sure that you are in your safe place. These tornadoes from tropical systems, very quick. They typically just last 5 minutes. I mean, this is a very quick situation, but they do focus the wind. They're typically EF0 tornadoes, but that's still going to produce winds 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, and that could do obviously some minor damage, tree branches, that kind of thing. So you want to make sure that you are away from windows in case one of those comes flying towards your windows. You don't want to be in your flying glass. But 27 is the area to watch. Avon Park over through Frostproof. Dennis, I really don't think this is going to last much into Polk County. These things are so fast. Probably the next 5 to 10 minutes is when we'll be tracking it.
Yeah, and obviously, and it even said there on that warning, it was a Doppler detected, radar detected Doppler signature. So it may very well not even touch the ground, right? I mean, more often than not, these tornadoes, you never really actually are able to verify them, which is a good thing because you could verify them by seeing damage. And you know, usually with a tropical system, you just don't. Every now and again you do, so we're certainly going to let you know when we see one. I mean, when the Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning, we're going to take it seriously and look at it. But again, this is certainly not a signature of a particularly impressive rotation at all. But it is headed to the northeast or the Avon Park area. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on it. And for that matter, you can kind of see the time frame from Pittsburgh, 1:58, Nielsen just after 2 a.m. That's the track in which it's going north of Avon Park. But again, I think at this point in time, this could be the first of several. That watch goes in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. And when you see a line like this, it's pretty common when you start to see one, then you kind of start to see others because you just kind of get that rotation in that band. And there's several other bands out there. I mean, we've got this one area here. You can kind of see as it's moving off to the northeast. But I mean, you look back closer to the coast, we've still got other areas. And of course, the largest area is well offshore. This band is going to get really close to the coast. It will make it into coastal Pinellas, coastal Pasco over the next 45 minutes or so. Take a little bit longer to make it into Sarasota. But again, right there, that's where that tornado warning remains in effect until 2 o'clock this morning. And it's set to expire in 6 minutes. And sometimes the Weather Service actually lets it expire or cancels it even before that time frame. But obviously, looking on the other side, there is the eye of your hurricane. Still Category 2. It's been hanging at 110 for about 4 hours. And that's actually a good thing because we're not seeing rapid intensification. If we were, then this would be a lot stronger already. But unfortunately, it is moving into an area of pristine atmospheric conditions where it can really develop further. I think that's why the Hurricane Center says, all right, it's got 110 right now, but by landfall in about 7 or 8 hours, it's going to be 130. I mean, that's saying something. I mean, to forecast a 20 mile per hour jump in 6 hours is pretty bold. Not necessarily sure it's going to make it, but it is certainly possible because, boy, that eye wall is really well defined and is going. Let's go ahead and look back at the current satellite picture and then look at the track because the satellite itself shows you something. Greg was talking about it a couple of minutes ago. So when you look at a track that is moving due south to north, you think it's moving in a straight line, but it isn't. These are fixes from the eye and see how it kind of wobbles as it goes. Matter of fact, when people are watching it and you're not really used to seeing it, you're saying, oh, look, it's turning to the right because it looks like it's turning to the right. It isn't. It's just a wobble. So even though technically it is due north at 17 miles an hour and it's due south of Tallahassee, which is really what concerns us more than anything, it has never happened, never in the history. Oh, look at this. Go figure. It's now up to 120. So recon has been flying through, and they have now upped it to a Category 3 major hurricane. It slowed down its forward speed just a little bit, north at 15 miles an hour. Wow, look at the pressure. The pressure is definitely dropping now down to 945 millibars. Jason and I were looking at this about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. We saw what looked to be a pinhole eye. And typically when you get those really small eyes, very clear, cleaned out, well-defined eyes that are small, it typically ends up being a round of intensification. And clearly that's exactly what happened with winds. Again, recon bumped it from 110 to 120. And the new advisory comes out in about 3 or 4 minutes. Matter of fact, this could actually be the 2 a.m. advisory. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think this is the 2 a.m., Dennis. And actually, I mean, I don't want to get too geeky on this, but I think we're going to have to. So I'm looking at the longitude of the storm, that second number, 84.5. I looked it up. The state capital in Tallahassee is at 84.3. Yeah. So right now, the storm is still a little west of the longitude of the state capital. We need that number 84 to change to 83 something. Then we're going to know that the eye is going to stay to the east of downtown Tallahassee, and that's going to put a lot of the stronger winds to the east of the city. I think that's really important because now we're really splitting hairs here with the track of this storm. And every little jog in longitude to the east is going to really make a big difference in how this wind impacts our state capital. And then this is not just a state capital issue. You're looking up the road, Thomasville, Georgia, Valdosta, up into southern Georgia. They're getting a hurricane. And they are bracing for an inland hurricane especially. And I think what's concerning here with Dennis is that this thing is going to be accelerating as it heads through the Panhandle into South Georgia. So they're under hurricane watches even on the East Coast. This is going to be, kind of reminds me of the kind of tree damage we saw with Michael far inland away from the coast. You're going to get a similar kind of a pattern of wind damage close to the eye all the way up into South Georgia.
Yeah, and it's still going to be a hurricane when it goes into northern Georgia and even South Carolina. In fact, you can kind of see it right there behind the banner. It goes from a Category 4 right here, which is the forecast, to a Category 1 as it goes over land. But regardless, it's still powerful. So, and what Greg was saying, and I want to elaborate on that a little bit. So why is every 1/10 of a degree important? All right. Hurricane force winds only extend about 25 miles out from the center. At least that was the last report. Maybe they've bumped it. It might be 30 now, 35. It's possible. But the point being is, so those 75-mile-an-hour winds are probably not the ones that are going to do a lot of damage. The ones that are going to do damage are going to be the 110, the 120, the 130. And usually those winds are confined to an extremely small area. We're talking 5 miles. 5, 6, 7 miles, right where the eye is, right on what we call the eye wall or the perimeter. So, I mean, you look at this right here, and that is the hurricane winds. That's how far it is. There's not big at all. I mean, again, about 25 miles. But the area of extreme winds, that's literally a little spot right there. And that's about 90 miles offshore. So clearly, there's nowhere near us. But the fact that, as Greg said, it's practically due south of Tallahassee and it is moving due north means we are going to be that close within maybe 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles of the strongest part of the storm, either moving into Tallahassee or being on the outskirts. And also, as Greg mentioned, and this is important to remember, the strongest winds are just to the east of the center. I mean, when you're talking about the eye wall, the winds are probably not much different on either side because you're in the eye wall. But at the end of the day, the strongest winds are still only in about a 5, 6, maybe 7 mile area. So if we can keep that outside of town, preferably, as Greg said, on the east part of town, that would keep the strongest winds away from there as well. So again, that's where we're shaping up right now. Do you guys want me to go back to Heather and Dia, or do you guys want to go to a break? You tell me. All right, we're going to go back to Heather. Heather, what you got?
All right, thank you so much, Dennis. Well, the Hernando County Sheriff's Office says operations are running smoothly at their shelters. Sheriff Al Nienhaus visited the special needs shelter at West Hernando Middle School earlier.
He also visited the pet-friendly shelter at Parrott Middle School. He also made a stop at the shelter at the Nature Coast Technical High School. All 3 shelters will accept residents throughout the overnight hours and early morning hours if you need to evacuate, and you can do so safely. Stay with us. More continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Idalia after the break. Welcome back to our continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Idalia. I'm Dee O'Reilly along with Heather Lee. We've got crews spread out all across the Bay Area watching the conditions from this storm. Vanessa Ariza is in Pinellas County this morning. She's at Minoy Park.
And Vanessa, you've been out there for a while. I know you've seen some bands come through, even some water going over the seawall. Is that what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, good morning now to you guys. We moved just a little bit farther down to Vinoy Park, the area that we're at. The playground is here, the pool is here. In this area, we are seeing that water kick up past the seawall here within the past 30 minutes, and it is a constant. The one good thing that we are not seeing, we're not feeling, is the rain. We had just a couple sprinkles maybe about 5 minutes ago, but that has since subsided. And for the most part, within the past hour or two, that rain has really calmed down. But what has not calmed down is that wind. At moments, you have gusts that kind of just shift you for a moment, and you can see just how strong they are with the water that continues to break this seawall right here. We have seen St. Pete police. They are around the area. They are monitoring, driving around to make sure that people are safe. Within, I would say maybe about 3 or 4 hours ago, we saw maybe about half a dozen people who were out, but within the past hour, we really haven't seen anybody. So that is the good news. Mayor Ken Welch, we heard he is going to have a press conference tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So, of course, you can expect us to keep you updated. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Vanessa. ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell is live in Pasco County near Hudson Beach. Mary, are you beginning to feel the effects of Adalia, or has it already passed that area?
You know, about 10 minutes ago, we had a really big burst of wind and rain. It appears we're getting another one about right now, or it might have just subsided, but that's kind of how it goes, I suppose, as these bands kind of make their way through. If you take a look behind me, you might be able to see kind of the wind blowing the leaves there on the palm tree, and that rain you can see in the light is kind of blowing, and this is kind of what we've been dealing with on and off for the last several hours. Of course, earlier today, when we weren't dealing with these conditions, we were talking to folks about how they prepared for this storm. Some people who have been in the area for many years, who've been through several of these storms in the past, and how they've dealt with them, and how people should just not panic and just be prepared. The county officials in the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, of course, is most concerned about storm surge with this storm, and keeping an eye on that. And of course, we will do so overnight. In the overnight hours, there were different zones that had been asked to evacuate, especially along coastal Pasco County. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that as this storm passes through the area, and of course, and when we reach daylight, to see what effects here are what we see here in Pasco County. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you so much. Hernando County is one of the main areas we have had our eyes on throughout the entire night.
Our Katie LaGrone joins us live now in Spring Hill. Katie's outside a hotel where a lot of folks evacuated to. Katie, I heard you say earlier this morning that you heard the receptionist saying we're full. At least that's good news, that people got out of harm's way.
That's right, exactly. In fact, the county spokesperson who I've been in touch with all night actually tells me about 80% of the people who were in those mandatory evacuation zones here in Hernando County, which basically equates to the west side of US 19, all those coastal areas, Hernando Beach, the low-lying areas, about 80% of those individuals ended up heeding the advice to evacuate. You can see here at the hotel, there's actually that boat there that's parked off to the side. We haven't shown you guys that. This is actually the only boat that we see here parked at this hotel, but the hotel is full. They've had to turn away people. In fact, about an hour and a half or so ago, we were standing out for a live shot, and there were about 3 or 4 cars that drove up here. One of them included a father and with his young daughter. I said, and this was just about, like I said, about an hour and a half or so ago. And I said, where are you guys coming from? He said, Hernando Beach. And so they were among the 20% that did not heed those warnings early on in the evening. And then of course they got to the hotel and they had to be turned away, sadly. And so, but right now, as far as conditions, we're very much like what you've heard from some of our colleagues throughout the evening is, now we're going through a little bit of a rain band. We had quite a bit of a stillness here for a bit. There was no wind, there was no rain. In fact, we're sort of at that point in the night where it's just kind of like this lull. You get these swaths, then they stop, sort of quick ins, quick outs. Nobody's on the road, even sort of the people who were out, who would come out of the lobby and sit on the bench. They've been long gone for hours. I mean, we're really the only ones out here, at least in this vicinity of Spring Hill. Big question is that storm surge. What kind of impact will the storm surge have specifically along those coastal areas of the Hernando County, Hernando Beach more specifically? 6 to 9 feet is basically that frame that we've been hearing throughout the day. That's what emergency officials are preparing for. We will see if that comes to fruition in a short time, high tide in about an hour. And so we're sort of anxious to at least get closer to the coast. We're about 4 miles inland. That won't happen for a while. We'll have to wait until daylight to even get close to that Cortez Boulevard, which is that main thoroughfare, that main road in and out of Hernando Beach. That was actually closed this evening, only open to those residents who could show paperwork that they lived there and chose not to evacuate. So that's the very latest here in Spring Hill. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Katie. I know that Dennis Phillips was talking about a band that was going to come through and kind of impact those coastal areas. So that may be what Katie is talking about right now, experiencing.
We do want to check in with Chad Mills. He's in Pinellas County and Madeira Beach. When we saw him earlier, storm surge was already happening there. Chad, how bad is it out there?
It's bad, and it is getting worse. That's the bad news here. I just spoke to the mayor of Madeira Beach minutes ago, and he tells me that water on the intracoastal has breached the city's seawall. And you can see Gulf Boulevard behind me. This is kind of what we're seeing here in Madeira Beach now. A portion of Gulf Boulevard closed here at the Madeira Commons. Daiquiri Shack is in this area. Let me get the name of the restaurant where we are at. We're standing next to the Lucky Lizard. You see it right here, holding up pretty good. This side entrance is pretty well off the ground, so no water approaching this door, but let's very carefully walk toward their main entrance on Gulf Boulevard. Make sure no wires to trip on or anything like that. As we approach the door here, you'll see to the left that they did put some sandbags there, and it hasn't reached the sandbags yet. Still pretty dry right here. Yeah, there's no water at all next to these sandbags, but if you turn around, you see Gulf Boulevard again, and the water is approaching this restaurant. You see the water next to the curb. It's pretty much flush with the curb right now. So a worsening situation here in Madeira Beach. We've seen a lot of deputies with Pinellas County. We've seen Madeira Beach Fire Department out. They are starting to assess what is going on. There is a presumption that homes and businesses could flood if that seawall breached. It has breached. They're hoping now that this high tide, the storm surge, will retreat before any worse damage than what we've seen so far. You can tell the wind is whipping here pretty good right now. Look over there at those stop signs, kind of a textbook example of the wind, and it gives you an idea of what we're facing. Actually, it slowed down a little bit. It was more intense than this just a few minutes ago. We've seen a couple signs damaged, some things like that, minor damage, palm fronds down, nothing of really any note. But the wind is a factor here, and it is it's helping to blow the water from the Gulf of Mexico north up Gulf Boulevard toward the roadblock of Pinellas County deputies that is just over my shoulder here. We'll continue to monitor the situation here at Madeira Beach, check back in with officials, and get a better look around this general area, and check back in with you in just a little bit. Dia.
All right, thank you so much, Chad. It's so scary that it happens overnight while people are asleep. They wake up in the morning and they see all the damage. We'll go back to Chad Mills a little bit later on and see what the conditions look like there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go out to Julie Solomon, who is live in Dunedin. Now, Julie, are you feeling any of the impacts of that latest band of storms that's moving through right now?
Well, I think that that latest band is missing us in terms of the rain. It's a little windy out here, but nothing, unusual, your typical kind of thunderstorm kind of wind. But if you take a look, you can see we're over here by the marina, and all the boats are docked here. And we believe that is a Pinellas County deputy that's kind of stationed out there. We've seen deputies throughout the night just patrolling back and forth. We're not far from the Dunedin Pier, and you can see the water creeping up now over that seawall. And so this is kind of what Pinellas County government officials were talking about. They said that the storm surge could happen overnight, and they wanted people to really stay inside their homes and not come out unless it was absolutely necessary. So they were just asking everyone to stay out of this area. And there was a mandatory evacuation for people living in Zone A and living in low-lying areas that are prone to flooding, obviously because the concern is, the storm surge overnight. You can see the wind's kind of whipping these palm trees around. It's getting a little windy out here, but the rain is holding off for right now. So that's the latest live here in Dunedin, and I'm going to toss it to you ladies back in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. Going through one of those bands out there right now. Well, my Good Morning Tampa Bay co-anchor James Tully is live on Clearwater Beach right now, tracking conditions out there.
Yeah, we're going to go to him live. James, I know that you were seeing some water coming over the seawall. How bad has it gotten? Has it gone into the street that you're seeing that bird's eye view of?
Right, Heather. Yeah, it actually has gotten progressively worse. Let's take a look here. This is Hamden Street on the intercoastal side, about 2 blocks from the beach. The water you're seeing here is coming from the beach. Mike, if you want to pan up just a little bit, show the seawall here on the intercoastal. The water's cresting over top of that, but on the streets, this is Hamden. It's pretty much flooded out, especially if you go here to the south side of it. You'll see the ponding really starting to, not just ponding. I mean, these are flooded streets, guys. Now, what we did is I'm out here with Sean Daly. I've got a great crew. We've gone down and we've shot some video. We'll get that to you in our next hit. We're actually going to move down and show you the beach side and just how dramatic that has gotten. And really, this happened very quickly. Sean, what do you think? Last 25 minutes we've seen this happen. So, we're approaching high tide, right? And exactly. I was having some conversations with Greg over text talking about the wind direction. He said it might push some of this offshore. We've got a northbound wind right now, north direction. So that's not pushing the water in. This water's just coming up. And that is something we were worried about. So this is what we were concerned about. There are police on the other side. They've shut down Coronado Drive. Hamden right now is really not passable in most parts of it. So this is something we've been talking about. Rain and wind, that's not a factor right now. The surge is, and there's a really good chance within the next hour, Sean, what do you think, that we could be completely underwater here? Yeah, Eric Moore, our chief photographer out here, he got video. Again, we'll get that to you in a couple of minutes of a parking garage flooded. So, we're going to move down street level. Next time you talk to us, guys, Dee and Heather, we'll show you where that water from the beach is coming up and impacting those roads. But big difference, right? In the last, it's been about a half hour since I talked to you. So we'll stay on top of it, and we'll talk to you really soon.
All right. Thank you very much, James. Greg, you were explaining to us that we're heading into low tide now. Explain the danger here.
Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing here from James, honestly, Dia. Well, his first report, it was fine. Now the water's coming up. We're heading towards a low tide. The water should be going out for the next 3 hours. Not only that, but in Pinellas County, the wind is southeast. It's offshore. The wind is pushing the water out. Tidal forces are supposed to be pushing the water out. And now the storm is coming in and overpowering both of those forces and pushing the water in. We've got flooding heading into a low tide at Madeira Beach. Starting at 5 a.m. or abouts there, when that low tide is done, we're now going to be heading towards a high tide. And that next high tide is higher than what we saw yesterday afternoon. I went down to the Riverwalk yesterday, the bay was full at yesterday's high tide, and we're 14 hours away from the storm. Now, this morning on my way in, I took a little detour. I drove through Tampa Heights and Ridgewood Park area, followed the Hillsborough River through the Armature Works area and up towards the Columbus Bridge. I did not see the river into anything. But you're going to start to see now, after this low tide, I'm very curious. I think the 5 to 10 a.m. hour is going to be very telling about what we'll see, because the storm will continue to push water towards the coast. And as it gets north of our latitude, the winds will start to shift onshore, and then the tidal forces after 5 a.m. will also start to push water in. So now we're going to have 3 forces pushing water towards the coast. So let's hope that doesn't get too bad, but I think what we could be setting up here for some of you is some significant flooding from this storm. A couple of other things I want to point out here. I just kind of looked into, and this is where the details really start to matter as you track the storm, right? I mean, yes, it's now heading towards the northeast, it's heading towards the Big Bend. That part of the track is set. But now we start to watch the wobbles and the motion of the storm. The storm, and a lot of you are concerned about folks up in Tallahassee, is directly south of the city right now. A couple hundred miles down to the south, more than 100 miles down to the south. In order for the eye to make it into downtown Tallahassee, the storm would have to be moving due north. Now, I know that says due north, but the Hurricane Center has a little geeky part of their advisory, and they tell you the exact direction. And it's not moving at 360 degrees. It's not moving due north. It's moving at 10 degrees, just east of due north. That means as the eye moves north a significant distance, it also shifts to the east a little bit. I'm not confident yet, but I'm getting more confident that on that track, and if that east component to its northward motion increases, the eye will, in fact, stay to the east of Leon County, or at least Tallahassee. I'm not going to guarantee Leon County, but at least Tallahassee. So then the next 2 counties over, Jefferson and Madison County. Jefferson has a coastline. They're right at the apex of Appalachia Bay. And this is what we're really concerned about. What's happening here, this storm is going to match or be very close to the intensity, according to the forecast from the Hurricane Center, of Ian. Yet its surge is probably going to outdo Ian. And the reason for that is the curvature of the coast here. This is by far one of the most vulnerable areas of Florida. This is an area that maximizes surge because you take a lot of water and you start pushing it into an area that is getting smaller and smaller, into this little apex here at the top of the bay. The water literally has nowhere to go, and it focuses around St. Mark's. So from Perry, St. Mark's to Carabel, these are coastal communities in the Big Bend, you are going to get a huge push of water. A couple of things that are working in the favor of these communities, especially once you get to the east of St. Mark's. I spent a lot of time up here in this area. There is a large wetland estuary boundary, mangroves, little islands. It's not a clear coastline. So many of the most populated towns are along 19, away from the coast by half a mile, sometimes more than a mile. So you've got a boundary, a layer there that's protecting the coast that's going to absorb some of the surge. But the Hurricane Center now is thinking up to 16 feet of surge. That's going to top any of those mangroves and those little islands out there that would protect the coast. So even where Paul Lagrone was last night, I'm not sure if he's still there in Perry, they could get water up to that location. Steinhatchee, absolutely. That is a very dangerous place to be, because that is going to see a huge push of water, especially since we're already seeing water rises here along the Florida West Coast. These are fixes from the National Hurricane Center. Actually, we're looking at live. Where is this, guys? Can somebody tell me my air? This is Cedar Key. So this is southeast of this. This is going to be to the east of the eye. It's going to be about 30, 40 miles, 50 miles, depending on where the eye comes in, to the east of the eye. And you see the surf pushing in. Just an incredible view. I think there's a live cam somewhere in Steinhatchee. I know it's in my email. I'll send it to you guys when we finish this hit. I'm not even sure if it's going to be working. But Steinhatchee, Cedar Key, down to Crystal River. There are going to be some pretty significant water rises here. So let's go back to these points. These are location fixes from the Hurricane Center. If I were to add another point, it would definitely be east of the last one, north and east. So I do think there is some east shift now. The strongest winds in this storm, almost all of them, are going to be on the east side of the eye, in about a 5 to 10 mile swath. That's it. So if the center of the storm goes through Jefferson or Madison and Taylor counties, you are not going to get Category 4 winds in Leon County. You're going to get strong hurricane winds. I think at this point, we're talking about how strong the winds get in Tallahassee. And for our area, we're not going to see any hurricane force winds. Even if this gets to 150, we're not going to get hurricane force winds because all of the hurricane force winds are only around the center within 5 to 10 miles of the center. Just saw the screen flash. I think we probably took a lightning strike nearby, so I want to get to the radar. Let's kind of talk about what's going on here right now. Here are the rain bands from the storm. There is the system right there. There is the eye of what is Hurricane Idalia. Let me put this into motion because the radar is another way to track the storm, to track the eye, because it's all about the little wobbles. We did this with Ian for hours. We did this with Irma for hours. They never follow a direct, straight path. Sometimes that works in our favor and sometimes it doesn't. So there is the center of the storm. Now, the radar this far out is not looking down at the surface. It's several thousand feet up. So we're getting the eye maybe at 7,000 or 8,000 feet. It certainly does not look like it's moving due north, at least from this image here, the way I'm looking at it on this radar image. You see the rain bands. This is what's moving through. This is where you've seen our reporters kind of see on and off areas of rain coming through. Looks like a funnel cloud report there out of the Avon Park area. That's where we had that tornado warning earlier. Let me take you community by community. We're here for you, Tampa Bay. We're going to be tracking this. I know a lot of you are concerned about Tallahassee, but we're serving you as well. And I want to make sure that you guys know what's happening in your areas, in your communities. Crystal River, waves of rain moving through. Now, the rain is unrelated to the surge. The surge is the force of the storm pushing the Gulf of Mexico out ahead of it. The surge happens whether you get rain or not. It has nothing to do with the amount of rain that you'll see or how hard the rain is falling. Brooksville right now looks like some heavy rain. Then take a break. Wesley Chapel not seeing anything. Additional showers, some downpours, Bayonet Point, Port Richey, Newport Richey. Looks like this rain band coming right now into Holiday. So James is about to get some rain if he's not getting some already. Some heavier downpours out offshore. Couple of downpours here around Tampa. I'm not seeing any lightning here, so maybe that was not a lightning hit that the station took. There you see additional heavy rain. The heaviest rain band is in eastern Polk County. Lake Wales, Highway 27, very difficult driving time. There is that report of that funnel cloud in portions of Highlands County that was reported earlier. No warnings out of this, but Avon Park, Sebring, you're going to get some heavy rain out of this, probably wind gusts 30 to 40 miles an hour. And then back towards the coast for my friends down towards Sarasota, Venice, Northport, you've got some showers coming ashore right now, gusty winds. Here there's a push of water too. The surge here though is going to be much lower than areas up towards the north. Sarasota showers coming up on you off to the west of St. Pete, but you see the rain is very scattered. We are not in the part of the storm right near the center where you get a constant rain and windstorm. This is going to come through in waves, and we're going to be dealing with this for much of the day. It'll be accompanied by a little bit more wind this morning and into the overnight, but the winds will not be as strong as they will be out in the Gulf of Mexico. I think for most of you, you could see gusts of 40 to 60 miles an hour. Driving in this morning, I don't really get a lot of wind. I was not in a rain band around 1 o'clock this morning. You couldn't even hear it. Now, when it was raining, you could hear it. Those rain bands push the wind down towards the ground, and that's what makes the wind gusts so strong. But when you're outside of these rain bands, it's probably pretty calm out there. So it's kind of a tricky situation. Tornado watch box is up. That's why you're seeing this red here. This is up until 6 o'clock this morning. They'll probably reissue it. They'll probably issue another one and shift it a little farther east. In fact, with this heavy rain band moving out of Highlands County and that warning that we just saw, I actually expect this to be extended to include the Orlando Metro and the East Coast. This is just kind of the typical plan for these systems. So there's the center of the storm. I do think it's starting to make a little bit of a shift toward the east. Here's what I mean about the wind. The wind is either south or southeast. So now Bradenton and Sarasota are switching to southwest winds, and this is what we don't want to see. As the storm passes to our north and starts shifting east, this is why we don't want the storm to go too far to the east. As the eye shifts east, these winds that are out of the south in Clearwater now will begin to shift to the north and east. And then the water will really start to get pushed ashore. Right now, the wind is blowing parallel to Clearwater Beach, or for parts of the beach that face northwest, it's blowing offshore. So the wind is not really pushing the water in Clearwater. Now, it is pushing water in Bradenton and Sarasota, and it's likely starting to push water into the bay. If Bradenton is seeing a southeast wind, that means north there across the Skyway. There's a weather station on the Skyway. I'll check that report when I'm off the air here with you to see what the wind is doing at the Skyway. But that could already be pushing water into the bay. So low tides again coming up here a little bit later this morning, and then we're going to be working our way towards a high tide. In the bay, there's a high tide at 3 a.m. That high tide is going to be over pretty quick. I don't think there's going to be a huge deal with that one. It's the next one that's going to be an issue midday as we go into midday today. There's the hour-by-hour forecast, just showing you where the system is going to go. There's the eye of the storm tracking up towards the Big Bend. Again, all of the hurricane conditions will completely miss our area, from Citrus County to Sarasota over towards Highlands and Polk. But we are going to continue to see these rain bands. And as the sun comes out later this afternoon, a couple of these may be still in an environment that's favorable enough to maybe produce a couple of spin-up tornadoes. And then it's just going to get hot. Look at the computer models here. If the rain clears out fast enough, we're going to be talking about temperatures potentially in the 90s as we go into the afternoon. Let me back up the maps, show you what's going on here again with the storm. Checking in, the Hurricane Center is going to be sending us updates as they get them, basically. There's an aircraft that's flying in there. Now they've got radar view of it from Tampa, from Tallahassee, so they're able to make really quick assessments in terms of winds and location. This satellite is one of my favorite because this takes a picture of the storm every minute by minute satellite images, and there's definitely been a shift to the east, a significant shift to the east. As you saw with the last advisory, the motion of the eye is now 10 degrees east of due north, and there is definitely a shift towards the east. So we are not going to see the eye pass through Tallahassee. That is now impossible because the storm is due south of Tallahassee, and it's moving 10 degrees to the east of due north, and that means it will not. So now we're watching for communities along the coast here, east of St. Mark's. So really, Steinhatchee, Perry area is probably where we're looking for that storm to come in. Hurricane conditions will probably be strongest here across portions of Dixie and Taylor counties. That's where you're going to get the brunt of the winds, and then those winds are going to carry right into South Georgia. This is going to carry across I-10. We'll see tree damage across the interstate. Lake City area, Madison and Madison County here. Drove through there probably hundreds of times at my times at FSU, and then over towards Jefferson County. So Jefferson and Madison County down towards Taylor County and Dixie County. That's where the bulk of your wind is going to be. The west side of the storm, not quite as strong. Now for coastal communities from St. Mark's to Carabel and St. George and Apalachicola, the wind is going to be offshore. So you're going to see the water get pushed down to the south, while on the other side of the bay, it's going to start to fill up and get pushed towards the north part of the bay. So that's the latest here. Definite, pronounced shift to the east, as the last advisory from the Hurricane Center is showing, and these minute-by-minute satellite pictures are also indicating that there is a shift towards the east. We'll continue to track it. We'll continue to, of course, track the flooding that's happening right now across our area. We'll have live reports coming up throughout the rest of the morning, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. You are continuing to watch our coverage as we track Hurricane Idalia. Greg talked about the flooding in the area. We checked in with Chad Mills in Madeira Beach. Saw storm surge happening there already. Greg mentioned that we're heading into low tide, but the water is still coming in.
Yeah.
And that's a concern. So we checked Pinellas County. Now we want to move to Pasco County.
Yeah, we want to move to Pasco County. This is going to be in the Port Richey area. We've got Eric Waxler out there right now. And I know that, Eric, you have been at an area that you've been to before. You've seen the conditions out there before in past hurricanes. Are you seeing anything happening out there right now, especially with this band coming through and this low tide not pushing the water out?
Yeah, Heather, really the last few hours it's been that kind of off and on of the bands coming through, and we've seen some bursts of heavy wind and rain, but then it lets up like it is right now. We're kind of in a calm spot, and really though throughout the night it has not been bad at all. I think people here are feeling very fortunate. We have seen the water coming in though. We're here at Nick's Park in Port Richey, where a lot of people launch their boats to head out into the Gulf. In this area, there was no water for, going about 20 feet out, and now you can see it's come up to the seawall, and it's getting higher and higher. And then over here, the ramp where people launch their boat, the water is made its way all the way up to the road, and it's getting to the point where we might move our own cars to get to higher ground because we don't know how much higher this water is going to get. The storm surge is what everybody's been talking about, and the concern in Pasco is the same, and could it reach US 19, which it has happened over the years during different storms, and that's when things can get very messy as people travel US 19. It's a major road, and there have been points over the years where that road has had to be closed down at points because of flooding. It's nowhere near that at this point, but with the high tide coming tomorrow at 12:30 around that time, who knows? But as this storm comes through, people feeling very fortunate because they've seen some terrible flooding in this area before, in past storms, tropical storms, hurricanes, in different neighborhoods, and so hopefully we don't see any of that today. I know the sheriff's office has been out and about checking for damage. We have not heard any kind of reports of anything seriously. They've also been checking neighborhoods. You have those mandatory evacuations, which leaves homes vulnerable and neighborhoods vulnerable. So the sheriff's office has been checking out those areas to make sure everybody is safe, all their homes are safe while maybe they've evacuated. The hotel down the road, pretty full. We saw people with their pets finding a safe place to spend the night. And I've discovered the phenomenon of people in their trucks. I think they feel confident driving around in this weather in their big trucks and Jeeps. And we've seen several trucks come through here to get a look to see what the conditions are like. And fortunately, not too bad. And, during storms, you always have to worry about things flying around. And the only thing that's been flying around so far are these things. They've been flying off the trees, so you got to dodge these. But other than that, it's been a relatively calm night here in Pasco County, and hopefully it stays that way. But for now, reporting live, I'm Eric Waxler. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Eric. Of course, we're also watching the flooding in that area. Eric talked about no wind. Dennis and Greg have been telling us it's not the wind that we're worried about at this point. It's the flooding from storm surge. So we'll check in with Eric. It's going to be a long 12 hours for us, probably 14, 15 hours. The entire city of Crystal River is in evacuation zone A. That means that it's vulnerable, most likely to see storm surge and flood. Everyone there preparing for a potentially scary night.
Yeah, absolutely. ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska is live along Crystal River. We have checked in with him throughout the night. Now, the storm surge there, the estimates are as high as 11 feet. Michael, what are you seeing out there right now? I know the last time we checked in with you, there was a lot of heavy rain moving through. Is that still the case, or are you more so seeing the storm surge at this point?
Hey, good morning, Heather and Dia. The storm surge that we're expecting, we're not in that event yet. We actually have the tide coming in. It's a little different here than what Greg is worried about down south in Madeira Beach. We actually have the tide coming in. There'll be high tide in about 2.5 hours, but the water has not risen to where it was earlier this afternoon. We do have an offshore flow, which obviously will start to shift, but most of our water is being pushed back out into the Gulf, out into Kings Bay, and here along Crystal River. So that's good news. My photographer Reed Moeller can zoom in and kind of gain up, and you can see the seawall. When we got here this afternoon, the water was over the seawall and kind of coming up onto the grass, and that was just from the king tide because we're having bad timing with this storm and that supermoon. We did just get off the phone a couple of minutes ago with the Citrus County EOC. We wanted to try to get an update from them because it's been so calm here. We don't want to lull people into a false sense of security, so we're jumping on a Teams call with them as soon as we can get off air and then get them on camera to talk about what their update was at their 11 p.m. some update. Obviously, it's been several hours. I think they had a mini update within their group maybe 30 to 45 minutes ago, but it's been pretty calm here in Citrus County, at least in this Crystal River area, which has been good. I mean, the heaviest rain I've seen all day was a band that came in earlier this afternoon. We've had a little bit of this rain picking up now, but as we see the turn possibly happening, we're going to start to see more of that weather come in this area. An 11-foot storm surge is absolutely terrifying. We're at a hotel here with rooms on the second floor, and there are some guests that were here visiting, some tourists that were on vacation that are here, and they're hunkering down as well. They moved every single guest that's here up to the second floor that didn't have a place to go to evacuate or felt comfortable staying here. So we're hoping that 11 foot doesn't verify, but we do know we're going to get something, whether it's just in the grassy area where I'm staying or whether it comes in up into this concrete area where the room is. Hopefully we get more clarification from Citrus about what's happening here. Maybe there's been some power outages. We do know that they went around the neighborhoods here and they had the bullhorn. They were telling people, hey, mandatory evacuation. We spoke to the mayor. He seems to think that people are heeding the warning and that people have evacuated. A lot of boats have been pulled out of Crystal River. We've seen people taking those to higher ground, people moving their cars up into some of the shopping centers on the other side of US 19 on the east side, which seems to be that line of demarcation for where that surge could come. So we're going to get some updates. Hopefully I can jump on this Teams call when they have availability and bring you the latest information here in Crystal River. Dia, Heather?
All right, Michael, thank you. And yeah, I mean, he brings up a good point. Obviously, Crystal River is a little bit more north than where we've seen Chad, who is more south. So he's really seeing those conditions. It's tricky with the timing, you know, and that's what we're having to kind of battle is the timing of the low tide, the high tide, as well as the storm moving through. Is it going to impact or not? We are seeing those impacts down south, just not up north quite yet.
Dennis talked about how the low tide is different for, you know, depending on where you are. My Good Morning Tampa Bay co-anchor James Tully is live on Clearwater Beach. When we last checked in with him, we were starting to see flooding in that area. James, is it getting worse out there?
Yeah, a lot worse, Tia, actually. And it's what we suspected would happen. Now, I just talked to Greg, and he mentioned how the wind direction. I mentioned it was a northbound wind, and that's, let's see, that's what we have right now. This is water from the beach. So let's give you some perspective on where we are right now. This is Coronado Drive. You've got the beach one block that way. That's where all this water is coming from. And as you can see, we've got substantial flooding here on this roadway. This was not like this a half hour ago. I want to say that again. It was not like this a half hour ago. This is how fast this surge can happen. So the issue is, and Sean Daly's out here field producing, doing an excellent job surveying, and we're talking about things, and let's put it this way to you. Clearwater's thin, right? You got the intercoastal over here, you've got the beach over here, you've got this convergence of water happening, and there's a good chance that for all the people who are still here vacationing, even some people down to the south of me that are living here, and we've even seen a couple people drive through this, which is not something you should do. This whole area is going to be underwater. The question is how much, and is it going to be a factor? So this is the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Mike, can you zoom in? You see the sandbags on the door there? That's a good litmus test for us this morning, because let's see if the water gets up to that door. Dramatic changes in the last half hour. I took a walk down a block here onto Gulf to take a look at the beach, and the water's completely over the beach. So that's where we are. We're showing some video right now that Sean shot. And Sean, this video we're seeing here is on the intercoastal side, right? This is some of the flooding over there and on the beach side. And I think you're going to see a parking garage here where there's flooding. And this is why when we got here this afternoon about 5, 6 o'clock at night, we parked on the 4th floor. Now, that's what we were worried about. And there is, if we are back on me on camera, are we back? Okay, live. Take a look. You got a car right over here. And this is another thing. That car's going to be in trouble. It's going to be in a lot of trouble. Eric Moore, our chief photographer, is out here. He just moved his car up a level. We were unloading some gear and everything. So again, here's the visual on Coronado Drive. And we've got maybe an official here, some kind of ATV. Is that a truck? That's a truck coming through here. Yeah, looks like that's police. No, it's not. That's Fox. Well, America's Weather Team. There you go. Well, at least they rose that thing up a little bit, right? Rain's picking up a little bit here too. So again, guys, here's the scene. And Greg said that this worried him. This bothered him a lot because the storm's overpowering the wind direction and pushing this water in from the beach. So, again, James Tully here on Clearwater Beach. Dia, Heather, Greg, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, James. Of course, we're seeing flooding. You saw that. James is on Clearwater Beach, but we're mainly seeing flooding in Pinellas County right now. But we've got crews spread out across the Bay Area. The overnight hours, we've been saying, are critical as we monitor high tide. It's different in terms of the time, depending on where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to go to reporter Rochelle Aline, who is checking out the conditions in the Spring Hill area in Hernando County.
We're here in Spring Hill where the rain has started and winds are picking up. Officials again asking folks who are west of US 19 to evacuate. That includes zones A, B, and C, mobile home communities and lower lying areas. They're encouraging folks to seek shelter, whether it's at a county shelter or here at a hotel that is fully booked outside of the Holiday Express Inn. We did speak to a county officials who also told us that as far as the evacuation zones are concerned, about 80% of the 15,000 people who live in those areas have left, but they are deeply concerned about that 20% that appears to be riding out the storm at home. They told us the reason they're so concerned, one, is about storm surge that could reach about 9 feet above ground, but two, because they're saying that there's a certain point at which it'll become too dangerous for first responders to come out and help you if you need rescuing.
We want all of our first responders to be able to go home to their families tomorrow. And that's absolutely, we owe them that. So for people to put themselves in harm's way, there will come a point where we're not going to be able to send emergency resources to assist.
And again, if you are seeking shelter, the county has opened up 4 of them. Head to our website, abcactionnews.com, for more information on where they are and what you can bring. In Spring Hill, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
Thank you, Rochelle. We've been talking about storm surge being the biggest concern as the storm passes through. It's not the wind, not the rain, it's the flooding that we're going to see. We've got Cedar Key, of course, it sustained millions of dollars in damage in 2016 from Hurricane Hermine's 9-foot storm surge. That area could see more surge into the early morning hours as Hurricane Idalia passes by.
We're going to check in with Forrest Saunders now for the current conditions in the Cedar Key area. Forrest, last time we spoke to you, you were closer to the water. You guys actually had to move away from there because of the conditions.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we were actually just a little inland of the mainland here, and basically we wanted to move back because there is just one bridge that leads out to that island community. With the storm surge coming up, with the winds coming up, and with the hurricane moving closer and closer to our location, we just did not want to be stranded out there. So we have pushed a little bit further inland. We're actually about 7 miles away from Cedar Key proper. You can see that the precautions have been taken behind me. This is a Dollar General that's been boarded up. We've seen several other businesses doing the same because there were a lot of people that just did not know what this storm was going to do. Now, obviously, the boards, they'll help you with the rain and they'll help you with the wind, but they are not going to help protect you with that storm surge. And if things get as bad as they have been predicted to get, which is 12 to maybe more 16 feet, that would mean that places like this would actually have water on the ground. We would be standing in water right now. So we are obviously hoping that doesn't happen, as well as a lot of those people out there on Cedar Key. There was a mandatory evacuation in place. Everybody was told to get out of Cedar Key, as well as the low-lying areas here in Levy County by 4 p.m., and that was yesterday. But we heard from city officials that about 100 people decided to stay behind to wait out the storm and see what would happen. I can tell you that according to the Facebook page for the fire department out there, they are getting gusts of about 40 miles per hour. They are seeing that water come up, and there are some potentially concerning things happening out there. But right now, as this storm continues to track more and more to the west, they are sort of hoping that that storm surge does not build up and reach those levels that were predicted of 12 feet or more. But we're going to have to wait and see, because obviously this storm could go any which way before it makes landfall. It sounds like there's an expectation it could make a hard right here, but we are just waiting and watching, and hopefully people are doing the same at home, because this is a potentially life-threatening storm. But for now, the conditions as far as the wind and the rain, not the issue. It's that storm surge that will be rising overnight that a lot of people are watching and hoping doesn't reach those potentially cataclysmic levels. Guys?
All right, thank you so much, Forrest. We'll check back in with Forrest coming up momentarily. We also want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if you lose power.
All you have to do is download our ABC Action News free mobile app. It again is free. You just grab your phone, open up your camera, and scan the QR code that's on your screen right now. It will take you to our free apps so you can download it.
We've partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on these stations using a battery-powered radio if your power goes out. Here are the partners right now. Q105, Wild 94.1, 99.5 QIK, 1010 AM Talk, 92.6 Maxima, and 98.7 Shark. Our coverage continues right after this short break.
All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're taking a look here at Cedar Key. This is a live camera of Cedar Key. You can see the rain is really whipping around, the wind is whipping around, and you also have some high surf. You can see the white caps there. Definitely, these conditions have been going on for quite some time, actually, from this camera angle that we've seen for probably at least an hour, 2 hours now, would you say, Dia?
Right, it's been going on for a while. Cedar Key was, kind of in the target zone of this storm for a while, but of course it's shifted west. Dennis, I want to get back to our area now, and you've been seeing the flooding in Pinellas County. Is there anything that really concerns you?
I mean, the simple fact is, Greg and I were just talking about this. So we're coming up on low tide in the next couple of hours across parts of Pinellas County, all right? And even though the tide should be going out, the water is rising. And we are getting reports from Indian Rocks Beach and some other spots that it's really getting wild out there. To quote the message, it's getting wild out there. The water is pushing in harder then the low tide is coming out. Now, that can happen sometimes when you get a powerful hurricane that is really pushing water in one direction. It actually overcomes either the onshore or offshore flow of the water, and that's what's happening right now. Now, Greg was talking about this a few minutes ago, and if you've been watching us for the last 4 or 5 hours, we've been really, really concerned about the track. The Hurricane Center continued to take the track more to the west, very close to Tallahassee, but it is very clear over the last hour that what we're looking at now, this is not a wobble. This really reminds me of 2004 with Hurricane Charlie. I mean, you look at the way this is an hour by hour, or rather minute by minute motion here. This is absolutely a turn to the northeast. Now, we were expecting that at some point. It was always going to turn to the northeast. By the way, this will have no impact on the Bay Area's weather directly. I've been posting this on social media, and they immediately said, oh my heavens, does that mean this is going to make it closer to the Bay Area? Not really. I mean, yes, it's going to bring the entire mass of rain closer and maybe even some of the wind, but certainly nothing substantial that's going to cause any issues. And no, this will definitely not impact our surge overall. Now, we still have to concern ourselves with a surge at high tide from around noon to 3 o'clock, depending on where you are. And at that point, remember, this storm is already going to be in Georgia. So it's going to lose some of its ability to push water because it's no longer going to be in the Gulf and it's going to be in another state. But it's still large enough and the flow will still be onshore enough that it can still and will still impact areas with coastal flooding and surge. So we're not seeing any changes, nor will we see any changes in the forecast for that storm surge until 5 a.m. At that point, in a couple of hours, the Hurricane Center is going to come out with a new advisory. But again, for the folks who have been watching us, for folks with kids at FSU, kids at FAMU, this is a huge change in the last half hour, as finally it's clear that our hurricane has reached the perimeter, the outer boundary of this area of high pressure down here. And in doing so, it's going around the side. So instead of going due north, it has finally hit the boundary. And that is great news for Tallahassee. They still could see hurricane force winds, but certainly they are going to miss the extreme winds. So unfortunately, and Greg and I were just talking about this probably means an area closer to Perry is going to be in terms of landfall. Now, Greg, we were talking about Appalachia Bay has never had a major hurricane go in. If this goes to Perry, would that just be on the other side of the bay, or would that still technically be in the bay?
That's still Appalachia Bay. So that whole area between Carabel, really, Perry, all the way down to almost, you can almost count Chiefland as Appalachia Bay. And it's the shape of the coast here, Dennis, that makes this area, it's like a bowl. It curves like this. So as the storm goes north, especially out ahead and to the right of the storm, the water is pushed in, and it has nowhere to go but to focus, to literally focus at the top of the bay. And it's these counties here, so it's going to be Wakulla, Jefferson, Taylor, and Dixie that really are going to take the brunt of this surge. And, you know, the forecast from the Hurricane Center up to 16 feet. The post report on Ian said 12 to 14 at Fort Myers Beach. So if you do get the max of this forecast, you're looking at a comparable surge to Ian. But there's always a little asterisk here. The population here is smaller at the coast, and it's farther away from the coast. The coast here is not a beach, it's an estuary. There's about a half a mile to a mile in some places of mangroves, little islands. That's going to absorb a good part of this surge. That is natural protection for the coast, with 19 being farther inland. But with a surge like this in that area so flat, you're going to get water penetration in places that have literally never seen water. And this is the issue that I think we're dealing with, is that, you know, I think, Dennis, you know, I hear this all the time. People say, I've never seen it flood like this. And that's why they don't leave, because they see these storms going by and nothing happens. And they said, well, the last 17 didn't flood. Why should I leave for this one?
Yeah.
The thing is you should never be in a situation where you're witnessing storm surge. I mean, that really is my rule.
You should leave.
No one should ever see storm surge. It should be something that we talk about, but no one ever sees, because it is so dangerous.
And we know that it's coming. I mean, granted, we cannot, and today's a perfect example, because we've seen the forecast levels of storm surge rise and fall depending on how strong the hurricane has gotten. If a hurricane gets unusually strong quickly, that will increase the storm surge. So you've had a forecast of 9 or 11 to 9 to 12 feet go up to 15 feet because we've had a hurricane go from a Category 1 to a Category 2 to a Category 3 and possibly a Category 4 at landfall. As a matter of fact, Greg, a lot of people have made the drive along US 19 north into the Panhandle, and someone just messaged me, I hope the Hardee's in Perry doesn't get messed up because it's a great Hardee's restaurant right there. I mean, we know this area, but as you mentioned, it is a rather rural community. A lot of areas in here aren't particularly populated much. It's kind of marshy, as you said. So comparatively speaking, several hours ago, when we were looking at a northbound hurricane at Cat 4 headed within 5 to 8 miles of downtown Tallahassee, this is a huge change and a beneficial one for a large portion of the Panhandle. But it's always, Greg, I'm sure you felt this way last year with us. You know, you kind of have survivor's guilt in some ways, because when Ian was coming for us and it started to shift more toward Fort Myers, you breathe a sigh of relief in your area, but at the same time, you know that it's going to be impacting someone else in that same fashion. So it's really part of being a Floridian. I mean, you know?
And you know, in that area, you know, and my heart just goes out for those counties, because if you've driven through there, this is not the same infrastructure that you see at the beaches here, all right? You're not seeing concrete homes lifted off the foundation, things that are built and designed for surge. These places, many folks live in older homes, many of them in not structures that are permanently attached to the ground. Permanent or mobile homes, non-permanent mobile homes, out in areas that will now flood, and there's very little option for that. And now with the storm, Dennis, coming up to Category 3 or 4, now you're also starting to, very close to the eye, be concerned about structural damage. And if someone is living in a mobile home in one of those towns or along 19 there, then the wind is now an issue too. You know, it's not just the water. You start worrying about the wind, as most of these mobile homes are not going to be able to take winds up 130, 140.
No, not even close. I mean, we often say for people in the Bay Area, even winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour as a Category 1 hurricane approaches, we recommend getting out of that mobile home and going into a shelter. So that's a Cat 1. If you're talking a Cat 3 or a Cat 4, yeah, I mean, there's just not many mobile homes that are going to be able to withstand that. And that's a great point, Greg, in terms of structural damage, because usually on the Saffir-Simpson scale, the scale goes 1 to 5. 1 is a Category 1 hurricane. Usually you're not going to see structural damage. You're going to get maybe some tiles off or some pool cage issue, whatever the case may be. 2, a little bit more. But once you get to 3 and 4, 3 is what we call a major hurricane, and 4 is really when you start to see structural damage. And as Greg mentioned, there's a lot of older homes out there. I mean, old homes are built well, but they're still old homes, and a lot of them aren't built to code like they are nowadays. So again, what are we looking at here?
So I'm kind of zooming through the area just to kind of show you what the geography looks like here. So this is southern Jefferson County. This is going to be the county that's just to the east of Tallahassee. And you see there is not a lot until you get up to 98. So I think this area would probably absorb the surge well. And here's what I mean by the estuary. So there is no beach here. There is about a mile in some cases is a lot less, of just mangroves. This is wetland, about a mile buffer before you actually get to solid ground. So this area is probably going to handle the surge pretty well. But you get farther down the coast. Now, Perry itself, as you work your way down, there's Cross City in Dixie County, so Perry's in Taylor County, I believe. It's a good distance. The center of the city, you're looking at 13 miles. Now, the water's not going to come up to the center of the city, okay? We're looking at the southern part of Perry here that would be impacted. But there are communities now south of Perry, excuse me while I work on my computer skills here, where you do start to see, these are satellite pictures of the area, roads and communities right at the coast. Deco Beach down to Keaton Beach. This is a popular area. I hear about Keaton Beach all the time. You're looking at large water rises here, Fish Creek, and all the way down to Cedar Key. You start to get more folks living close to the coast here, Dennis, and I think this is where the concern is going to be, really that southern Taylor County area through Dixie County, that's going to see probably some of the largest water rises.
And let's talk about how that impacts us, because as I was going on social media saying, okay, we're making a turn away from Tallahassee, the big question is, how will it impact the Bay Area? Well, at this point, we're still looking at scattered areas of rain as the banding continues to move on through, and all of it's continuing to move from south to north as it has for several hours. And we've had some really solid rainfall totals. But overall, the impact on our surge, probably not huge around the bay itself, but around Crystal River, which is quite a bit closer. You know, I believe, what was it, 9 to 11 feet was the original prediction for Crystal River for the surge. I mean, we've been showing Cedar Key, and Cedar Key is one of those cities that has been hit many, many times by hurricanes. One of the most memorable ones was back in 1985. That was Hurricane Idalia, and it was memorable for our area right here because a hurricane sat 90 miles offshore of the Bay Area and for 3 days just pounded the coastal area for 3 whole days. And in Cedar Key, it actually destroyed the boardwalk because it just continued for a prolonged period of time. We've had several hurricanes over the last decade, the last 15 years, that have gone right through Crystal River and right through Cedar Key with a storm surge of 5 to 8 feet. It happens pretty regularly. But at this point, how will this impact our area? I mean, Greg, weather people sometimes get geeked out when weather stuff is going on. And just a few minutes ago, Greg walks in. Well, go ahead and share what you were telling me about the tide coming out, because it's pretty incredible that while the tide is going out, the water is still rising.
Yeah, I mean, this hurricane is overpowering two forces, really, because for many of you, the wind is offshore still or parallel to the coast. So the wind is not adding anything to the water getting pushed in at this point, or it's maybe even pushing the water out. Then you've got the tidal forces themselves, which are really powerful, pulling the water out, trying to pull the water out, but the water levels continue to increase. That's just incredible that this storm is able to move that much water. And honestly, for what is a pretty compact hurricane, when you compare this to where Ian was at its size, this is a much smaller storm in terms of the strongest winds. You're really looking at just the center of it, really within, what, 30 miles, 35 miles of the eye. That's it. That's the whole hurricane in terms of hurricane force winds. Yet it's able to move hundreds of square miles of the Gulf of Mexico, overpowering wind and tidal forces, which just amazes me. I just checked the tide information for Crystal River, Dennis. The high tide there is at 5:03. So the tidal forces are now pushing the water in, and I think with this northeast turn, as you were alluding to here, we're going to see a big push of water toward Citrus County as well.
And it's going to be pretty quickly, too. I mean, that's 2 hours from now, but obviously that's something we're really going to have to keep watching. So we're going to continue on this and let you know again how this impacts the Bay Area directly, whether the surge, whether the wind, all of that coming up over the next several hours. We're going to be here continuously. We are far from over, but I will tell you, and we've been saying this forever, we are not going to see hurricane force winds. There's no change on this. For the folks who are thinking, oh no, it's making that turn that we were worried about for the longest time, there will be no hurricane force winds. There will be no significant areas that'll have any kind of wind damage. There's still the possibility of an isolated tornado or two, but the bottom line is what's happening now is an increase in a risk of that surge for our northern counties, but probably even more so north areas towards Cedar Key and Perry. And again, we'll have more on that coming up in a couple of minutes. Guys?
All right, thank you so much, Dennis. We want to get right out to Chad Mills in Pinellas County and Madeira Beach. And Chad, you just spoke with the Pinellas County deputy there. They have confirmed that a house is on fire in the Madeira Beach area. What else can you tell us about this?
Well, dear, we have no official confirmation of that yet, but yes, a deputy did come up and told me that they were trying to get down to the fire, but Gulf Boulevard, the power is out, so it's hard to see, but Gulf Boulevard just off there in the distance, you might be able to see kind of the gleam of the water coming from the lights on the other side of the street where they may be on generator power. But yes, they were having trouble passing down Gulf Boulevard at this point because the surge is so high. You see some of those high water vehicles come through every now and then. We haven't seen one in the past couple of minutes. They are able to get through, but some of those Pinellas County Sheriff's SUVs having a little more trouble now because the water is significantly higher. It's so high, in fact, we had to retreat from where we were just a few minutes ago. Photographer Delisa, if you could kind of pan over, hard to see, but we were over near that restaurant over there, the Lucky Lizard. We showed you the sandbags on both doors. It's safe to say that water is now up to the doors, sandbags being tested to their limits at this point. Probably a fair assumption that water is creeping into some of those businesses because it is just so high there on that stretch of Gulf Boulevard. Again, we are in Madeira Beach. This is the Madeira Commons Shopping Center. 150th Avenue is over my shoulder there, along with some Sunstar ambulances, some emergency officials kind of regrouping there because water is really closing in on us where we are, this storm surge. A block away from where I am, First Street South, that's a neighborhood street. I walked over there when it was safe to do so. Water was approaching the front doors of some homes, and other homes, it was already there. Probably safe to assume that water getting into some of the homes there on that street. Checked in with the mayor. He says where he is, further south toward Johns Pass, his neighborhood is still looking good, but really all of that is being tested right now by this storm surge and still the effects of the high tide, the peak of which we experienced just a short time ago. You know, the wind is also a factor. You can probably tell it's hard to stand here at times. Exactly, illustrating my point right there. We've seen signs snap within the past 10 minutes or so, just giving way to the wind that we're feeling here on Madeira Beach. We're actually to the point now where we think we're gonna have to find a safer spot. We have some shelter right here, but it's pretty limited. And as I mentioned, the water quickly creeping up here in Madeira Beach. So we're gonna retreat back, try to find some higher ground, send things back to you guys in the studio.
Chad, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. We were talking to Dennis a little bit ago, and he said he was on social media, and somebody in Madeira Beach had said this is the worst flooding they've seen in a long, long time. So obviously conditions are really getting bad out there.
And you can see the wind picking up there. We also just heard that the Skyway Bridge is now closed. The wind's over 50 miles an hour, so the bridge is now closed. We've seen the flooding, of course. Chad just showed us the flooding on Madeira Beach. James is on Clearwater Beach. We've seen it there as well. Let's head over to Tarpon Springs now, an area that's notorious for flooding.
Absolutely. I was out there a few years ago. It is always an area that tends to flood. It's very low in that area. They do usually do a very good job at sandbagging and preparing because they do know that it floods. But that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick.
And we're seeing some pretty severe flooding in the Tarpon Springs Sponge Docks area. I mean, my feet are fully submerged in this water right now, and I'm not even in the deepest part of it. We did just speak to an officer here who barricaded the street. He said try to avoid the area at all costs. I also spoke to some neighbors who were out kind of just watching the storm. They told me they had some concerns about flooding at their house, but they said they're used to it. They expected this. This is a low-lying area that is prone to flooding. Again, that officer says try to avoid this area at all costs. Don't go for a drive right now. It's not the time to go for a walk. The street is blocked off, and he does want people to avoid the area for now. We'll be out here all morning long, continuing to check back in and keep you updated on the latest. Reporting in Tarpon Springs, Keely McCormick, ABC Action News.
All right, Keely, thank you. And we're just going to check in really quick with Duke Energy. I'm looking at their map here, their outage map. About 13,000, a little bit more than 13,000 people are without power in Pinellas County. That did just go up, but what we were talking about just a few minutes ago was their new technology. They call it, they call it the smart grid. And so what that means is they're able to digitally restore power in some of these areas. So we have seen it fluctuating up and down, which is new technology, and that is good for folks who are living out there.
At one point it was 6,000. Now again, it's up to 13,000. But, you know, of course, in years past, you had to call, customers had to call to report outages. But with this new system, it makes it so much easier and then quicker for them to get power back on.
Yeah.
But we've seen the winds in that Pinellas County area. So we're going to see some of those power outages creeping up throughout the day. But of course, we'll keep you up to date. We'll watch those numbers and make sure that you're in the know. Want to go back to James Tully now live on Clearwater Beach. He's tracking conditions there. The last time we checked in with him, we saw some flooding in the area. James, is it getting worse?
Dee, I would say it is a little bit. Since the last time I talked to you, I got some feedback in the IFB, so I'm going to pull this out. Okay, so let's show you the street as a official comes through here. We're right here on Coronado Drive, right at 3rd Street, in front of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. To give you a spot. So this is, the winds have picked up a little bit for us. Still, that's not the concern. Rain hasn't been the concern all night. Surge is the concern, just as our entire great team of meteorologists has said. And we're seeing this all come from the beach here. Give you some perspective. Okay, so the beach is one block this way, right? The intercoastal is one block that way, right? So we've got a bit of a convergence now. I can confirm to you the water has crested over the seawall on that side, and of course this is all coming from the beach. So I guess the good news is I guess the big question, let's start with that. The big question is how much more is this going to rise? And that's what we're going to be watching for. That's going to be a combination of wind direction and the power of the storm that's rumbling up our coast. Since I last talked to you about a half hour ago, I wouldn't necessarily say we've had a significant rise. Let's give you some perspective. You see the white car down there? Last time we talked to you, there wasn't water anywhere near the car. Now there is. Okay, so maybe a couple of inches there. You see the sandbags at the front door to the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Water starting to hit that. Last time we talked to you, it wasn't. So, yeah, we're just kind of out here just with a great perspective of this street, Coronado Drive, which obviously is shut down right now, obviously. And, with that convergence we talked about, guys, I mean, we're looking at it, I don't know, another 6 to 8 inches, and most of Clearwater is going to be underwater. So we're at that point where we're here monitoring it and watching this to see just how much worse it's going to get. And, we'll stay here. We'll keep watching. I've got Sean Daly doing some surveying. What we're going to do next, and if you stay tuned to our social media pages, he and I are going to walk over to the beach, which we can safely do. The water's about 6 to 8 inches. I want to give you guys some perspective of that. Can't really get our crews there. I want to go there and show you that the beach is completely, it's covered up, which is not a sight that we see too often. And a lot of this is going to be the first time people have seen it ever. First time it's happened in decades, right? So that's what we're going to do. Again, here at Clearwater Beach, keeping an eye on things for you. Wouldn't say there's been a dramatic increase in surge as we have hit high tide here, but we're going to keep watching it and see what happens. So I'll send it back into you, and we'll stay put.
All right, thanks so much, James. Of course, we're going to continue to check in with James throughout the morning to check the conditions there. It's getting bad.
Yeah,
it's really bad out there.
And with Chad as well. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we want you to stay informed regardless of the situation. We have partnered with 6 local radio stations, and you will be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio. If the power goes out, you will always be connected to us.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that you charge up your phones, make sure that they're ready. I just had a text message from someone saying, I'll listen to you all as I drove into work. Somebody's going into work right now. But yeah, our radio partners are on your screen right now. We've got a number of them. Our coverage continues right after this short break. Good morning again to you. 18 minutes after 3 now. We are continuing to track Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way up the coast, and we're seeing the impact of the storm in the Bay Area. We've got crews spread out across the Bay Area monitoring the storm, monitoring the conditions. We're seeing storm surge in parts of Pinellas County already, but we want to go to Crystal River now, where the entire city of Crystal River is in an evacuation zone. It's an evacuation zone A. That means it's vulnerable to flooding and to storm surge. Everyone there preparing for a long and potentially scary night.
ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska is live along Crystal River. Now, Michael, the last time we checked in with you, conditions were pretty decent. They were all right. What we're seeing down in Madeira Beach isn't happening quite yet where you are. Of course, that is something, though, that the city is preparing for just in case. I think the estimate was 11-foot storm surge in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Dia and Heather. I think that what we're seeing down south, if people up in this part of our coverage area are watching, is kind of like bad news, you know, because they didn't have that high of a storm surge. We haven't really seen any storm surge at this point because we have an offshore flow, but we know as it shifts, we're anticipated to have that, and we're in the higher storm surge area of most of our coverage area, other than going up to Cedar Key, where there's that 15-foot storm surge. We were at 8 to 12 earlier today, then the models ran it again. Right now, we're still at 7 to 11 feet of a storm surge, but things that so far have been calm. We're still sort of waiting for this storm to switch. It's been going north. It didn't turn when people thought it would, so we haven't had really that kind of onshore flow to the northeast, which has been great for us. You know, the mayor told me he feels very fortunate for where we are now with the cone track, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. If you go over my left shoulder, there's some pretty good lights over there. We still have power in this hotel that we're staying at right along Crystal River. We're about an elevation of maybe 4, 5, 6 feet. And you can see it's a steady rain now, but you don't see the bands just ripping across like we've been seeing up in those live shots with Chad, particularly, that I was just watching. So we're anticipating that to come up this way, but we're about an hour and a half north, maybe even more, from exactly where he is located. Crystal River's been really calm. We have the tide going out. High tide is at about 5:04, somewhere around that time. So even though we have the tide coming in, the water levels aren't rising along Crystal River. If we kind of pan across, we can give you a lay of the land here and let you know what people have been doing to prepare. That is someone's very nice house, some awesome houses here. This is a beautiful place, old Florida to live. Crystal River is famous for the manatees in the wintertime. More than 1,000 come here, and this is just really heaven for a lot of people. It's beautiful, and Crystal River is just obviously crystal clear, which is why it's named that. So their boat's gone. Neighbors down there raised their boat up, and then right along this section here would be a lot of boats here docked at the Plantation Inn where we're at. We have seen Citrus County Sheriff's deputies going through these neighborhoods with their big spotlights, checking, making sure there's no shady characters out here. Obviously, people that are wanting to loot and vandalize take advantage of these situations when people do the right thing and evacuate. We are in Zone A here, and Crystal River, as you mentioned, the entire place is in this evacuation zone. And City Hall, we know, sits at 4 feet, and it's flooded during several storms over the past couple of years, including a non-named hurricane, which was the storm of the century in 1993. I think there was like a 6.5 foot storm surge, according to some historical data that I pulled from the National Weather Service online talking about that storm. We have reached out to the Citrus County EOC trying to get an update. It's been very calm, and as I mentioned before, we don't want people to think that this is all we're going to get. It's been a very long waiting game trying to see exactly which track this is going to take. Greg D has said, you know, trying to figure out the storm surge is it an exact science? It's very difficult to do. So we're feeling the same way too. You know, we're in a 7 to 11 foot range, which would be way above my head, even where I'm standing here kind of up the hill. So it is terrifying to think about. You want to get to safety, and you want to have already been somewhere safe where you're on an elevated area if you stayed here, because you don't want to be driving on these dark roads when the water does start to rise. And as we've seen where James Tully is and Chad, it does come up extremely fast. One thing we do have working to our advantage here, I was looking at the Cedar Key camera that we have. I mean, the waves are just ripping through there. We're a little bit off of the coast where we have Kings Bay and the aquatic preserve and the mangroves, and so all of that nature, that natural environment is.
All right, we just lost Michael Paluska's live shot again. He was in Crystal River. He was talking about, one of the things that people want to do when they feel like the storm is past. They want to go out and try to assess the damage. Authorities say, don't do that. That's dangerous because, of course, we're approaching high tide. And we don't know exactly what the storm surge is going to do and what the flooding levels are going to do. So just wait until authorities tell you it's safe to go out and try to, assess the damage.
Right, and you definitely don't want to be walking through any water because you just don't know what's going to be in that water. It could be debris, glass, it could be
power lines,
wild animals, snakes, things like that. So yeah, not a good idea to walk through that water. We're going to head out to Pasco County now, where Eric Waxler is in Port Richey. He's joining us live with the latest. Eric, I know you have seen a little bit of water rise, but nothing too significant yet.
Yeah, and that has changed. We have been watching the water slowly rise all night. Well, now the headline is that here in Port Richey at Nix Park, the water has breached the seawall. This is the outlet to the Gulf of Mexico straight ahead, where the Cody River meets this part of the Gulf and heads out where a lot of people launch their boats from. And you can see, it's really moving now. Basically the sidewalk, the road here that people drive through to get to the boat dock, it now has at least a few feet of water. That's the boat ramp right there. Now it's melded in with the river itself. You can't tell the difference. And that business right over there, that's the boat dock for the casino boat that you might have seen that goes out of here fairly often. The dock is underwater. You can see the door has water above it, and we are told inside they have some flooding issues. So this area has really deteriorated the conditions in just the last hour, and we're actually going to move to higher ground as soon as we wrap up here, because we've had people driving through here all night taking a look to see the conditions in their trucks and such, but now it's definitely not a place that anybody wants to drive through because the water is rising, and it's rising fast here in Port Richey. Other than that, the weather hasn't been all that bad. We're seeing a little bit of gusting winds right now, but other than that, that is not anything that people need to worry about, but it's this storm surge that definitely we need to keep an eye on. Live in Port Richey, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Eric. Absolutely, we need to watch storm surge all throughout the day. We've got another low tide coming up a little bit later on as well. We've been seeing that all morning long, with the, of course, the tide, high tide is different. The times different depending on where you are. So we're going to continue to see that throughout the morning. As we continue to track Hurricane Idalia, we've watched it shift a little bit toward the west, and of course towards Tallahassee, and about 60 miles east of Tallahassee in the town of Perry, we found out there's no shelter for evacuees.
As Scripps News reporter Adalia explains, people along the coast are doing what they can to stay away from the surge.
We are standing just outside the typical parking lot for the Holiday Inn here in Perry, but you can see we're standing on grass. There are cars that have parked up here. There are ATVs. There are boats. People have been looking for spots anywhere so that they can get into this hotel and get to shelter, because right now Taylor County does not have an open emergency shelter. Another thing you'll see are a few of these big U-Hauls. I was speaking to a woman in the elevator here. She told me she actually packed up all of the furniture in her home, packed it into one of these because it's going to be easier for her to do all this than have to replace everything that's been damaged. We have been speaking to evacuee after evacuee, many of them flooding this hotel, each one with a story.
I've been homeless before. I've had a storm in '93 and took my home. I didn't even leave with the clothes that I had. There was someone else gave me clothes to leave the beach. Yeah.
One place that is expected to stay open for residents is the hospital here. It's the only hospital in the county. And as of last check, the staff members there are still hunkered down. They've got almost 4 dozen who are coming in. It's not a trauma center, but they are there and ready to help people, even though when the storm hits, emergency workers may not safely be able to get to anyone who actually needs them. For now, in Perry, Madeline Adalia, Scripps News.
Thank you, Madeline. Want to go back out to Chad Mills live in Madeira Beach. Last time we checked in with Chad, there was a house fire that had broke out there, also dealing with storm surge. Chad, what's happening now?
Well, let's start with that house fire. We have more details just coming to us seconds ago. We've learned that there is a condo fire. I'm reading this. This is info from the Pinellas County Emergency Operations Center Command. We heard that it's the 14,100 block of North Bayshore Drive in Madeira Beach. Good news here is that there are no injuries. Bad news, firefighters tell us that it is fully involved and near other structures. And more of the bad news is the storm surge is hampering efforts to fight this fire. If you see the red lights over there behind me in this parking lot, that's a firefighter from Seminole Fire Department. I was just talking to him a couple minutes ago. He said that they were actually having to pull firefighters from that scene just because the storm surge is so bad right now. Where we're standing, we're half a mile from that fire. We can't see it. We can't access it because both roads to the fire are flooded and too high for our vehicles to get to. There's a small neighborhood road to my left. It's flooded, and of course Gulf Boulevard. And if you look over there right now, there is a fire truck coming through, kind of lighting the way. You can see water. That's a big fire truck for Madeira Beach, and he's having to stay pretty steady to get through that water. Certainly maybe some big pickup trucks could get through right now, but it is pretty deep and it is pretty fierce out there. We're standing in a windbreak along these businesses, so we're not really getting hit by the full extent of the wind right now. The power went out. We have objects that are flying through, signs, metal, pieces of metal, so just kind of dangerous to be standing out in the parking lot. But you see another fire truck coming through right now as well. Trying to read, looks like it is Seminole Fire Department, Seminole Fire Rescue coming through. I don't know if that's a sign that they were able to fight the fire effectively and come back here to this staging area, or if in fact they were not able to put out the fire because of the storm surge. So we will continue to check back with first responders to learn more about that situation. Again, 14,000 Bayshore Drive in Madeira Beach, a condo fire near other condos. As for storm surge, as we mentioned, Gulf Boulevard still flooded in this area. Just looking around the surrounding area, we went over to that other street that runs parallel to Gulf Boulevard where we are. That's First Street. It too was flooded, and just seeing some of the homes, this was a good hour and 15 minutes ago, water already approaching the doors of some of those homes. You can only imagine the situation on that street worse now than it was then. Going to continue to monitor things here on the barrier island in Madeira Beach. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Chad, thank you so much, and hopefully, I know that he was saying there were no injuries in that fire. Hopefully they were able to get pets out of that as well, because I know that as folks evacuate, sometimes they leave their pets behind, and that obviously is a concern if they can't get to.
Hopefully everybody evacuated out of that building.
Right,
of course,
right,
Chad also mentioned that it's very near some other structures as
Mhm.
well, and the storm surge is hampering the efforts to get in there and fight that fire. So we'll continue to check in with Chad and monitor that situation. Our hearts go out to those people, anybody nearby that situation. Our team coverage continues now as we track Hurricane Idalia. Overnight, we watched this storm shift a little bit towards the west, with Tallahassee now in the crosshairs. So that whole panhandle area right now is of concern.
Yeah, we want to head out to Taylor County in the Big Bend region. That's where we find Paul LaGrone. And Paul, this is the first time we're checking in with you this morning. We just want you to assess the conditions out there for us at this time.
Yeah, so right now the biggest change from last night when we left is it is raining now. So the rains are starting to come down. We're starting to get some of those bands as Hurricane Idalia starts to roll this way. The Big Bend here in Florida, we're in the town of Perry, about 7,000 people. In the county of Taylor County, about 22,000 people, right here in the heart of the Nature Coast. And unfortunately, the news this morning that people are waking up to here, if they haven't already, is that we could be hit with a Cat 4 hurricane in this part of Florida. They could take the brunt of the storm. I got some insight here. My friend Chris is joining me right now. Chris, come on over here. I want to just ask you a couple of questions because a lot of people are in the situation where they're in mobile homes, and you're here. You've been here for a while. What are you concerned about right now?
Honestly, I'm more concerned on the elder people that are in the mobile homes. A lot of the mobile homes are very historical. On top of being historical, a lot of the flooding is going to happen. This little town has never experienced that. And so being the first experience, I would really say the elders is what I'm really concerned on that couldn't get out.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of family discussions that are unfolding in real time right now. When we're talking sons and daughters to their older parents, hey, go see higher ground, come to my house, and sometimes, the older folks want to kind of go their own way. Are you hearing that?
Hearing a lot of it, actually.
Yeah. And you were describing Perry. It's a historical town, a lot of older buildings, so that's obviously a concern as well.
Oh yes, we're talking buildings that from like 1915 up to some of them might be 1910, the oldest.
All right, and you obviously made the decision to come here and call it and kind of write it out in this hotel, which is a good strong building, but Cat 4 wind hurricanes, that's going to be what we're seeing here.
Yes, sir, sure is.
All right, Chris, thank you for your insight. Appreciate it. So, in certain situations, where depending on where you are, it's going to be a different story. The Gulf Coast is, due west 30 minutes that way. We're further inland, so storm surge is not going to be our story here. It will, however, be the wind and the rain, whatever that brings, but mostly the wind. So as we say, run from the water, hide from the wind. And here, wind is going to make its mark. On Perry and Taylor County, you have a lot of trees. It is a heavily wooded area. The town of Perry itself, with those older buildings, the people who live in mobile homes who haven't evacuated, that is where people's hearts and minds and concerns are right now. There's still time to act. I mean, again, we say you don't have to, go 2 hours east or south. You can go, even if you can get to shelter 20, 30 minutes here. The brunt of this hurricane not expected to come through here until 8 a.m., 9 a.m., but obviously every minute that goes by is a minute that you don't have to make those moves. And I'll just leave you with this, bit of a tricky situation that happened in real time yesterday, and obviously these decisions are made for a reason, but they shut down the only official hurricane shelter in Taylor County, elementary school, and at that time they thought, this was going to get the brunt of the storm. And then they told people to go to Tallahassee and seek shelter there. And we've been sort of doing this tug of war back and forth. Is the eye going to be here? Is the worst of it going to be here? Is it going to be in Tallahassee? It's looking like the eye could very well pass over this part of where we are right now in Perry, in Taylor County, or at least maybe a little bit north of here. But at this point, you kind of throw that out the window, and it's, as Dennis would say, you stick your head out the window and you say, well, this is what's going to be happening in real time. That's what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours into the later part of the day. Proof of a hurricane with 130 mile per hour winds expected to arrive here in the town of Perry in Taylor County. The Big Bend looking to take a big punch, unfortunately, guys. That's the story right now. I'll check back in a little bit later.
Hey, Paul, before you go, we were just talking with Dennis, and he was asking, I know you mentioned that you are pretty far inland, so you're more than 10 miles away from the coast right now. While we're dealing with storm surge, that is not going to be an issue for you, correct?
Correct, yeah. I mean, we're about 30 minutes from the coast, but there are towns there. I mean, and there really is no delicate way of saying this. That obviously this isn't South Florida where you have millions of people on the coast, or even Tampa Bay, or even Southwest Florida where you have that civilization right on the water's edge. But you do have towns, and it's all relative, right? If your whole life is there and you live in Steinhatchee or Cedar Key for that matter, which is an hour south of here, or Keaton Beach, Horseshoe Beach, those places, I hate to use this word, but I mean, they're probably going to get wiped out. I mean, 130 miles an hour winds, 15-foot storm surge. Hopefully all of those people made it out. They were under a mandatory evacuation order to come. So if you're looking at 12, 15-foot peak storm surge, it's definitely going to could go at least a mile inland. So anything in that path, plus the wind, plus the rain, that's a triple deadly combination. Here in Perry, where people have seek shelter, although few options they have in this town of Perry, this hotel being one of them, the Holiday Inn, at least you're further inland. We're 27 feet elevation, so storm surge not going to be a factor here, but wind, yes, that's the chief one, and then of course rain and the power of a Cat 4 hurricane. And I'm concerned about these cars behind me. Everything in that field, there's new construction. There's an apartment complex being built right behind us that's all lumber, all wood, none of it really tied down. So flying objects, these are the kind of things that are going to be our reality today.
Absolutely. Of course, this is the reality. People weren't prepared for a hurricane to make landfall in that area. We'll continue to check in with Paul Lagrone as that storm gets closer. Right now, this is a live look at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, where as of just a few minutes ago, it was shut down for drivers because of high winds. You can see the camera shaking.
Yeah, winds are being reported over 50 miles per hour. So if you'd plan to use the Skyway at any time, FHP says you should find an alternate route. You're probably going to want to take I-75 instead, or again, just stay off of the roadways, because again, it is just a little dangerous out there at the moment. We will continue to track Adalia, and we will be right back after the break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Idalia. It's 3:41 right now. One of the impacts of Hurricane Idalia that we'll be monitoring throughout the Bay Area all night is power outages. Of course, we've been seeing the wind picking up, particularly in Pinellas County.
Yeah, Duke Energy serves the largest number of people in the path of Adalia and in Pinellas County in particular. Taking a live look now at Duke Energy's outage map, the utility is reporting a little more than 1,600 customers without power right now. Nearly 14,000 of those are in Pinellas County.
And TECO is reporting more than 700 outages in Hillsborough and Polk counties. Of course, we'll continue to update these numbers as they change. Right now, I want to check in with Dennis Phillips. I saw you and Greg both hovering around the radar. Dennis, what's new now?
Yeah, a lot of talk going on. This is really the last 6 hours has kind of been a lot of up and down for viewers, especially folks who have friends and family and kids in Tallahassee. So if you look right there at the longitude, it's 84.3. That is the longitude of Tallahassee. So the only way that this storm, and it's very clear in the last hour, if you happen to fall asleep and you're just waking back up, I know a lot of folks, myself included, really worried about Tallahassee because for a period of time, this was going due north and the Hurricane Center kept bumping the track west right into Tally by tomorrow morning. Well, since then, look what's happening. We're seeing a pretty significant, maybe a 25 or 30 degree turn off to the east, and we are right now at the longitude of Tallahassee, and it's no longer moving north, so it's going to continue to move out of the picture. But what we are seeing now, and about 3 or 4 hours ago, if you were watching, Jason and I were showing, you could see 2 eye walls from the center of this storm. What that meant, it was going through a cycle where quite often one eye wall kind of shrivels away and the other one develops, it makes the system go stronger. It also makes it a little wider. It increases the level of winds that are hurricane force. So I suspect what is now 25, 35 miles out hurricane winds, I think over the next 2 or 3 hours, that's going to expand a little bit. Now, it's going to have no impact directly on the Bay Area per se, but it is going to be close enough to areas around Cedar Key and even maybe north of Crystal River, where those winds could gust as high as 65 to 70, which is kind of what we've been saying all along. The farther north you are, the more the winds are going to be. But right there, I mean, just watch the explosion around the eye on that left side. Boom. I mean, right there shows intensification. And not only that, we're seeing lightning on radar with some of these things. I mean, anytime you look at an area like this, there's your eye. And it looks kind of ragged now, right? It doesn't look quite as healthy. Trust me, it is. When you see lightning strikes developing around an eye like we have right there in the last 15 minutes, that is absolutely a sign of intensification. So unfortunately, I mean, it's not great news. Paul was saying that a couple of minutes ago. I mean, the reality of this is you're looking at more than likely what's going to be a Category 4 hurricane at winds of about 130 miles an hour, making landfall somewhere around the Dixie County, Taylor County border. Again, as we mentioned, Perry is about 13 miles inland, so they won't deal with the surge. And yes, it is a rather rural part of the area. I mean, we hate to pick areas, but you would probably say that if you had to pick and choose a highly populated area like Tallahassee or the Bay Area, typically this marshy part of the Big Bend area works out a little bit better for landfalling storms because there's just fewer people. But in terms of, and this is the thing that directly impacts the Bay Area, we're still coming up on low tide. So the water is pushing out in Crystal River, and yet the water is rising. So in other words, the water is pushing in so hard from this storm that that water that's trying to exit out from low tide can't do it. That's how strong this system is. So by the time we turn around and we go from low tide up to high tide, we would expect that those levels are going to rise. Now, the only saving grace could be that, and Greg and I have been talking about this as well, you know, this is moving pretty quickly. So the difference from high and low tide is 6 hours. So we're probably another 8 hours away in this area from high tide. And Greg, this area in 8 hours is pretty much going to be almost to the Georgia border. So certainly there's at least the chance that we're going to see less of an impact from the storm than we would if it was closer. I mean, it's still going to have an issue, but maybe a little bit less than it would have had otherwise. And we're looking for any kind of a positive thing to spin on this when it comes to this surge, because we all know where landfall is occurring near Perry, what, 11 to 15 feet? Was that the latest thing?
Yeah, that was, they went up to 16 feet, in fact, in that coast. They raised it up to as high as 16 feet. And Dennis is right. So there are so many factors that impact how much water a storm gathers. This is what makes it so difficult. So one of them is the storm size. It's really the wind that moves the water. The wider the wind field, the larger the storm, the more water it moves. The shape of the coast, the depth of the water under where the hurricane is. This part of Florida has a lot of things that don't work in its favor. The way the coast curves, focusing the water up towards a little point there at the top of Appalachia Bay, and the shallowness, the continental shelf here. If you've ever taken a flight from Atlanta or maybe over from Tallahassee down to Tampa, you'll fly over Appalachia Bay and you can see the bottom of the ocean there miles out into the Gulf of Mexico. It is extremely shallow. It's one of the reasons why many of you go out scalloping off of Hernando and Citrus County, because the water is so shallow far out. And that shallowness makes the water very easy to move. The speed of the storm is another factor. The slower the storm moves, the more time it has to gather up the ocean and push it forward. With this storm, that is one factor that is not in the favor of a high surge, and that is its forward motion. It's moving fast and only should accelerate as it approaches the coast. So the faster we get it through here, the lower the surges will be, the lower the rainfall amounts will be. It all works in our favor. The one thing that faster forward motion doesn't favor is wind speed to the right of the eye, where it would be a little bit stronger. But at this point, that would probably be a lower issue, a lower concern compared to the surge, which of course is the most dangerous. For the Bay Area, we're just going to continue to see these rain bands. If you look at the radar here, they just continue to develop. I think this is going to be much of the morning, maybe much of the afternoon for some of you. You see the radar here, and any of these rain bands can quickly have a quick spin-up tornado. So we'll get a couple of tornado warnings, I'm sure, through the rest of the morning. If these hang on for the first half of the day as the temperatures rise and things warm up, there's going to be breaks of sun in between these. You could get some extra intensity to some of these cells. They are producing lightning. I'm watching this band right here that's setting up across Hernando over towards Pasco and northwestern Hillsborough County. Getting some lightning out of that. Would not be surprised to see a quick spin up. And then there's one more band kind of ahead of the main brunt of the storm that is producing a little bit of heavy rain as well. Wanted to show you the wind gust with this as I skip ahead through the graphics. So these are current sustained winds. No one is actually seeing sustained winds of tropical storm strength, but look at the gusts. Now these are pretty strong. Newport Richey over towards St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Now these are coastal communities, and this is where I would expect the strongest winds to be with this. In the interior, inland, the wind here is not going to be consistent. You've got a lot of friction, topography, trees to play with. The strongest winds are above the tree line. But it's inside of these rain bands as they move through. As the rain falls, it pushes that wind down. That's when, in a place like Plant City, where your winds are only gusting 20 miles an hour right now, that's when you may get suddenly a wind gust of 45, maybe even 50 miles an hour. Then the rain moves away and the wind dies down and then it turns quiet again. So it's a little harder to predict what the wind is going to do, especially east of 75 and the I-75 corridor. It's going to be very spotty because it really is going to depend where these rain bands set up. Closer to the coast, that wind is right above the water surface. So if you're facing the beaches, you're getting the full force of that wind blowing into the coast. And that's why our reporting stations at the coast are seeing such high wind gusts, 50 to, in some cases, 60 miles an hour. You saw Chad there, Madeira Beach. I mean, they were talking about getting to a safer place because it was difficult to stand at times because of the strong winds. Whereas some of you may be in interior Pinellas County where you're not at the coast thinking, what wind? It's barely windy where I'm at. That's the kind of difference you see with the winds with this kind of a system. Tornado watch box up for most of our area. I do expect that to be extended towards the East Coast later this morning. Any of these storms could have some spin. We could actually take a look inside of the storm. The radar reads not just where the rain is falling, but it also has the ability to look at wind direction and wind speed. And looking at these cells, just kind of an overview, there are a couple of spots that are showing a little pop of color. There's nothing here that I'm seeing rotating. That one line here through Hernando, Pasco into northwest Hillsborough County, I think that's going to be one to watch for maybe a quick little spin up. Nothing there that I'm seeing right now. For the majority of these are going to be rainmakers. And then there's that other band down to the south here into Hardy and DeSoto County. This one's pretty robust too. You're getting some heavy rain here. This is the same area where we had a funnel cloud reported. The Weather Service sent out that report near Avon Park. So Wauchula, Zolfo Springs, Arcadia, Highway 17 corridor heading down towards Avon Park and Sebring eventually. This could be a storm that you're going to be worried here. We're going to be watching over the next hour. Dennis, the pressure down another millibar in the last hour or so. So, I mean, there is no sign that this thing has leveled off looking at the satellite and the reports from Recon.
Yeah, and you could really tell that satellite. I was walking around the newsroom and I ran over to Greg, like, come and look at this, because, I mean, boom, you can see it right there. It really has that look that it's going through another round of intensification. So I think it is very likely that this will go to 1:30 before landfall, which, by the way, folks who are asking, landfall looks to be around 8 or 9 o'clock, between 8 or 9 o'clock this morning, and rather close to Perry. We said Perry's 13 miles inland, but again, somewhere between that Dixie and Taylor County border. So how would that impact our area directly? I mean, there could be a little more wind in Crystal River, a little more wind in Citrus County, certainly not hurricane force, but, you know, maybe tropical storm force sustained of 45 to 50, gusts to 60 or 65. So in terms of the Bay Area, we're getting some much needed rain. We're not seeing severe weather at this point. We might see, as Greg mentioned, another quick spin up We had one tornado warning issued, and that was about an hour and a half ago. I think it's kind of all a blur at this point, the time-wise, but we did briefly have one, and that's it. But as we see more bands and more spinning of the atmosphere, there could be one or two. But after this moves onshore and we continue to see that onshore wind across the area, that's when we're concerned about high tide, because the next high tide, the one around lunchtime, around noon to 3, depending on where you are, that's the one that's a solid 3-foot tide, the supermoon king tide that a lot of people have been talking about. The hope is that maybe by then it's going to be far enough away that it's not going to have as big of an impact, but I think we're going to continue to see high water levels this time, and especially later on this morning and into the afternoon. So we get a new advisory, a new track updated in about an hour. Obviously, as Paul said a couple of minutes ago, I've used this term for a long time. Sometimes you just throw the models out the window and look out the window. And that's kind of what we're doing right now, is we're only about 4 hours away from landfall. Guys?
All right, thank you so much, Dennis. Chad Mills is live in Madeira Beach, where he told us that storm surge is preventing efforts to contain a fire in a condo building. And Chad, the last time we checked in with you, the good news is there were no injuries, but the bad news is it's very near other structures. Is that still the case?
We are still waiting for another update, but we do understand that that was the case. That fire that was at a condo south of us toward Johns Pass was near other structures, and they were having trouble getting to it because of the storm surge. We're still waiting for another update from Pinellas County, but really it just puts it into perspective what first responders have to go through. Sometimes in the middle of a hurricane, you know, they say that when they have tropical storm force winds, which we have right now, you can clearly see it, that they limit what they do. But, you know, when they have something like a fire that is near other structures, they make the best effort possible to get to it and put it out. We should have an update within an hour or so, but we remain here in the Madeira Commons off of 150th. You have Gulf Boulevard behind me. You can see we've lost power on this side of the street, but the glow from our headlights, you can see the water still all the way across Gulf Boulevard. We're on some high ground in this parking lot, but there are other places that are not quite as high up, including this restaurant right over here, Lucky Lizard. That's where we were a couple hours ago. We were standing on the side of the restaurant and we were pretty dry up on the restaurant's curb. Well, now that curb is underwater. There is water up next to both of the doors into that restaurant and some of the other businesses in that shopping center. We have only been able to see what we can in this general area because we're kind of boxed in by the storm surge right now. But where we have been able to walk safely within the past couple of hours, we've seen some homes in the area as well that also appear to be taking on some water on First Street, which is the road parallel just to the east of Gulf Boulevard in this part of Madeira Beach. You know, the rain has actually stopped. We haven't had rain for quite a while now, but we are still feeling pretty strong winds, tropical storm force winds here, and maybe perhaps some stronger gusts. Power went out about an hour ago. The transformer lit up the sky purple. One could probably presume that maybe the fire had something to do with that because the timing kind of coincided with when much of Madeira Beach lost power, at least this part of Madeira Beach lost power. There were some firefighters in this area. They have pulled back. You know, we don't know how far the water goes up Gulf Boulevard, but we understand that if you go to the north, there are some higher spots. But when we were coming from Indian Shores a couple hours ago, we started to see areas of Indian Shores where the water had breached the seawall there. So, you know, all of the first responders, the public officials here in this part of Pinellas County, the barrier island, worried about the high tide, which we experienced a couple hours ago and continue to experience this high tide coinciding with the storm surge coming in. They were worried about that, and we are starting to see the impacts here in Madeira Beach. The hope is that it's minor, but we'll have to wait for daylight and for this wind to die down and some of the surge to recede to get a fuller picture of the damage here in Madeira Beach. We'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
Chad, just really quickly, I wanted to ask you a question. I see on the map here kind of where you are. There is a bridge that would take you inland. Is that bridge remaining open at this time? Is that something that, you know, people can still go over if they need to?
I'm sorry, lost IFB.
Okay, we'll check back in with Chad in just a little bit. Thank you so much, Chad. Well, James Tully is live on Clearwater Beach. He's been tracking the conditions there. James, the area where you are along Coronado Drive, you've been dealing with flooding, not only from the Gulf, but also from the inlet. Have things gotten worse there? Are you seeing that water continuing to rise, or are we starting to see it push out a little bit?
Not pushing out, Heather. I mean, it's a conversion point. You got the inlet, water's cresting over that. All the water you see behind me, that's coming from the beach too. So put some things in perspective for you since the last time we talked about a half an hour ago. The wind has picked up significantly. I mean, you know, as best we can tell, we'd say what? I got Sean Daly field producing for me this morning, doing an excellent job surveying things. 50-mile-an-hour gusts probably. Yeah, a little bit more than what we're feeling right now. It's probably 30 or so. We've had it stronger than this. Now, I've had an interesting conversation with Greg D. It's a complicated equation. You've got the power of the storm, you've got wind direction. How much more is this water going to rise? He says he expects it to build. We haven't seen it build too much. Some perspective for you would be in front of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. We're still waiting for that water to get up to the door. It hasn't done that yet. And this is Coronado Drive behind me. Coronado and 3rd Street's where we are. Important to note, and Mike, just show right here, not the entire street isn't flooded, okay? But a significant portion of it is. Now, this was something we did in the last time you spoke with me. Sean and I actually walked down 3rd Street in this direction and made our way to the beach. We could safely do it. The water was up a little past our ankles, but it's just interesting to see the beach right now. And if you check our social media pages, I've sent some video into our team. We want to show you that. As we've got a car coming through. Looks like that is an official, most likely an official coming through. That's not advisable if it's not an official, of course. Don't need to tell you guys that. But, you know, when we went up to the beach, it's just so interesting, guys, Heather and Dia, to see the waves crashing on the street, which is what you've got. I mean, there's a volleyball net and the waves are crashing, you know, past that. Crashing's a little bit too extreme, but, you know, basically waves are coming past that onto the street, and that is where you see all this water coming from. So again, to echo what Greg told me, complicated equation as far as how much more the water's going to rise. Low tide's at 5 a.m. We're past high tide right now. So we're just going to stay here and keep monitoring it for you. We keep saying this, Clearwater's thin, right? It's narrow. So when you've got the convergence of the inlet and the beach, there's potential for this entire area of Clearwater Beach to be underwater. It hasn't happened yet, but if I step out here, and I'll do it because my feet are soaked anyway, just to show you where we are, you know, ankle deep. That's probably what we're seeing over there, maybe a little bit more on Gulf Boulevard right by the beach. And as you see, the wind is picked up, rain's non-existent. So those are the conditions right here, guys. I'll send it back in studio to you.
All right, thank you, James. Winds picking up in Pinellas County. We've been monitoring the power outages. Duke Energy reporting 15,000 power outages. A lot of them, 14,000 of them, were in Pinellas County. We want to check in now with Julie Salamone. She's live in Gulfport. And Julie, you were in Dunedin earlier. Now you're in Gulfport. What kind of conditions did you see on your drive to Gulfport?
So we started off, like you said, in Dunedin, and the drive, you know, was simple. A little bit of rain, not too many cars on the street. We did see some, you know, the flashing signs that said the Skyway Bridge is closed now because of the winds. But it was a smooth drive. But the conditions here in Gulfport have intensified compared to Dunedin. Dunedin was a little bit of light rain. They had, you know, some water over the seawall, but the rain is really coming down now from the outer bands here that we're feeling in Gulfport. And we're on 27th Avenue South and 58th Street South. That's where we're at in Gulfport. And this road down here is flooded. We can't tell to what extent, as well as 58th. This is 58th here, and then eventually you'll hit, if you go all the way down there, you'll hit Shore Boulevard, and again, we're not sure how much it's flooded. We saw a minivan attempt to try to go down there, and then he turned around. He wasn't going to try it, so that was a good move on his part. We saw 2 trucks try to go down one of the side streets, and one of them turned back around. So That's the conditions out here right now, much different than what we saw in Dunedin. That's the latest live here. I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. Julie was reporting live from Gulfport. That's where she was. She moved from Dunedin to Gulfport. You said the wind picking up there, but this right here, this is a live look at Cedar Key.
Yeah, and you can see really, I mean, this has really been what it's looked like on this camera for hours now. Again, Cedar Key is where we're looking live here. You can see the wind is whipping around, the rain is whipping around, and what you can't really see right now, but well, you can kind of see it. It's really the waves, those white caps of the waves. The conditions out there are very, very bad.
Absolutely. We want to go back to Forrest Saunders. He's been watching conditions there. He had to move earlier because of the storm surge. Forrest, explain what's happening out there now.
Well, yeah, so we're about 7 miles inland, and as you can see, even though we are so far away from the island, we are still getting the effects of this hurricane as it moves up along the coast. We are starting to feel more wind. We're starting to see more sheets of rain come in. That wind, especially right now, starting to pick up. You're getting a sense of sustained winds. The good thing is that you can see power is still on out here, but we just don't know how long that will last as this storm starts to intensify, as we keep getting pummeled by these sheets of rain. And then again, you mentioned the storm surge. We moved inland because that storm surge was potentially going to be so devastating. I'm standing at the Cedar Key General Store. It's a Marathon gas station. And even though we are several miles inland, if the storm surge is as bad as predicted, I would be standing in a puddle right now. That is terrifying if you think about it, because that is an island community with a bridge, one bridge in and out. And city officials told us that about 100 people wanted to stay and wait out this storm. That is a very, very dangerous position to be in, because if emergency crews can't get to you, you're going to have to wait until after the storm for any kind of medical relief. So this has been a storm that we've been actively watching here get worse and worse in even places as far inland as Sumner and Chiefland. Things have really started picking up in these areas of Levy County. And yes, again, despite that mandatory evacuation, a lot of people have decided to try and wait this out. The track moving further west, as we've seen, but there is no guarantee that the storm surge won't be as severe as predicted. And that is what state officials back at the EOC in Tallahassee that I spoke to earlier this week were telling us. Pay attention to the warnings, not to that cone, because that is really where you need to be putting all of your eggs and all of your precautions, because you just don't know where the hurricane is going to end up, but that storm surge could be there regardless, guys.
All right, want to check in now with Greg D for the latest on this. Greg, have you seen anything different, anything that surprises you?
Actually, new update just came in, guys, from the Hurricane Center. They got the recon in there. 125-mile-an-hour winds. So the winds are now up, still a strong Category 3. Pressure continues to drop now at 941 millibars. And the motion, they've now recognized that northeast turn, moving north-northeast at 17 miles an hour. That number is also important. It is now 1 mile faster than the last update. So Idalia is accelerating to the north and east as it strengthens. As we said earlier, it is now to the east of the Florida State Capitol building. So on this track, the eye will not come over Leon County, probably even missing Jefferson County. I would suspect that its most likely impact point would be Taylor County or maybe western Dixie County, and then continuing north through Madison County. So the town of Madison and Perry, the towns of Madison and Perry here, up the line here. Madison is the county that you drive through here on I-10 between Jacksonville and Tallahassee. That's where that center would track pretty close to. And that's where your core of wind is going to be. The hurricane force winds don't extend very far away from the eye. This is a rather compact storm right now, though that may change as it continues to intensify and this new eye wall rebuilds along the storm. We've been watching this flare-up of convection on the southern and southwest side of the eye. That's going to continue to wrap around the center, creating a whole new eye wall and a different looking storm as it rebuilds a new eye wall. That could change the wind field a little bit, potentially even expanding it. We'll kind of watch that as it heads toward the north and east. For us, it doesn't really change the forecast because it's tracking very close to what the forecast was from the National Hurricane Center. And we kind of talked about this, that when you look at all the models, they're great. Spaghetti plots are great, but the spaghetti plots, I like to refer to them as the map of the tracks the storm won't take. They're not the most accurate. It's the Hurricane Center forecast that time after time is the most accurate track of the storm. And it is definitely tracking like their forecast is saying, making that turn toward the Florida Big Bend, toward the north and east, heading up towards Taylor and over towards Dixie counties. So for us, the impacts are just as forecast. I know many of you haven't seen much yet, but that's because we're kind of just entering the brunt of the storm for us. It was supposed to be about 2 or 3 a.m. through about 8 or 9 a.m. So we're kind of in that time period when you'd expect things really start to pick up. And we're seeing it. Just looked at the reports from the National Weather Service. Multiple reports of winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour along our coastline with this system as it continues to move toward the north and east. There is the eye right there. It's visible from the Tampa radar. Lots of lightning on its northern and western side. That still indicates a strengthening storm. As the lightning increases and holds up, that means we're getting a lot of convection and thunderstorms around it. Several rain bands now active. Tornado warnings in Orange County and Osceola County. This is out of our area on the East Coast. So the Weather Service is going to have to extend that tornado watch back towards the East Coast. Another heavy rain band down towards Wauchula and Arcadia. Scattered closer between 75 and the coast. So you're getting in and out of rain, some occasional lightning with these. And then another rain band offshore. Let me take you closer to some of our communities here. Inverness, right down 41 into Brooksville. That's going to include Floral City. Heavy rain here, lightning and thunder around Brooksville. In these rain bands, in these heavy downpours, you're likely seeing stronger winds. I absolutely expect Hernando County right now, Brooksville, you're probably gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour, maybe even 50 to 55 in a couple of locations. That rain band is shifting up towards the north and east. Over towards Tampa, the west side of town, looks like right here around Midtown, Hyde Park, down Kennedy, over towards the West Shore area, a little downpour. Could see some lightning out of this. Another one over St. Pete, the west side of the city, west of downtown as you make your way out towards the beach. Heavy downpour here. That's lifting north right up to 75 and 19. And then once you make your way into Polk County, lots of lightning around Lake Wales. Nothing severe here, but you're probably getting some gusty winds down towards Wauchula. Over towards Hardee County, lightning either side of 17 this morning with more rain off to the west. That's going to pivot back over. The beaches right now not seeing a lot of rain. You saw there from Chad and James, they're not really getting a lot of rain. What they are getting is some very strong wind gusts. And here's a look at the Suncoast down Sarasota, Venice, over towards Englewood and Northport. A couple of scattered downpours along the coast in Sarasota County. These don't concern me. These don't look like they're going to be severe. If we're going to see any kind of brief tornado warning, it's going to be out of this band here in Hardee and DeSoto County. But as of now, I'm not seeing anything here. Let me walk over to the radar quickly and change over to our wind data. See if I see anything here that looks suspicious. I don't. Maybe around Wauchula. We'll have to, let's zoom in on Wauchula. I'm not seeing a warning here yet from the National Weather Service, but if there were to be some rotation, I think there is. I think there's some rotation right now around Wauchula. Now, no warning from the National Weather Service, but if you are in the Moffett community over towards Wauchula, this is 17 at 66. So 17 at 66, it's just south of downtown Wauchula. I would stay away from windows during this storm as it's moving by. There's a broad rotation there, but I think it's getting tight enough where you could get a very quick spin-up tornado. And some of these are going to be so fast that you often don't have time to even issue a warning. They pop up very quickly, and then the radar comes back around 5 minutes later, and it's gone. So that is also very possible. But this storm will be one that we'll have to watch. It's got a couple of areas of rotation in it that definitely bear watching. All of this rotating around Idalia as the center heads northeast, and you see it's all kind of coming in off the Gulf. So a lot of Gulf moisture here, a lot of heavy rain with some of these downpours as well. Probably on the order of 1 to 2 inches per hour in some of these, maybe locally even more. Obviously, don't want to be getting around in this. Most of us should be staying put as these storms move by. And we'll watch for these additional rain bands. This one looks like it's intensifying, getting a little bit more solid. That's going to swing into Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County, those coastal communities here, in the next hour or so. Let me show you the winds now. no one's actually reporting sustained tropical storm force winds. Now, Tampa's reporting 30. SRQ, that's the Sarasota Bradenton Airport, right now a 30-mile-an-hour wind out of the south. But no one here is reporting a wind in the tropical storm strength. St. Pete, winds turning onshore now in Pinellas County, southern Pinellas, still out of the south over towards Clearwater and Newport Richey. But check out the gusts. Tampa right now, gusting to 52, so that is solidly into tropical storm strength. Newport Richey continues to gust to near 60. St. Pete 45, 56 in Bradenton, 47 over towards Sarasota. And even in the interior, we're seeing some communities here, Haines City, Frostproof, Avon Park, Wauchula. Yeah, as the rain's moving by, you're definitely seeing gusts that are approaching 40 miles an hour. Latest model data on the storm takes the eye generally up towards Taylor and Dixie counties, but you see, even through 7:30 in the morning, we're still getting rain bands moving through it. Any of these could be strong to severe. Now, this is how the model is guessing the radar would look. It's not going to look exactly like this at 7:30, but you kind of get the idea of waves of rain moving by. And in between, there's probably going to be breaks of sun. Once the sun rises, some of you will start seeing sun. Now, as we go into midday, this thing really starts to fall apart for us. As the center races away, things really start to clear out nicely. And it's going to get hot. Temperatures back to near 90 this afternoon. A couple more pop-up showers or thunderstorms as we go through the rest of the day as Idalia continues to spin up towards the north and east. Going to take you back to the satellite picture. Let's take a look at the storm, what it's doing now, how it's moving, how it's evolving. There you see the latest numbers that just came in from the Hurricane Center, now a 125-mile-an-hour storm. North-northeast motion. It's pretty close. So the lines here that you're seeing here, that's the cone from the Hurricane Center as of the last updated track. That came out at 11 p.m. Last night. There's going to be another update here coming up within the next 30 to 45 minutes from the Hurricane Center, so we'll get an updated track. But it's going right down the middle. The Hurricane Center track here is working out pretty well. As this convection develops around the eye, it'll cause the eye to wobble back and forth. But generally, we expect it to stay on this northeast or north-northeast course, only increasing in forward speed. And of course, the concern is also increasing intensity. And that is going to be something that we're watching. Category 4 winds start at what, 131? So we're not far from there. This is a strong Category 3, and the Hurricane Center does think that it is absolutely possible that before landfall, we're going to get those winds up to 130, maybe even 135 before it actually heads down towards Taylor or Dixie counties. Dennis, really interesting here several hours as we've watched this thing make that wobble, make that turn, and now really watching rebuild the eye wall around it with a lot of deep convection.
You do have to wonder, Greg, though, as this leading edge starts to get closer and over land, you have to wonder if it's going to start maybe to inhibit things a little bit. But as you mentioned, it's very marshy in there. There's a lot of moisture. So I remember sometimes we've had storms actually, you know, typically when they go over land, they'll weaken, right? Because they lose their fuel. But sometimes you have areas that still have a decent amount of moisture in there, and it actually keeps the storm at least for a couple of hours at that same track. But remember, as long as the center, as long as the eye is over all that warm water, and boy, how long have we been saying? Months and months. The Gulf has just been obscenely warm. And you kept saying, I hope we don't see a hurricane or a tropical storm go into this Gulf, because this seems to trump everything. I mean, for the last couple of days, there's been things going against it. There's been reasons why it may not develop, but all it took was really an opportunity once it cleared Cuba to go into the Gulf and turned into what will be a record-breaking storm. There has never been a major hurricane make landfall in the Appalachia Bay, and that is about to end, because in about 4 hours, this will be making landfall. And I do think, as Greg was saying, we are going to start to see a little bit more flooding issues going on across Crystal River and Citrus County. Even though the center won't be anywhere near them, there's still that impact. And what I find fascinating, Greg and I were talking about this, again, high tide, or low tide rather, is at 5:15, right? The water is still rising. We were showing you that in Clearwater. James Tully and Sean were out there, and the water was, you know, ankle deep. It wasn't huge, but that was at low tide. And once the winds turn around, and more than that, once we no longer have an offshore flow, or rather an onshore flow, we have an offshore flow, the water will rise pretty quickly. So I do think the morning, the water is going to continue to rise up until we had high tide late morning and early afternoon. So again, we'll be updating if there are any tornado warnings. We're getting a lot of wind out there. We're not getting hurricane force winds. We're getting tropical storm force winds, but we're far from done with this storm for the Bay Area. And clearly, in 4 hours, we're going to be seeing something that we probably don't want to see ever again, a major hurricane making landfall in the Big Bend area, something that has never happened before in that Appalachia Bay. Guys?
All right, thank you, Dennis. It's going to be a long night. We want you to know we're here with you. We're not going anywhere. Our entire team is focused on tracking this storm and keeping you in the know. But part of that is making sure that you can see us even if you lose power.
Yeah, we want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm. Again, if you lose power, this is available to you. All you have to do is download our ABC Action News free mobile app.
Okay, make sure that your phones are charged up while you still have power. Grab your phone now, open your camera, and point it at the screen and scan this QR code. We're going to leave it up for a little while for you to be able to do that if you're up with us right now. This is going to take you to our free app so that you can download them. Our coverage will continue after this. Actually, we're going to go back to Greg right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a tornado warning. We're going to go back to Greg now.
Wachula told you about this just a couple of minutes ago. It's that same
Greg, we don't have your mic on. Okay, let's check.
Yeah, mic is on.
Okay,
Here we go. Same storm we were watching. I saw that developing, that little area of rotation. The National Weather Service now seeing it as well. We've got a tornado warning now for the Wachula area, but it's really going to be, it's already passing Wachula now. So Wachula only for the next couple of minutes. The impact here is really folks downstream from Wachula. So it's Hardee and Polk County. Warnings until 4:45. It is a radar indicated tornado, as most of these are in landfalling tropical systems. Let me get you really close here, and then we'll do a track on this as well. In fact, let me first get a motion on this storm. So it is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. That would put it moving northeast out of Wachula here in the next several minutes. Area of rotation right there. There's the track. So Madeira, I think, not sure how to pronounce that.
Yeah, there's not a lot down there.
Not a lot down there. These are going to be rural areas of Hardee and southern Polk County. Between Fort Meade and Frostproof, basically, is where this is going to go. Now, the warning extends into Polk County, but just like we saw with the storm that caused Zolfo Springs now, just like we saw the storm that caused the warning back into Highlands County, I highly doubt that this area of rotation would make it all the way into southern Polk. This is probably going to spin itself out somewhere between Zolfo Springs and Highway 64. Let me get you really close.
Difference is, though, that one does have some lightning, and it is a better signature than the last one.
It is definitely. So Griffin's Corner, Wachula, Zolfo Springs, these are going to be folks that are in and around East Main Street. That runs from 64 over to 17 in Hardee County. If you live along that corridor, definitely want to stay away from windows. Obviously, you're inside already. No one here is probably outside. We're all kind of just waiting for the storm to go by. But you want to keep a distance away from windows, that kind of thing. If there is a brief touchdown, obviously tree branches, things that are outside, fencing, all that, first to go and start flying in. If that debris gets picked up, well, if it hits a window or the side of your house, it could break glass. So you want to stay away from windows. Folks down the line from this storm up into Polk County, that would be probably as far north as 98. So there's a stretch here of 98 that cuts across from 27 to 17. It connects Frostproof and Fort Meade. That's basically the northern extent of this warning. So anyone from 98 in southern Polk County between 17 and 27 down south to Zolfo Springs, that's where you really want to be watching. Probably a little too far, a little too far to see if we have any kind of debris in the air, but there definitely could be a brief touchdown as this moves north and east. There's a motion on this line. The line is moving northeast, and the storm is kind of following it up toward the north and east. Again, that warning is up until 4:45, so we've got about 20 minutes or so left on that warning. It's going to get east of 17. If you are along 17 in Hardee County, I think it's mainly going to be east of 17 and again south of 98 in Polk County. Avon Park should stay to your west. Sebring, this should stay to your west as well. If it does hold together, then my friends over towards Frostproof, we'd have to start talking about you. The warning just about to the center of Frostproof, maybe just a little bit down to the south and east. And Dennis, this is something we're going to see probably throughout the rest of the night.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a hurricane is, a giant rotating thunderstorm. So you've got this massive spin in the atmosphere as it is, and then you've got these areas of rain, these bands that are spinning along with them. And every now and again, and it's pretty common. Now, I've seen on social media, people immediately hear tornado warning, and they really, really start to freak out because it's a scary thing. And it's even scarier because it's pitch black outside and you can't see anything. But I mean, we want to remind you that these are typically very small. And just because you're seeing a tornado warning on here doesn't necessarily mean it's even on the ground. I mean, they're picking up the signature of the rotation. And at the end of the day, I will tell you, I've worked in this market for over 30 years. And the number of tornado warnings that I've seen in a tropical system that actually have caused damage, I can count on one hand. So it's pretty rare that you're actually going to see it. But if it's issued by the Weather Service, you know, we're going to talk about it. And this is not like the tornadoes up north. We get a lot of folks that move down here and they hear a tornado warning and they think of those big things that are going on up north. Ours are very small. As you said, almost all of them are EF0s. And now you got another tornado warning issued right there in Hernando County around Brooksville.
Yeah, this just coming in from the National Weather Service. So let me take you to the information on this one. This is going to be Hernando County and Sumter County too. The warning, another radar indicated until 5 a.m. The storm that's causing this, just got a latest sweep here from the radar. So let's see if we can zoom in on it. Take that information out. So if there is a tornado in this storm, it's going to be the southern edge of this. This is going to be right there. This is going to be south of Brooksville. Now this one is moving toward the north and east at 35 miles an hour. So it should stay just to the east of downtown Brooksville. But of course, Brooksville is more than the downtown. There is going to be development on the east side of town. So it's going to be the east side of Brooksville, east of 41, anyone along 98 between Brooksville and 75. This is the area we're most concerned about with this storm. It's also moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. A little bit more population here in terms of how many folks live in this area. So let me show you a track.
That's right near the airport too, right? That's right near
the airport's right on the south side of town there. So there you see the latest track from the radar. The Conrock area at 434, Nobleton 447, Panola around 451. And if it holds together, and the warning does include Citrus County, that would include Floral City at about 458. This one, just like the one down to the south, also a radar indicated warning. So that means no one's actually spotted the tornado, but the National Weather Service is looking into the storm, and they're seeing enough evidence of rotation that they're thinking there's probably at least an opportunity for it to drop a tornado here in the next 30 to 45 minutes.
And some of the other places that are listed that could be impacted, you have Spring Lake, you have Garden Grove. Again, you mentioned Nobleton, Lake Lindsay, Suburban Acres. You've got Inverness once you go into Citrus County. And then you have Highlands, Floral City, and Wahoo and Croom. So Greg and I were talking earlier this afternoon, and we literally were saying, wouldn't be surprised if all we're doing for a couple of hours is just tracking tornado warnings. And for 8 hours, we haven't had anything. And now all of a sudden it appears the atmosphere is ripe. And, you know, I would expect if you're watching at home or you're listening, this is something we're not going to be seeing, I would say, for the next few hours. It just seems like you get into, and there's another one over there east of Orlando.
Yeah, that's Orange County right there. They're under their own tornado warning that they're dealing with, even though they're out of they were earlier out of the tornado watch. That's Orange County until 4:30. That one should stay on the east side of Orlando. But really, anyway, Daytona up the road there, and then you head down to the south. You're going to pick up tornado threat. The cells that are down in Hardy County, they're going to move back up into the Orlando area. So for some of you, you know, if you get a couple of rain bands moving by, each one could produce a tornado warning in the area. And there's another one, Dennis, offshore. And, you know, this may be related to the storm strengthening and that circulation getting closer to us. As it gets closer to us, there's a little bit more shear in the atmosphere. The winds are changing direction as you go up in height, and that causes these little storm cells to begin to spin. And they can drop a very quick tornado. Many times in these tropical systems, these tornadoes, these are not like the ones you see, you know, on YouTube and social media in Texas and Oklahoma, where there is a big pronounced funnel. These are in the rain. They're rain wrapped. They're very hard to see. They really look like strong wind with some rotation. And they're not going to be very strong. They're going to be Remember, the strongest tornado is an EF5, the weakest is an EF0. 90% of these are going to be EF0s. These are not going to be very strong tornadoes, and they're going to be very, very brief. So you're likely not going to see anything out of these warnings. But because they're there, you should definitely take this situation just a little bit more seriously. If you're sitting near a window watching our coverage, or if you're trying to look out the window, definitely back away from that. Maybe move towards the center part of your house just in case until the storm passes. The storm in Hernando County, I would suspect that the area of rotation here, it's already past Zolfo Springs, and it is lifting north of East Main Street. So it is moving out of this population center, basically the main population center of Hernando County. It's just north of Griffin's Corner, and it's going to make its way east of Bowling Green and then into southern Polk County between Berea and Fort Meade, heading up towards 98. Broad rotation here. I'm not seeing anything here that concerns me looking at the radar, and actually kind of backing the radar up. I think it was looking more intense just a few minutes, 5 minutes ago, literally. So there's still a threat, but maybe not as high as it was a few minutes ago. The one in Hernando County probably is looking a little bit stronger. This is probably a stronger storm. Again, that doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground, just a possibility of it. And in this one, if there is a tornado, it would be in the southern part of this storm, near the Spring Lake area, now lifting up toward 98 here, between 41 and 75, heading into downtown Brooksville. Brooksville, you're getting a lot of rain right now. It is really coming down, especially on the east side of town, heading over towards the Conroe community, over towards Powell Road. Rain's coming down probably at an inch or two an hour. It's already loud. There's probably winds that are gusting along with this rain that are just part of the storm that we're all going through. And then in some of those winds, you may get a quick little spin up here, a little focus, a little extra gust that could touch the ground as a very brief tornado. This tornado warning continues until 5
you know what, Greg,
a.m.
the one thing that was hard to miss is you zoomed out a little bit more. I mean, you looked at the center, look at the lightning around
That's
the
incredible,
eye.
Dennis. Yeah.
I mean, that is an indicator that with almost always, just boy, what in the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, it's picked up. I mean, it's so you know what that tells you is that this thing is not at the end of a strengthening phase. We're not seeing anything here. Now, okay, so I checked this with the first time we saw the lightning pop. There were 95 strikes in 15 minutes. Now we're looking at 250. So the number of lightning strikes is increasing around the northwest part of the eye. This is still a storm that, as close as it is to land, it doesn't seem to be really feeling the impact.
No, I mean, I think it's fair to say it will end up at about 1:30, and that's what the NHC was predicting, Category 4 hurricane. So I think it's certainly possible you're looking at a strengthening system, and that might very well be why we're now beginning to see these tornado warnings that we haven't. That warning, or the watch was issued at 6 o'clock this evening, and we had nothing for about 8 hours. And now as it got closer, all of a sudden, we're really starting to see those changes. I'm inclined to agree with you. The area down there around DeSoto just doesn't look like there's much to it, but or I guess Hernando County as well. But the one around Brooksville, that looks like that's packing a little bit of a punch. Although I've been looking, I've not had any reports of any kind of wind and wind damage. And usually we pick that up pretty quickly.
Yeah. So you see the tornado watch, and you see something interesting here. So there's the main box that kind of covers our area, and then in the end of this little video loop, you see the Orlando area pop in. So the Melbourne office did a local extension of that tornado watch, and they've now included much of the Orlando metro up to the East Coast under our tornado watch, because they're watching what we're watching as these rain bands lifting into their region.
Yeah, and I'll give you a little inside baseball on this. The Melbourne office is way more aggressive in forecasting tornado warnings than the Ruskin office is. You'll often see a system that is not warned on a tornado or a severe thunderstorm leaving Polk County and going into the Melbourne area, and all of a sudden a warning is immediately issued. So it's a little something that, different meteorologists have different criteria for when they're going to pull the trigger and actually issue a warning, with good reason, because sometimes they're not sure. Maybe, sometimes they'll err on the side of caution. And with these kind of cells, look, as Greg said, 95% of these are so small and never make it down to the ground. And that's really something that we have from experience. We know this, but you still just can't ignore it. I mean, the bottom line, when the Weather Service goes out and they say, all right, we see the rotation, even if that does not mean it's touching the ground, it means potentially it could, and it's our responsibility to let you know about it.
Yeah, and just analyzing the two storms, I've seen enough tornado warnings to look at this storm down here in Hardee County and tell you that the threat is gone. This thing has spun itself down. When you look at the image, the area of wind, and you can kind of, if I'm going to put this into motion, you can kind of see it. It was right there. There was a little pop of brighter reds and brighter green. It's gone. So if you're watching in this tornado warning from Frostproof over toward Fort Meade along 98 in Polk County, go ahead and stay away from windows and just kind of watch this. But I think the threat for a tornado here has basically gone away. Up to the north, maybe a little bit higher organization in this storm, so maybe still a minor tornado threat, but this storm is also not looking as strong as it was just a few minutes ago as it was passing south of Brooksville. Now it is entering a much more populated area. Basically, that area of rotation is this bright pop of red right here. It's right over Emerson Road in South Brooksville, and it's heading toward the north right along 41. So it should pass just to the east of downtown Brooksville and then head up 41. Howell Avenue, that connects up with 41. And then eventually Lake Lindsay over towards Nobleton. That's the next area to watch if it holds together. That's Lake Lindsay Road kind of connecting 41 with the Nobleton community. So anyone around Lake Lindsay Road, Croom Road, 41, over toward Lake Lindsay and downtown Brooksville. This is still a storm I would take seriously. There is still the opportunity here for definitely some rotation. I'm going to switch some of the colors here just to kind of see if I can get a better view of the structure of the winds or the storm. And I'm not really seeing anything here that that is making me think that there is a higher chance of a tornado than there was just a few minutes ago. Still a relatively low chance, but the tornado warning here continues. And there's more. There's more rain bands down to the south and southwest. For those of you down towards the Sun Coast, there are cells coming in now. Looks like down into the Gulf of Mexico. These are going to spin their way up towards Charlotte and Sarasota County. Manatee County off to your south and west. There are storm cells out there. And then there's this heavy rain band that's now popping up right over or just to the west of the Nature Coast. That's going to spin into Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County as well. Let's take a look back at the storm, just kind of see what it's doing as well. We are tracking a hurricane in all of this after all, and this satellite picture of it has really been something that's been telling the story over the last several hours in terms of the structure and the intensity of the system as well. The convection on the west side, Dennis, it just continues to produce. That eye, that is a little pinhole eye right there.
And that's almost always an indication of a very strong hurricane. I remember Hurricane Mitch a while back.
Remember that one.
It had 185 mile an hour winds, and it had the most pinpoint eye that I've ever seen. And that's just an indicator of a very powerful storm. And boy, it's starting to look like that with this one. This is just, it's just bad news. I mean, I guess the only positive thing out of it, it has moved, because 6 hours ago, there was a real concern as the Hurricane Center brought the track pretty much right into Tallahassee, obviously a massively populated area compared to what we have along coastal areas, which is where we're now looking at landfall, give or take maybe 10, 15 miles from the Perry area, and that'll be between 8 and 9 o'clock. What was it you guys were saying? What was it?
Cedar Key. They've got Cedar Key pictures if you want to take a look. Wow, okay, looks like
a snowstorm.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it's horizontal rain, basically, is what you're seeing there. That's not static. It's horizontal rain. There are buildings beyond the rain, but with the light of the camera there, you can't see anything. Just blind. I mean, this is the definition of blinding rain there. And it's only going to continue to pick up there. So the eye is still, it's just directly west of Cedar Key now, but as it continues to move northeast, it'll continue to push in wind and water into that area. Just an incredible image there from the Cedar Key area, which is, by the way, I mean,
how many miles is that?
They're good distance. Yeah, you read my mind, Dennis. It's about 50 miles from the eye, from the center of the storm. So I would think that they're probably just outside of even sustained hurricane force winds here.
Yeah, last I saw, hurricane force winds were only 25, 30 miles from the center. So yeah, I can look at the advisory as well. But I mean, that's probably 60-mile-an-hour winds. And because the rain is blowing sideways, I mean, it just makes it look even worse than it is. Greg and I are both looking at the advisory right now, trying to figure out exactly how far it is. But
20 miles northeast is the farthest the hurricane winds extend.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's a small storm in terms of the wind field. And hurricane force winds extend 25 miles out from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend 160 miles out from the center. So with a storm that's 50 miles offshore, that means tropical storm force winds are extending another 110 miles across the state. So that's pretty much across most of the state. I mean,
So 160 miles would basically take it to Orlando. On this path. So that's how far the tropical storm force winds extend. The hurricane force winds, I mean, you can't even see that arrow under that 25. That's how tight of an area it is. So the wind damage, when you see that 125, I know the storm looks gigantic, but the part of the storm that's actually saying 125-mile winds must be within a couple of miles of the eye.
Yep.
I mean, it is right at the eye. If you are not in the eye wall, you're not getting 125-mile-an-hour winds. And even folks that are, when Dennis says that the hurricane force winds extend 25 miles, that means at 25 miles, the winds are 75 miles an hour. So even just 25 or 30 miles from the eye, you're getting a substantially weaker wind. That very strong 125-mile wind is literally at the eye. No one in our area will see anything remotely close to that. As you guys have been seeing outside your windows in your homes, it's been windy at times, and we've had continuous wind gusts over 50 miles an hour along the coast now as Adalia continues to move toward the north and east. But in terms of destructive hurricane force winds, that's just not something that's going to happen for us. And I've been seeing it on social media. Some of you are commenting the power is going in and out, and that's not unusual. 50, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to down some tree branches. They're going to down some power lines, absolutely. But they are not going to cause widespread damage. That's just not. There'll be a lot of cleanup in terms of yard cleanup, that kind of thing, the next couple of days. But I think most of you, as you emerge in the morning and take a look around you, you're going to see, all right, well, the wind wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It's a leaf and tree branch cleanup. Now, the water is a different story. That's going to be a different issue. We've got reporters, of course, out there, which I hope we will be able to get back to very shortly. Let me do one more scan of these tornado warnings, and then we can send it to whatever we need to. I just want to make sure that the threat here for these storms continues to stay low. So this storm here that was up in Hernando County is now shifting into Citrus County. Still a small area of rotation. The latest from the National Weather Service still has this as a radar indicated tornado warning. It is out of Brooksville. Lake Lindsay and Nobleton are the two places I would watch for very carefully. Floral City, you're kind of on the northern end of this. I'd watch it. I think it could right up 41 into Floral City. So definitely some heavy rain right now in Floral City. And the trick with this storm is that the area of rotation is on the southern part of the range. So what you're going to get is rain, 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 rain. And then if there is a tornado, it's going to be just before the rain ends. That's where that system would be. So if there is a tornado here, you would get the rain, the tornado would move through, and the rain stops, and the system is out of here. So that one's still probably worth watching. The one down here towards the south, this was the Hardy Polk County storm. Latest wind on this, there's no tornado here. I think this warning, the Weather Service has maintained it. They've cut it back, so Wauchula and Zolfo Springs, you're no longer under that warning. But in terms of any kind of organized rotation here, I'm not seeing it. I think what the Weather Service is going to do is they're just going to let this expire, which it does in 3 minutes. But if you're watching from Frostproof in Fort Meade, there's no tornado here. This is going to be rain and wind, and it is coming down, and there's some lightning and thunder here. And this line will definitely need to be watched as it heads up towards central Polk County into a much more populated area. And then for our friends in Avon Park and Sebring, we're watching cells down to your south as well. None of those are rotating. Let's take a look, in fact.
Tell you what, though, there's not nearly as much rain out there as there was 7-8 hours ago.
Yeah,
I mean, we did have a stretch of weather moving south to north where we picked up 3, 4, 5 inches of rain and that's just not the case now. But that line that is approaching Pinellas County and coastal Pasco, that's one that I think we'll have to watch as well, because obviously it's closer to the center of circulation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's more spin around this one, and that is interesting, because I think unless something changes here substantially, these 4 to 6 inch rainfall forecasts are probably not going to work out for many of you. This is going to be a much lower rain event, which is a shame, honestly, for those along the coast, because a lot of you were thinking, 4 inches of rain could really do some good in our area. The rain is going to vary quite a bit. Now, the one thing with this line that's approaching Pinellas County, these little cells out ahead of the main line, these are the ones you really want to watch as they rotate onshore, because these are the ones that are more likely to carry a water spout or a brief tornado as they move ashore. So there's the main line, but these little individual cells, these are just to the north and west of Anclote. So they're gonna stay offshore here at Pasco County, but we need to watch these carefully. There's a few more popping up ahead of that main line, as Dennis was saying. That's swinging over towards Pinellas County. Hey, check out this storm here. I think we can clear you folks in Floral City, just because this storm, the southern end of it, has fallen apart. And it's now lifted basically into eastern Citrus County. So the storm is almost out of the warning. So the warning in Hardee County is about to expire in 50 seconds. This one, the storm is out of the warning, and soon probably will become mainly a Sumter County storm as it exits Citrus County at 44 there and I-75. So we'll continue to watch it here. We're going to send it over to a break, and then we'll be back. We're going to check in with some of our reporters, really curious to see what the water is doing in Pinellas County. We're going to have those reports coming up. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia. We do have an update right now on that fire in Madeira Beach that we've been telling you about. Our Chad Mills has been out there live all night, overnight, and throughout the early morning hours. He's been working on getting more information, and he finally found out that, according to Seminole Fire Rescue, 2 houses were fully involved in that fire.
And firefighters weren't able to contain it because of the dangerous surge levels out there. We also know the fire is close to other homes. We don't know yet if there are any injuries or if those homes have been damaged. Of course, we will keep you updated as we learn more.
It's just a sad situation, but of course, we're going to continue to monitor that as well. Also, we now want to move to Hillsborough County, where our Larissa Scott is live along Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Larissa, what are the conditions like out there now?
Well, Deanne, Heather, things have definitely gotten worse over the past hour here in terms of flooding. I want to show you what we're dealing with right now. This is Bayshore Boulevard. We're near Swan and Magnolia Avenue. Just over the time that we've been here, the water is rising and has risen pretty quickly. We can see there's been water coming in off from the bay over the seawall. We've talked to multiple Tampa police officers who've been out here patrolling, making sure that people aren't driving in this. They tell us that most of Bayshore is completely underwater. One police officer tells us he has never seen it this bad before. We know Bayshore floods typically, during a heavy summer rain, we can see some flooding here. That's why this is an area that we always check. But like I said, he told us that this is the worst that he's seen it since he's been working for the city of Tampa. About 20 minutes ago or so, we saw a car get stuck trying to go through here. To give you some frame of reference for how deep the water is, the water was almost up to the car door handles for them. So not a good situation. After talking to emergency officials, they're wanting us to send this message to people to stay off of the roads, avoid the Bayshore Boulevard area in Tampa as much as possible. Even if you look, the flooding here, Jason, if you could pan the camera, the flooding is coming up onto Magnolia right here. So we've seen the water rising up onto Magnolia. So it's not just Bayshore, but also the surrounding roads that have been dealing with these issues too. Again, we're continuing to stay on top of this. We're continuing to monitor this. And once again, the message from officials is to stay off of the roads. They say that the water has just steadily been rising over the past hour, and we've been here to see that too. That's the latest here live in Bayshore. Back to you.
Hey, Larissa, we just lost Larissa. Greg wanted to ask her a question, but when we go back to Larissa, Greg, we'll try to get that question in for you. As Dennis and Greg continue to track Hurricane Idalia, they reported a shift and possible landfall later this morning near Perry, Florida. That's a city 60 miles east of Tallahassee in the Big Bend region.
And that is where we find Paul LaGrone. Paul, the last time we checked in with you, we talked about the shelter situation, and the only shelter in Perry is closed. I'm curious, have you been able to find out if that shelter will reopen now that Adalia seems to be heading towards Perry? Because I'm assuming there may be people that still haven't evacuated that may change their mind last minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions here in the air right now, and we still do have some time for people who do want to find shelter. Here at this hotel that we're at, the Holiday Inn, one of the few available shelters. People were coming in all day long yesterday. Families with their pets, all kinds of animals, dogs, cats, rabbits, you name it. And the hotel actually accepts the animals. The shelter here, I'm told, that was open does not. And so that was a deciding factor for a lot of folks who obviously didn't want to leave their pets behind. But let me show you around here, because if I will, I'll just sort of predict what a possible future here could be like in the next couple of hours. The rain is starting to pick up. The wind is starting to pick up. You see that Tractor Supply store in the background there, with 130 mile an hour winds that are supposed to come through here. That's likely going to be, obviously the power will go off and the sign probably blown off, and then you have all these cars out in this open area. There is no parking garage or shelter over these vehicles. And then you have this field here where people were showing up yesterday with U-Haul trailers, presumably with valuables inside that they wanted to take with them, and campers. This is a big area for camping. It's called the Nature Coast for a reason. And so the concern is in that wide open field with 130 mile an hour wind, you see golf carts on top of a trailer there. All these trucks and cars could be sitting ducks here. You've got a boat there. People having to make sort of, last minute decisions on where they were going to go to seek shelter for themselves and their family, but then also, what they wanted to take with them. And so the rain and wind starting to pick up, ever so slightly. I'd say we're probably another good 2 hours away from it getting really bad here as I make my way back under the canopy here. And off in the distance, my photographer, Tim, could just, you see the gas station there, your canopy there, and covering storms in the past, we all know that those canopies are kind of the first thing to go in hurricane force winds, and the power is still on here. So that's the good news. You still have some time, you still have power to make your move. I'm trying to look for the silver lining when we're covering these storms. It's fast moving. The wind field, as Dennis was pointing out, is relatively small. The problem is here in Perry, that eye is gonna, it looks like it could come right over us. So it's going to be that buzzsaw effect here for anything in its path. We're about a half hour inland from the jagged edge coastline of the Nature Coast, and all of those areas there from Horseshoe Beach, Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, which is south of us, those have all been evacuated, and hopefully those folks heeded that warning and left, because that area is going to get inundated with a 12-foot storm surge at peak times. So that's not going to be good news for them, on top of the wind, on top of the rain. That is just a really bad combination. It's bad enough being here in Perry, half hour inland, you're going to deal with the wind, So in other areas, as we've been covering our area, not so much a wind event, or even in some places a rain event. Here, you're going to get all three. You're going to get the wind, you're going to get the rain, and you'll get the storm surge. But the one good thing about that is, if those folks did evacuate, and a lot of them did, it's a relatively uninhabited area. But you do have some people who I know from talking to folks here who did stay behind, and unfortunately they're in mobile homes. So that's not a safe situation to be in because of that deadly triple combo effect here. So the situation right now is, it's still in this sort of like, you're anticipating the punch, right? It's going to happen. Right now you're looking around and you're thinking, okay, just rain and wind, no big deal. It's about to get really nasty here really quick as Hurricane Idalia rolls this way into the Big Bend and brings what it's likely going to bring here: wind, rain, storm surge along the coast, although not a lot of people hopefully there. They hopefully left, but you're going to get all three elements here. So if you haven't, gotten shelter yet, now's the time to do it. And we keep saying you don't have to go 100 miles, 10, 20 miles inland can make all the difference in the world, especially if you're along the coast here. So this is an area it's known for hunting and fishing. It's known for people who come here to travel, to enjoy the unspoiled, untamed nature of Florida. This is old Florida, as old as it gets, right? But they haven't seen a hurricane like this in a very, very long time, of this strength. In fact, Perry really hasn't seen anything like this before. And this is a generational town. People who live here typically are from here, and their parents were from here, and their grandparents are from here. So everyone knows everyone, tight-knit community. The paper mill is the big employer here. People have a shared sense of identity. So on the other side of this thing, that's going to come into play when it comes to people helping people. But right now, it's either time to hunker down in a safe place or get to a better situation. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Paul. And sadly, when Paul talked about it being a generational town, not seeing a hurricane like this in quite some time, a lot of people may be waking up and just finding out that they are in the target area, right, basically where the hurricane is going to make landfall, because of course it shifted overnight and a lot of them may have been asleep and maybe just finding out this. It's right. It's a heartbreaking situation because they may not be able to get out and evacuate, quickly enough.
Hopefully they can. Paul said that if they wanted to go to that hotel that he's at, that is an option. Hopefully that's something that they will consider if they haven't evacuated, because I think the most important thing we can say is that possessions can be replaced, but lives cannot. And we say that over and over and over again. It is so true.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Yeah. Well, the entire city of Crystal River is under a mandatory evacuation. It's in Zone A. That's an area that's vulnerable to flooding.
ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska has been live in Crystal River. Michael, just tell us how things are going right now. Again, we keep checking back in with you every hour. It seems like the conditions haven't been too bad there yet, but that's not that you're not anticipating it's going to get worse.
Yeah, this has been one of the longest calms before the storm that I've covered, being in an area where we have that predicted 7 to 11 foot storm surge. After this live shot, I'm going to knock on wood because I hope this continues, taking a rare moment to take my rain jacket off and just dry out a little bit, because we have nothing. I have clear skies above me. The winds are coming out of the southeast. We're still lucky enough the way that this storm, at least for our area, is going. We have the offshore flow. In fact, some of the debris in the water right here at Crystal River that at high tide earlier this afternoon was up above the seawall. We haven't seen that at all, and high tide is actually in about 10 minutes, 5:00 something right now, and we have the high tide coming in, but the water is still going out. So something here is happening a little different than what we're seeing down in Tampa, about 90 some miles from where we are. So you see that debris. We had some other big palm fronds go by. You check out these trees, light breeze, not even close to like your typical storm. I mean, if we're talking 11-foot storm surge, that house would have water over the top of it. So I'm not going to just say, hey, we're out of the woods just yet, but I will say that we have been very fortunate, at least through the overnight hours, where we haven't had these scares. Everyone in this area where I'm at, as you mentioned, is in Zone A, and City Hall is only 4 feet above sea level. They've flooded multiple times before. I know I spoke to the mayor earlier this evening, and he said, they feel fortunate. They went door to door. They went out on boats. They told people to leave. People were locking down their boats. People were taking them, pulling them out. They've lifted a few up here. So Crystal River is it's an amazing place. It's a beautiful place, and where we're at, we're all on the second floor. People that are trapped here, like tourists that couldn't go anywhere else. No one's on the bottom floor as a precaution. So we're just gonna have to see how this shakes out over the next couple of hours and see if any of the water, once the storm, obviously it's strengthening, once the winds shift, we'll just have to see what happens here. But so far so good, and I'll go knock on some wood. Back to you.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. I want to let you know the new advisory just came out, the 5 o'clock advisory. So 2 things we're going to show you. First, we'll show you this is now a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 130 miles an hour. Greg and I have been talking about this for the last 15, 20 minutes. There is just a ton of lightning around the eye, around the center, and that is indeed indicative of a strengthening storm. It still has 2 or 3 hours before we're actually looking at landfall, maybe even a little bit more. So potentially it could go even a little stronger than this. Greg, could we go and look at the updated track on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So the new part here is there is now a hurricane warning for the Georgia and South Carolina coast. So they expect Idalia to remain in hurricane strength up until maybe Savannah, which is just incredible.
And so what you're looking at there, I disappeared. I'm taking it full. So again, you see the 4 right there. That's, landfall is going to be about 8:30. We had said earlier. It's moving quickly to the northeast. It's still just as fast at 18 miles an hour. The pressure's down a little bit, but look at the difference. So that's from the 4 to. Can you guys put me back up here? Because I kind of want to show what we're doing here in terms of, I want to point to something. I'm standing in front of this little green wall thing. Okay, well, maybe not. All right, anyway, so you see the little tropical storm symbol where it says Monday at 2 o'clock? You see that? All right, so there it is. And now, all of a sudden, that is a tropical storm. This is a 12-hour window. Now, actually, I think that's more like a 24-hour window. There should be another one right there, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But regardless, you go from a Category 4 hurricane, so that's why Greg says once it goes into Georgia, still going to be a hurricane. But let's talk about how it impacts us directly, okay? So you have the Cat 4. This won't really change much in terms of the impact on the Bay Area. As we've been saying for the last few hours, landfall around Perry as winds of 130, 135. But I do think, and the one thing we have noticed, we've seen several tornado warnings in the last 45 minutes or so, okay? Part of that has to be from the energy of this strengthening system. And there it is. And Greg and I were talking about this, and look how the blow actually goes over toward Crystal River and even over toward Brooksville. Now, that's not to say that you're looking at hurricane force winds. Again, we will not see hurricane sustained winds in our area. But I'll tell you, this gets close. close enough, Crystal River, parts of Citrus County, Greg, could see gusts up to nearly hurricane force with some of these storms that come on shore as this gets a little bit more to the east. So that's what we're looking at. And see these little dots right there? That's the track. These are actually the center of circulation. So it's never a straight line. There's always kind of a little wobble out there. And you can kind of see over the last couple of frames, it wobbled a little bit to the left, but still getting closer with landfall, Greg, right about there, which fortunately in many areas, it's pretty rural in this area, correct?
Yeah, it is pretty rural. So now I think what's happening, Dennis, is as that convection burst happens on the west side of the eye wall, the eye is getting pulled towards that convection. It's kind of if you have a ceiling fan that's out of whack and it wobbles, one of the ceiling fan blades has something on it or isn't set right and it just causes the whole thing to wobble back and forth. That's kind of what's happening here as the hurricane is spinning. The convection is a little lopsided and that causes the eye to wobble back and forth. So maybe if that happens, maybe we're looking at more of a Taylor than Dixie County threat. I think that threat is shifting probably towards Taylor County. Tallahassee obviously out of it now, and the way this thing is tracking, you may not even see hurricane force winds sustained in any part of Leon County. It may be all even Jefferson or Madison County. But as this central dense overcast, as it's called, this main structure of the hurricane shifts in our direction. Dennis, the other thing I'm thinking about is as the hurricane does make landfall and eventually weaken, the wind field does expand quite a bit. We saw that with Ian. When it was one time, the tropical storm force winds were more than 600 miles wide when you looked at the storm. So we're going to see a lot of gusty winds, I think, in our area throughout the afternoon. Now, they're not going to be very strong, but you're definitely going to feel the impact and the presence of this storm in the southeast for several hours, even after landfall here.
And I'm looking over at you from this area where I'm standing, and I can't stop looking at the monitor next to you on the Max 3 monitor, looking at the wind and the water that's coming in. Which bridge is that right there? I think Chaz.
Howard Franklin.
That's the Howard Franklin. So I don't know if we can actually take the FDOT cam and look at the Howard Franklin, because that water.
Yeah, Max 3, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually right there. Oh, they changed it. Never mind. But regardless, I mean, we are now starting to feel the effects. Now, a lot of stuff is closed today, right? I mean, a lot of stuff is closed. But we're seeing, we're seeing.
So this is the Rivergate Tower, Dennis. I have it pointed down to the Riverwalk because that's kind of a tell for me is how high the Hillsborough River gets. The Riverwalk there is on the right side, on the left side. I don't see it underwater just yet, but where Larissa was on Bayshore, there was quite a bit of flooding. So if the bay rises, the river is going to rise too.
Can we go to Max 3? Because I know Chaz has it up. And again, I'm looking at it here. You can see the water. Well, I guess we can't. There we go.
The wave
there
action
it is.
is incredible.
I mean, look at that. I mean, look at the waves coming up over the Howard Franklin. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is what we're expecting. And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still at a rather low tide right now for the bay itself. I mean, we're not at low tide, but we are certainly, look at there is a car on there. We're certainly nowhere near high tide.
No.
And I mean, so that as long as this storm is out there for several more hours, and it will be, we are now really, this is to me the first time we're really starting to see that water cranking up the way that it is out over the Howard Franklin. I mean, it's pretty much at the bridge level. And you're looking at winds, I don't know, they're not extreme, maybe 30, 35 miles an hour in some spots. But yeah, you're definitely still seeing some traffic. Look at the truck on there. So I would expect the high tide, most of the high tides, and again, remember the biggest tide that we're forecasting today, the whole supermoon, full moon deal, the king tide, that's going to be usually between around noon and 3 in most areas. Are you seeing the bay itself?
Yeah, so the bay tides are about 3 hours later than the Gulf tides. Tides also vary by location quite a bit. So at Port Tampa Bay, so Port Tampa is going to be the west side of South Tampa, basically off MacDill Air Force Base, off the runways. Their low tide is at 8:10.
So that means high tide will be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
So we're heading into a low tide, and that's how high the water is.
So that should tell you everything. And if you're considering driving this morning across any of the bridges that are even open, if there are some, Jazz, are all of them open?
The southbound lanes right now on the Howard Franklin, that's open. The northbound lanes on the Howard Franklin are closed. But
Okay,
yeah,
with
there's
good
a
reason.
complete list, of the skyways closed, obviously because of high winds.
So the areas that are open, that picture might very well, this might be a good reason to consider not going if you can, because it's only going to get worse. I mean, if high tide is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're approaching low tide over the next 2 or 3 hours, and we're already seeing water blowing over the Howard Franklin right there. I mean, you cannot see a better shot there. And over the next 2 or 3 hours, Greg, we were talking about the wind streams, and the winds are definitely going to be coming more onshore. So we're going to just continue to see this rise. So the prediction for the last several days of those 4 to 7 foot significant storm surge across our area, you're now beginning to see that picture. And I know last night when some of the reporters were showing a little bit of water out of ankle high and that sort of thing, you're like, man, we're not going to get this. This was just a lot of fuss over nothing. Now you're beginning to see this. And as I said, and not everybody is going to flood. That's not the way surge works. Greg and I have been talking about this a lot. You can't just do a broad brush, everybody's going to see a 4 to 7 foot surge. The way it works is sometimes it's more of a spotty, isolated area. It's just like anything in Florida. It can be pouring at your house, and across the street it can be sunny and not a drop of rain. Well, surge kind of works the same way, and a lot of times it's not every nook and cranny that gets the air traveling the way it has to push the water. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Clearly right there, looking at, did you say, Jazz, that was the south side that's closed?
The northbound.
The northbound is closed. So that's the northbound closed.
So the camera you're looking at there, Dennis, this is mile marker 37.7. So that is just before the Kennedy exit and this airport exit off of 275. So you're coming out of St. Pete, and this is just before those right lanes here. You'd be getting in those right lanes to take Kennedy into Tampa.
Now, what would the clearance usually be from where that bridge is down to where the water is?
It's got to be several feet.
Right?
Now this part is not elevated. I believe this is on the ground, but it's still raised up. Mm-hmm. And this is the thing with flooding in the bay in this situation. The north part of the bay is going to flood more than the south side. As the storm moves north, the water is pushed up and it gets caught, just like in Appalachia Bay, the water gets caught in the north part of the bay. So I'm really curious to see what's happening in places like Oldsmar, Safety Harbor, Town and Country right now. I just looked at cameras for the Courtney Campbell. There is water coming up in the southbound, in the I guess it would be eastbound lanes as well, heading into Tampa. The wind, the storm is pushing that water north into the north part of the bay.
Yeah, you drive around Oldsmar, you see those signs all over the place warning about storm surge. And they're the ones that are 15 feet high. And you're like, well, wait a minute, why are we going to see a sign here? The bay is nowhere to be seen. But again, this is just an example of how when you really do have a hurricane, and by the way, we are now at a Category 4 hurricane. If you're just waking up, we are now looking at winds of 130 miles an hour. If you're also just waking up when you went to bed, you might have been concerned, as I was, about Tallahassee, because the 11 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center was saying this track would be very, very near Tallahassee. I mean, it was within 5 or 7 miles of Tallahassee at about 11 o'clock. But as we went through the overnight, the storm did indeed finally round the ridge. And in doing so, that is finally moved away from Tallahassee, but instead moving toward Perry, the area in the Big Bend area in the Dixie-Taylor County line. So your center is blowing up. I mean, there's lightning all over the place with this thing. So it's getting stronger, even though you would think as the center of this hurricane is getting closer to land, typically land causes, for many reasons, the friction, the lack of water, the lack of fuel. Typically, you'd like to think that these weaken, but because the center is still right over all that warm water, I've called it jet fuel many, many times, but so energized that even as it's approaching landfall, we are looking at a storm that could go stronger than 130. I mean, there's no reason to think with the blow up that it's showing, it couldn't go 135. But right now, we are looking at a major Category 4 hurricane. We showed you the video of the local bridges. And Greg, there's no reason to think that's not going to get worse in the near future.
Yeah, the discussion from the Hurricane Center basically says that they expect strengthening to continue right up to the point of landfall, if not even after, and that they do not see that this is weakening at any time. In fact, the convection right now in the satellite, Dennis, it's overwhelming the eye. I mean, this thing is blowing up at an incredible rate. I do want to, if you don't mind, check the lightning in this storm, because that's what we've been watching very carefully here as I shift the radar over towards the eye. It is a small eye, so now we're using the Tallahassee radar site.
There's
Take
the
a little
eye.
look.
And when you see lightning around the eye of a hurricane, that is absolutely an indication that it is getting stronger. Now, the lightning strikes about 10 minutes ago was 300 and something, right? Now it's showing 244. So maybe that little burst of energy is waning a little bit. Certainly a possibility, because there was a stretch where we were measuring this and it was about 350, 400. But there's your eye. The motion is to the northeast at about 18 miles an hour. So again, the models, you don't need models, you eyeball it. You say, okay, well, where's it going and how long is it gonna take to get there? Landfall is gonna probably be right around there. And it's moving pretty quickly. It's gonna be in a matter of a few hours. And Paul Agrone is about 13 miles from where that landfall is going to occur. Now, Perry is not on the water, fortunately, because nobody wants to be on the water. Greg, this is going to be monumental storm surge, and you can argue that it might be higher than Ian was.
Oh, I would, with the strength of the storm, what we're seeing on the satellite picture, and then some of the things I'm seeing in the gauges. So let's take a look at the water. We've got video from Cedar Key. The waves there apparently just crashing. This is the pier. Producer Sean, I think you told me. Some building there. Rain's coming down. I know you guys have a web graphic for me. And this is really telling. Now, we're going to get a little geeky here, but I think it's very important. Are you guys able to put that up at the wall for maybe? No, okay. So I want you to look at the top graph, the very top graph. The blue line is where the tide should be at Cedar Key. It should be going down. In fact, it is going up. The tide should be at 2 feet or 2.5 feet right now. It's reading 7.
Wow, and that's coming up at low tide, right?
And that's coming up at low tide. Low tide is coming up at 8 o'clock in the morning there.
So we're approaching low tide, but the water is going up.
It's going up. It's almost 5 feet above where it should be at low tide.
So imagine what it's going to be like at high tide.
It really is going to be interesting, because we may actually see some of our biggest flooding, maybe even, Dennis, after the eye makes landfall. I mean, the winds are going to turn on shore.
Yeah, because the high tide won't be until anywhere between noon and 3 o'clock in most areas. I'm not sure about in the area up there what the high tide is, but yeah, I mean, you're still 7 hours away from that. Now, that's going to be interesting because it is pulling away, and you'd like to think maybe it doesn't have quite the push that it does. But bottom line, again, if you're just waking up, what we're letting you know, what we're reminding you is that we still have a storm, and it is stronger than it was when you went to bed. It is now a Category 4 major hurricane. We've had a couple of tornado warnings in the area. There's the updated track. There's the storm, 130, moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. And this big blob, interestingly enough, in spite of how big and massive it is in terms of coverage, those hurricane force winds only extend about 25 or 30 miles. Maybe it's up a little bit more now. I'll have to check the 5 o'clock advisory. But the amount of really devastating winds, and this is important, and it's true in almost every hurricane out there, even though you might have a storm that's massive in size, usually the amount of area that is impacted by devastating winds is maybe 5 or 6 miles.
20 miles is what we're looking at for all of the hurricane force winds. 20 miles northeast and southeast. On the west side, 10 to 15 miles for hurricane force winds.
Yeah, so it's small. The hurricane force winds extend 30 miles. And those extreme winds, and most of those are 75 to 85 miles an hour, by the way. So these 130, and this is something that I think is confusing. And I'm sure it's confusing for people because you'll hear it on TV. You'll see it on social media. Winds are 130 miles an hour. So if I were you at home, I'd think, okay, well, then the entire thing has winds of 130 miles an hour. Or at least most of it does, right? No, maybe 5 or 6 miles of it has 130 miles an hour. And that's why I often say when we're talking about a storm approaching the coastline, it isn't necessarily always a horrific issue. It's not always worst case scenario because the odds of that small little area impacting you directly are insanely low. Now, you might be hit by the hurricane, but those winds could be tropical storm, because those tropical storm force winds, I'm guessing, Greg, are probably 170, 180 miles out from the center.
Yeah, so the tropical storm force winds, you're looking at 140.
Okay, so it's down a little bit.
Well, on 140, excuse me, 140, that'll be nautical miles, so it's going to be at that 160, 165 range.
Yeah. So, I mean, that covers the entire state of Florida. But it's just something to remember. When you hear what this max number is, that does not necessarily mean it's the entire area. It doesn't at all. It's usually a small area. But to make a long story short, we are still getting gusty winds, not damaging winds. We are not seeing damaging winds this morning in the Bay Area. We definitely have water out there. We've been showing you pictures and live shots for several hours, from Clearwater to Crystal River to the bridges of the water rising, and we are showing you that water rising at lower tide or low tide, which is craziness. So, Greg, what are you showing?
Yeah,
right
what I want to look at here is the Weather Service got a report here from a trained spotter. This is in southern Hillsborough County, near the Memphis community. It could be Manatee County. Trained spotter reports several homes surrounded by floodwater in the vicinity of the Port of Manatee on Piney Point Road. So this is in the south part of the bay. And I would expect that there would be more significant flooding in the north side of the bay. And that's because as the storm moves northeast, the water is getting pushed up like this into the bay. So Old Hillsborough and Tampa Bays will fill up more than the south side of the bay.
Yeah, and see, what happens is it makes a lot of sense. Think about it. This water's being pushed until it hits something that it can no longer go, right? So it's going up, it's pushing up, and then it hits a solid object, if you will, the end of that area, the concave area, and it stops the water. And what happens when the water starts? It starts to lift and pushes back. So all of these little areas, and by the way, it isn't just the bay that's impacted by surge. This is really important too. Any body of water, a river or whatever the case may be, and this is so important for the rest of this morning. When we talk about storm surge, it isn't just the Gulf of Mexico. It isn't just the bay. It's water that feeds the bay. So those smaller rivers and those smaller areas that tap in Oldsmar, Greg is bringing up, that's a great point, because you have the bay that goes into the Oldsmar area right there, but then you have other smaller bodies of water, rivers that feed into it, and they are going to surge as well. And if this water is being pushed as hard as it is, I mean, you are going to see flooding in these spots right there. The surge isn't just coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. It's coming in from a large area anywhere along the bay and whatever area feeds that bay. Greg, what were you saying?
Yeah, I've got Larissa live. I want to take a look out towards Bayshore because that's where she's been. Larissa, you've been down there. Tell me about your location and what you're seeing since your last report. Larissa, I don't know if you could hear me there. I know my mic is just, this is Greg D. I know you're live in South Tampa. You are off Bayshore. Earlier you were near Swan and there was already flooding. What are you seeing now? How have things changed in the last hour or so?
Hey, Greg, that's right. We are still near Swan here and Magnolia. If you take a look out here to the bay, well, water from the bay continues to crash over that seawall and flood Bayshore Boulevard. And right here, like I said, we're near Swan and Magnolia. I'd say over the past 20 minutes or so, the winds have really picked up, and with it, much more water has started to push in now. When we first got here around 3 o'clock this morning, it had started to flood pretty quickly. But now with this increased wind is a lot more water coming. We were telling you earlier, we had talked to several police officers who have been constantly patrolling this area. We've seen multiple cars get stuck. We had to stop a car just a few minutes ago from driving out onto Bayshore. They were not able to see the floodwaters clearly because it is still so dark outside. Emergency officials are asking us to just remind people to stay off of the roadways. If you look, if Jason, you can pan over here again, you can see just how much more this water is pushing in from the bay all across Bayshore into these neighborhood roads now. This, I believe, is South Magnolia Avenue. It's pushing in even more than it was 30 minutes ago now. So a lot of caution needs to be had. Again, do not come out here on these roads. Police officers told us this is the worst that they've seen this area flooded. We know Bayshore floods. It floods during summertime thunderstorms. Anytime there's a tropical system, we're sent here to check out Bayshore. Last time around, last year, we had that reverse surge. Obviously not the case right now, but we're just out here monitoring conditions. We were just told a few moments ago by a police officer that most of Bayshore is completely underwater, and if you can just take another look at this here, you can see, I mean, the waves are coming in pretty quickly now with all of this wind, and emergency management officials expect that to continue over the next several hours. They also told us they are not able to save people who were stuck. We told them about some cars we had seen get stuck, and they told us they were not able to safely get to them at this time. So again, just another reminder that we've been telling you about, a good reason to go ahead and hunker down and not come out here right now.
Hey, Larissa, this is Greg D again with you. What are you seeing in terms of the homes in that area? I'm very familiar with that area. I was just down there yesterday at high tide. By the way, Larissa, you're coming to a low tide, so the fact that you're telling me that the water is rising when it should be dropping is absolutely incredible. That low tide is at 8 a.m. So if you continue to see the water rise, that is not a good sign. What are you seeing in terms of homes around there? How far do you think the water is going up the side streets there? Is it just in, or is it maybe coming up a little farther into the neighborhood?
So as far as we can see here, I'd say maybe a couple of yards in off of Bayshore or what these neighborhood roads are dealing with. We have not been able to safely drive around. But if you look right here, Jason, if you can pan here again, we asked some of the emergency officials who've been monitoring all of Bayshore, making sure that people don't drive into this. They tell us this is kind of the scene they're seeing all along Bayshore Boulevard. It's completely underwater, at least to Howard, and it's getting worse past that. Again, we're here at Magnolia and Swan. In terms of the houses and what we're seeing, we have not been able to safely get a look at most of the homes actually on Bayshore Boulevard, so we haven't been able to get our eyes on that yet. However, we have seen that, of course, a lot of homes have been, they utilize the sandbags. So we've got another, Jason, look, we've got another car trying to come here. Let me tell them to back up. See, this is what's been happening a lot overnight here, is that people are driving up and they're not really able to see just how flooded it is. And unfortunately, like I said, we have had some people getting stuck, but we have seen lots of shutters on windows here, sandbags in front of homes. So far, where we are in this location, we haven't seen significant flooding into buildings yet. But again, based on what police officers have told us, all down Bayshore it is pretty much underwater. So as soon as we're able to get our eyes on that, we'll give you that report.
Larissa, thank you. Stay safe out there. Make sure that you and Jason have a solid way to get out of that area, because I do suspect that as we round out 8 a.m., that water, if it doesn't go down by 8 a.m., expected to increase in its push in. So if it doesn't start falling, and we're going to check in with Larissa frequently, because this is going to be telling for a lot of Tampa, is if the water does not stop coming up and we round 8 o'clock, then there should be another push now from the tides to continue to push the water in. The water will then only continue to get higher. So make sure you guys have an easy escape route out of there and an easy way to drive out. Sounds like they do, because those side streets aren't all that flooded. It is just Bayshore. We're going to send it back to the desk. We're going to regroup, look at some of the information here, and look at some of the other reports as well. Guys,
real quick, Dennis? Greg, I want to bring something up, and Dia and Heather, we can talk about this. So that person was trying to drive into that water, right? And we know someone close to us, Wendy Ryan, that ran into something. And this is a discussion worth talking about, because if you're going out this morning, never drive in to that kind of water. And I will tell you, and Wendy's very open about what happened. She lives in South Tampa, and she was driving home after, I believe it was Ada, right?
It was Ada. Yeah, it was Ada.
So we had a conversation after we were in the newscast, and it was the middle of the night, and she was going home for a break, and she's like, Dennis, do you think I can drive home? I said, no, you should stay here. It's probably going to flood. She's like, nah, I can go. I'm fine. And that's a Floridian mindset, right? I mean, that's what a lot of Floridians do. So she got there, and she got to a point where the police were directing her in one direction, and she went, and within a block or two, she ended up, water was just rushing in on her car, and literally, as she got to the car, it took over the car, and she had to roll down the window and be rescued by the police to get out of the car. And she tells us this story all the time, that it was shocking to her about how quickly the water came into her car.
Dennis, it doesn't even have to be that much water.
Yeah,
no, 6 inches of water can float a car. A foot, don't feel safe in an SUV, because the part of the car that makes contact with the road is a square foot on each tire. That's it. No matter how big your vehicle is, that water is going to lift that car up. Dennis, this is the Courtney Campbell. Now, where those waves are, there should be a path and a large area of rocks to protect the Courtney Campbell from the waves. And those waves are coming up over that path.
Yeah, and again, we're nowhere near high tide.
No.
So it was just a story, as we go back to Dia and Heather, it was just something I want to remind folks, because, you hear, well, you shouldn't do this. Why? Well, we have a coworker who went through it, and her car was totaled, and she was lucky to get out alive. Luckily, there were some police there that could actually pull her out of the car. And the way that she tells the story, it just happened out of nowhere. It wasn't like she saw, oh, look, there's some high water. I think I'm going to drive through the high water and try to get my way through it, like some people might try to do sometimes. It wasn't like that at all. It was just like the water almost came rushing in on her. So my point is, if you are going out this morning, for whatever reason, if you have to, please do not go into any kind of water like that, because, it's always the expression, turn around, don't drown. It's kind of cliche, but it is so true. So again, let's go back to Dia and Heather.
All right. Thank you so much, Dennis. And you know what? It's so funny, because when Heather and I were changing out with Wendy and Jameson, I said, Wendy, are you going home? And she said, absolutely not. I learned my lesson. I will never do that again.
Yeah,
so it takes one time. And she was lucky
staying
enough to
the
get out
night
of
here.
it.
She says she has PTSD from that. And the other thing too, and Dennis, you've brought this up as well, is just the idea that when Ada came through, it was just a tropical storm, right? Everyone just kept saying it's just a tropical storm. It's not a big deal. And we saw a lot of flooding. And I think that was kind of the mindset with this hurricane a little bit, because we thought, oh, if it doesn't hit us directly, well, it's not going to be a problem. But we are seeing the flooding again.
Exactly.
So it is a problem.
And there's always a tendency too, once the storm passes and you think it's okay, people want to go out and assess the damage. You saw people, you still saw cars on the Courtney Campbell. Right. People are still out. But again, if you don't have to be out, don't go out right now, because there will come a time when it's not safe for law enforcement to come out and rescue you, and then you're stuck. So again, don't do it. Just don't take the risk. Okay, the last time we checked in on Pasco County, Port Richey was also beginning to see some flooding in that area.
We're going to go back to Eric Waxler, who again is in Port Richey. I think he was along, was it Nix Park? Nix Pier? Eric, are you there? Where are you at right now?
Hey, we've been at Nix Park since 7 o'clock last night, actually, and we slowly watched the water come in here in Port Richey on the coast. And it's still coming in, even though high tide has long passed and now the water should be receding. We are seeing it continue to come back. We were standing over there by the water earlier last night, and now it's completely flooded out there. There's a road there that's underwater. There's the boat ramp that you can't even tell the difference between that and where it heads out into the Gulf. This is where the Cody River meets, and then you head straight out to the Gulf. This is a popular place for people to drop their boats in and head out fishing. And it's definitely continued to flood out here. The big concern has been the storm surge, and if it's like this now, as you guys have been talking about, we wonder what it will be like this afternoon when high tide comes back. US 19, we are west of US 19. This is the area that is it was mandatory evacuation. It looks like a lot of people did that or have hunkered down in their homes. It's been pretty quiet, although some people have come out here. But you see just how much water came in, and once that water started coming over the seawall, that's when it really seemed to pick up, because at first it was a slow creep in towards the shore, but then it came over that seawall and just hasn't stopped. So the people that have been driving through to check things out, in fact, there's a truck coming through now. Hopefully they know that they cannot get through there right now, because it is definitely not safe to go any further. That actually looks like it's a county vehicle, so hopefully they know better. But, Pasco County has dealt with flooding in several neighborhoods over the last several years, whether it was from a tropical storm or other hurricanes, and they know how to unfortunately deal with that. And we'll wait to see if some of the neighborhoods that flood, like the Elfers neighborhood or some of the other communities, if they have to deal with flooding along the Anclote River. That's an area where when that river overflows, it can be a lot of trouble for a lot of low-lying neighborhoods. The rain is picking up now. The wind is picking up. It's kind of been off and on, as it has been in many areas with the bands coming through. And right now, looks like that truck maybe didn't realize how deep that water is. I don't know if we can see over there. There it is. That's some pretty deep water over there. Yeah, now he's trying to back out. Probably a good idea. Yep. Better safe than sorry. Do not try and go through there. But yeah, we'll continue to stay out here and see how much more this water comes up, or if it does finally start to back off. But for now, live in Port Richey, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Eric. You did see that truck try to make it through that water. You cannot tell how deep it is, of course, in the dark, and a lot of folks waking up wanting to go outside thinking the storm is past us may run into those situations. So again, if you don't have to be on the road right now, just don't do it. A lot of businesses are closed today anyway, so you don't have to get on the road.
Right, and I know that we have been checking in with James Tully. He was in the Clearwater area, Coronado Street, and or Coronado Drive, I should say. And Coronado Drive is, I believe it's closed. It's one of those roads that has not been open to through traffic because it has been flooding. James, are you still seeing the flooding out there? And I know, again, it is because you're dealing with the Gulf flooding as well as the inlet.
Yeah, Heather, that's exactly right. And, there have been officials out here, where they're working back and forth in Clearwater. I'd like to tell you the road's been closed off, but we've still seen some people try and make their way through, turn around. A couple of trucks actually did, but just to echo what you guys said, not a good idea. Okay, so at 5 o'clock in the morning, Greg had been telling me he was really concerned about what was going to happen when low tide set in. That was set for 5 o'clock in the morning. Sean Daly and I are out here. Sean's doing some surveying, some field work for us here this morning, and we really thought it was pushing back. We thought it was getting better, but right around 5 o'clock in the morning, things did get a little bit worse as far as the amount of surge that's coming in. The winds also picked up a good bit, and now we got a band of rain coming in, although that doesn't really paint the picture. We haven't had a lot of rain out here. So there's a reporter at another station out in the middle of this. Guess what? I'm not going to do that because the wind's pushing this water through. It'll probably knock me over, and I don't really want that to happen. But this is the sidewalk here where I was able to stand all night. That's now underwater. We did have a bare spot here on Coronado Drive. We don't anymore. The beach access point is kind of behind me over my right shoulder. That's where we were seeing the majority of the water come in. To give you an idea of how much is coming in, it's pretty significant. So the Hyatt Regency Hotel's behind me. Mike, if you want to zoom in, you can see the sandbags there in the water now up against that. That was our litmus test. Water had not reached that point before, now it is. So, why at low tide is the water coming up, right? And as it was explained very clearly to me by Greg, the storm's more powerful than the tide, and it's pushing more water in here. So that's a situation. I'm glad you guys came back to me because it is getting worse. I mean, this is what evacuation zone A, right? This is why they evacuate. This is why that they pull people out of here. It's certainly not safe to even be out here in any kind of vehicle. We're up on the sidewalk, a bit higher ground. So yeah, we're just going to stand by and see how much more it rises. And I would say, what would you guys say? Winds picked up significantly over the last 10, 15 minutes. So that's where we are. Heather and Dia, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, James. Just into the newsroom now, we're getting word that crews in Manatee County rescued a man from the Palma Sola Causeway. Crews responded to a call about a boater in distress, and a lifeguard on a paddleboard went out, found no one on the boat. And then a short time later, crews did find a man in the causeway, and they rescued him.
This was an effort from Bradenton Police, Manatee County Search and Rescue, and the Public Safety Department Beach Patrol lifeguards.
Let's go back to Julie Salamone. She's live in Gulfport this morning watching conditions there. Julie, are you seeing any flooding in that area?
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of flooding in the Gulfport area. This is an area that's prone to flooding. They flooded during Tropical Storm Ada several years ago. We're by the Gulfport Casino. A lot of these side roads are also flooded. We're being hit with one of the outer bands right now. A couple minutes prior to this, it wasn't raining at all. We've seen some people actually walk through the floodwaters. Pinellas County, sent out a message on their Twitter and their Facebook account urging people just simply not to do that. You never know what's in the floodwater. And they say if you come in contact with the floodwater, make sure, you take a shower and wash yourself with soap and water. So they're just really urging people not to do that. But we're down several of these roads, these side streets, are flooded. We're going to try to show you, but it's literally just pouring the water into the lens. But we're right by the casino. A lot of these businesses often get, flood water inside of them too. I know I've been down here in several years past. So that is the latest live here in Gulfport. We're going to send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. That rain coming in sideways, it makes it hard to talk. Sometimes you just kind of, have to laugh to keep from crying.
Absolutely.
Okay, take a look at this right here. This is the Howard Franklin. Just incredible video there. Look at that water covering the bridge, and then look at those other cars there.
Now
the other side's open.
Right, I was going to say is it the southbound lanes of the Howard Franklin are closed because of the water, but you can see the northbound lanes are open and people are driving.
Still driving on it.
I'm so sorry, it's flopped. The northbound lanes are actually closed.
Okay.
The southbound lanes are open, but we did see an emergency vehicle trying to make it by on the northbound lanes and almost got stuck. And that was just moments ago. They were able to get by, but very, very slowly because that water is coming up even more than it was the last time I checked. And when you look at the Courtney Campbell, they're using caution advisory, so you can still take the Courtney Campbell, but that Causeway Trail there, you can see where the water's coming up over it. That's even worse than last time as well.
And we see those headlights there as well. People still traveling on that road. But when you think about the Howard Franklin and those waves crashing over that bridge, we talked about how it does not take very much water to float a car.
Yeah.
And it's still open, and those cars are still traveling on that. It's frightening.
And it's just crazy to me that, you look at that picture. Let's go back to the Howard Franklin picture, because the thing about that is we're not anywhere near high tide. I mean, we're actually relatively close to low tide. So imagine so at the very least, you're looking at another 1.5 to 2 feet, just the difference from low tide to high tide. And then you throw in the fact that we're going to continue to have water pushed in as this storm continues to move toward the coast. So, I mean, Greg, what do you think? We could easily see another 3.5 feet of water come up before it's all said and done.
Yeah, and then you wonder if that's going to go completely over to the southbound lanes as well at that point, plus the wave action on top of that. So low tide at Port Tampa, which is going to be the west side of South Tampa, south of the Gandy, is at 8:10. So the water should be receding. It's not. I would say that it actually looks worse than it did when we first pulled this up maybe 30, 45 minutes ago. So this is going to be a real concern. The wave action there is just incredible on the open bay.
You can even see the light poles are wobbling. Do you see the light poles on the right side?
That water's powerful. I mean, a cubic meter of water is something like a ton. I mean, it is a force. So when that water hits something like a light pole like that's going to do damage. That's going to require inspections before we reopen the northbound lanes. For those of you watching, this is just before you get off the Howard Franklin into Tampa. The road here widens as you open up 2 lanes on the right to take the Kennedy and then Spruce Street and Airport exit. So very familiar with this. This is an area they widened, I believe, just during the pandemic to make it more easy for folks getting onto Kennedy and getting to the airport and then flying over to 60 on the flyover ramps. This is just before you get into the core of Tampa as you're coming up out of St. Pete. And we've just seen that is now completely covered by water.
And it looks like, too, you see some flashing lights there in the southbound, so maybe they're beginning to shut it down.
Yeah. Which would be wise because drivers who are headed southbound, even though they're able to, there's actually major flooding from Roosevelt to Gandy Boulevard. So right when you get off the Howard Franklin, even though you can head southbound, you're still running into more flooding. So it's honestly just best to stay off the Howard Franklin altogether.
And the other point I think I'd like to make is that there's all that construction out there. Now, I know that obviously nobody's out there, but all of that construction that they've been working on the toll lanes that they're building out there.
It does look like it's been shut down. Looks like it's an emergency vehicle. We were seeing cars, traveling the southbound lane just a few minutes ago, but nothing now. So it looks like finally it's been shut down. But it's frightening when you see what's happening there.
Hey, and guys, I want to mention too, the tornado watch was extended until 3 o'clock this afternoon. It was set to expire in 15 minutes. So, Greg, we just got word that it was extended for right on through the morning into the afternoon hours. So this is far from over. We still have rain. We still have the potential for it. We've had a few tornado warnings as it is. It's going to be a little more challenging this morning just because of the flooding. And as we said, the pictures that you're seeing right now, that's coming up on low tide. Right now, it's kind of neutral. We're right between high and low tide. The low tide's at 8 o'clock. There's a 6-hour difference between high and low tide. And so as Greg said, low tide's coming up on 8, which means high tide won't be till tomorrow afternoon, or later this afternoon at 2 o'clock. So all I can say, and Dia and Heather, we've been talking about this. Look, if you don't have to go out, don't go out.
Look at there. Look at there, Dennis.
The traffic,
open again.
it's open.
Back open again. Looked like it had been stopped for a while, but it's back open again. And those waves are violently crashing across that bridge, too.
I'd like to know, where are these people going? Go home.
Yeah, really. I mean, there's nowhere to go, folks.
Yeah.
There's a hurricane, and with the amount of flooding that we're seeing, it is very unpredictable. It's going to vary. So you may very quickly and suddenly run up on an area that is impassable. Remember, the water table is just below us. Drainage systems are going to get overwhelmed. The water could come up literally up through the drains in some places, in some low-lying areas. There is no reason to be traveling right now for a variety of reasons, and the most serious is flooding. Water is the most dangerous part of a hurricane, by far.
If they're traveling to work, they may not be able to get back home.
You may not be able to get, you don't know what kind of situation you're in. If you absolutely must be out there, obviously, you want to avoid any routes that take you close to water. If I had to get to St. Pete for some reason right now, I would have to travel through Hillsborough County and maybe all the way to 19 and then south of there. But even there in Oldsmar, you look at Old Hillsborough Road heading into Oldsmar, that is really close to the water there. So I wonder what the state of that road is in the north part of the bay. So case in point here, you really, really have to consider staying put, even if you absolutely must be somewhere.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. It's just incredible when you look at that video. Okay, we want to go back now to ABC Action News reporter Chad Mills. He's moved. He was in Madeira Beach. Now he's in Reddington Shores. Is that right, Sean?
Yep,
is that where he is?
Reddington Shores.
Okay, Chad, what was the drive like when you made your way from Madeira to Reddington?
Well, it's not a drive I would recommend. Just a few inches of water on the roadway, but it is really hard to tell. We're staying in Indian Rocks Beach, and we felt like we were getting trapped in there in Madeira Beach, so we did make it up Gulf Boulevard, but kind of a treacherous journey. The good news is we really didn't see any other vehicles on our journey up Gulf Boulevard. We made it back to Indian Rocks Beach, but we have jogged back down to Reddington Shores, and you can see this is really where a lot of the flooding on Gulf Boulevard and the surrounding area begins, and it only worsens as you go south toward Madeira Beach from what we've seen. We're standing right here at the Seabird Hospital, right where the city limit starts if you're driving down Gulf Boulevard south. There is a bank, a Fifth Third bank right there to the left. You can see the water traveling through the lanes of that bank right now. There is an apartment complex or some condos over here as well behind the bank. Good news is it doesn't look like water has breached any of the doors of those condos. Walked over to it a few minutes ago. It has some pretty good elevation and a nice curb. It's off the ground, but just behind it, you can't see it from where we're standing, but just behind it is the Intracoastal Waterway. I walked back there and it's hard to tell where the waterway begins and ends. It's kind of flush with the back of that building. Again, nice curb on the backside of that condo, so water not entering the condo as best we can tell. But again, intracoastal waterway, even though we are in this period of an outgoing tide approaching a low tide, some areas you can tell the water has receded, but others it looks like the water has only risen because of this storm surge forcing its way into the intracoastal waterway and as a result onto Gulf Boulevard, spilling onto Gulf Boulevard. As we did drive up Gulf Boulevard, we noticed, there are some spots. You see a lot of the homes on either side of the boulevard that have some good elevation where, the water is still, several feet from becoming an issue. But there are some businesses and homes that are lower elevation, lower to the ground, these single-story structures that aren't raised off the ground. You could potentially have some water entering those homes and those businesses. Checking in with first responders, they say that we were just talking to some police officers from Reddington Shores, in fact, and they tell us that right now there are just areas they can't get to because you see the conditions here on Gulf Boulevard, but as you go into some of these neighborhoods and areas that are closer to the intracoastal waterway, that water becomes deeper. You're talking about potentially feet rather than the inches that we're seeing right here. So kind of a treacherous situation. I know, they are anticipating another high tide, the king tide, in fact, this afternoon. So we're not out of the woods here yet on the barrier island in Pinellas County. So far, though, certain areas holding up better than others, but a lot of flooding that we've seen up and down Gulf Boulevard. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Chad, thank you. And just so you know, we want to actually throw up a map here for you so you can follow along. Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri has shut down all access to the barrier islands. So if you are out and you're trying to get to the beach, you will not be able to get to the beach again because access has been shut down. I'm not sure if we have that graphic for you or not, but just so you're aware, the sheriff has shut down access again to the barrier islands.
Everyone who needed to evacuate has evacuated, and you won't be allowed to go back until it's safe.
Yeah.
But if you are just waking up with us, we are continuing to track Hurricane Idalia. Greg and Dennis reported overnight that the storm shifted and now is possible to make landfall later this morning near Perry, Florida. That's a city 60 miles east of Tallahassee in the Big Bend region.
And that is where we find Paul LaGrone. Paul, we're seeing some pretty significant flooding down here in the Bay Area. That's what we've been talking about for the last hour or so. But folks up there are going to be dealing with a trifecta: wind, rain, and flooding.
That's right, Heather, Dia. We're here right off of US 19 in the town of Perry. Let's go out in it and show you what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, that rain and that wind that you're talking about starting to pick up in the last hour or so and getting stronger by the minute. It's nowhere near what it's going to be when a Cat 4, possible Cat 4, expected Cat 4 hurricane force winds could be coming right through here, will be coming right through here, and the eye could very well pass over this area of Taylor County. About 22,000 people call this county home in the Big Bend area of Florida, the Nature Coast. I just want to walk and talk and show you something here. We've got all these vehicles. These folks left their homes and they came here to this hotel right off of US 19 where we are to seek shelter, one of the only options they had. And they've got U-Hauls, they've got their trucks, they got their golf carts, they got their trailers, they got their boats. All of that, I'm concerned, is going to be right, kind of sitting duck, if you will, of 130 mile an hour winds. The power is still on here, so we're good there, but that's obviously going to be one of the first things to go. And as I take you around here, the rain definitely starting to come down, and the wind and those bands are starting to come through here. Off in the distance, as Tim starts to pan over, you see the gas station here. Yesterday we saw National Guard, Army Reserve trucks fueling up there before they headed on their way, and we've seen the power kind of flicker on and off, the lights, but it's still staying strong right now. But that canopy and 130 mile an hour winds, just based on past experience covering storms, those are usually one of the first things to go. So a little bit of an update here. I've been on the phone with emergency management here in Taylor County as I make my way back underneath the canopy here. They told me that, they went door to door yesterday and last night trying to convince folks, hey, it's time to go along that coastal area of Taylor County, which is about 25 minutes that way. is the nature coast in all of its beauty, but you have towns like Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach, Keaton Beach, Kegel, all those places. They went door to door. They said, listen, you got to get out. It's not safe. You're going to have a 15-foot storm surge at peak times. You're right in the path of this thing. This is deadly. It's catastrophic. They didn't mince their words, but I'm hearing, unfortunately, that there were quite a few people who did not heed that warning, that they thought it was, they think it's going to be exaggerated. They think this thing is exaggerated, and they apparently, we're told that some people even just shut the door in the face of emergency officials. On top of that, people who stayed behind, the only shelter that was open here in Taylor County, it was an elementary school. They decided to close it down. They felt like one shelter in this county being right in the path was just not a good idea, apparently. So their advice yesterday, and still right now, is if you need to seek shelter, go to Tallahassee. Obviously, we're getting to the point where it's getting kind of late in the game here to be out on the roads and be traveling. So, you're kind of reaching the point here where you kind of have to figure out what you're going to do pretty quickly, because in the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, we're going to get really into to the bad part of the storm. So they told those folks to go to Tallahassee. I had reported yesterday that it was kind of a catch-22, because at the time we thought maybe it could be a Tallahassee storm. So the good news is those folks that did leave, that went to shelters in Leon County, ended up making the right call after all. But for the folks who stayed behind, and I'm told that unfortunately there is a significant number of people along those coastal areas that did make the decision to ride it out. This is not the hurricane that you want to ride out. You're talking about a Cat 4, storm surge, rain, obviously wind. You're getting all three. So that's not easy to hear. I'm worried about those folks. Here, people are, people of all walks of life, their family and their kids, they came here to this Holiday Inn off of US 19 in Perry. The good news about Perry, it's far enough inland, a 27-foot elevation. It's not going to see, storm surge this far inland. You're about 7-8 miles inland from the coast. I say 25 minutes because it's country roads. It's like a country mile, country roads, the access to the beach. But 8-9 miles inland, you're not going to see the storm surge, but you are going to see the wind, obviously the rain. Is going to be a factor. The wind, though, as we say, run from the water, hide from the wind. You got to do both in this case. But so the story here right now is you're running out of time, unfortunately. And if you were one of those folks along that area that decided to stay, your options are limited at this point, because they're even telling me, they're seeing way too many people out on the roads. We've seen some cop cars with flashing lights driving through. We've seen a steady flow of traffic even earlier this morning. And people get, I think, a little comfortable thinking, okay, I can go out. This is not bad yet, but the thing about the, hurricanes, it's great until it's not great. And then it gets bad in a hurry. And then when it does get bad, you're in a bad situation, and you can't, it's going to be blinding rain. And then obviously the wind is going to be overpowering. So definitely some concerns when it comes to the folks who decided to stay behind. But we'll be monitoring it. And it's weird because, right now, not so bad, right? It's, you guys have been seeing this down where you are. You get those bands that come through, things start to pick up, and you're thinking, oh, here we go, and then it eases off. But this is the slow inundation effect. But as we get closer, as the storm gets closer, it's going to be nonstop here in a couple of hours. That's what we're expecting. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Paul, I do have to ask you, you mentioned earlier when we came to you live that there was lumber and things in that area near the hotel where you're staying. The fact that this storm shifted, putting Perry in the eye for landfall overnight when a lot of people had already evacuated, or maybe they were asleep, do you get the feeling that people just still aren't prepared, for what's to come in that area?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to judge on to say for sure on a big picture level. I feel like, just based on anecdotally what I've been told here about kind of the mentality, they haven't seen one of these hurricanes in their lifetime, so they don't really know what they're in for. And I hate to say it, I feel like some bad decisions were made, in terms of obviously staying behind. And even those folks who are staying in town, you got to do what you got to do. Obviously, you came, they made the right call coming here to be inside this hotel, which is a pretty strong structure. It's a newer place, really the only hotel here, but there's no protection for their vehicles. We don't really know what's going to happen when the wind comes through here. I'd like to be positive and say that all that stuff you see behind me is going to be okay, but 130 mile an hour winds out there in the middle of a field, and then you've got new construction in the back of this building. You can't see it, but it's all lumber. It's a giant apartment complex that's being built right behind this building. The wood, it's all wood right now, and there's piles of lumber and piles of construction materials that obviously aren't tied down. So all of that stuff is going to go flying. I know the town of Perry itself is an older town, older structures, older buildings, a lot of people in mobile homes, a lot of people who stayed behind, unfortunately, in mobile homes. Some of this is generational. I've spoken to several people who said, I'm trying to convince my father or my mom or elderly, couple to get out. They're set in their ways. They're going to stay. And even those folks that live on the coast that necessarily aren't elderly, but they're just kind of like, whatever word you want to use, but, they just want to stay in their home. They don't want to leave their home. I understand that feeling. I get it. But when your life, could be at risk, I don't want to go there yet, but obviously the concern is, not just property damage that can be replaced, but people's lives, their personal safety. That's what this is all about. And, as for why they closed down the shelter, the emergency people here thought that was just what they needed to do because the path of the storm, the intensity of the storm coming through that one shelter that they have open. Keep in mind, you're only talking about 22,000 people. They wanted to give them more options, and they told them to go to Leon County, where there's 4 or 5 shelters open up for them. And they provided transportation. They provided the buses for people who needed transportation. But I think what struck me on my conversation this morning was they went door to door. Some people got the door shut in their face and were told, "I'm not leaving." They can't physically remove them from their home, but you would like to think those folks are going to be okay. But I just, that's where my thoughts are right now, is with those folks who are along the coast. And even if you're in a stilted house, elevated, that ain't going to make any difference in a 15-foot storm surge. And if you're in a mobile home, I don't have to paint the picture for you. You know what that's going to be. It's just not a good situation. So, hope for the best. You're right. Prepare for the worst. But this is looking like a worst-case scenario as the hours go by here. So, we'll keep you guys posted. But I would say, you can't force people to leave, but at the same time, you don't want to see anyone get hurt.
Absolutely. Well, Paul, hopefully people are waking up and they're hearing that the storm has shifted. They still have time to get out, so hopefully that's what they're going to do. We'll check back in with Paul as soon as we can.
Yeah, and the entire city of Crystal River is under a mandatory evacuation. It's in Zone A. It's an area that is very vulnerable to flooding. ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska has been live along Crystal River for quite some time now. Tell us how things are going out there, Michael. You've been saying, it has changed quite a bit since we checked in with you last.
Yeah, Heather, covering these storms, as you know, you never underestimate it. You always take those lulls with a grain of salt. And of course, when you have to stand out in it and it's not raining, you enjoy those moments. But maybe 2 minutes ago, the wind shifted from the south-southeast. We'd had a steady offshore flow of the wind just going directly east towards the Gulf of Mexico. Now it is shifting, so we're starting to see those bands come and wrap around over the top of the roof, blowing kind of over this way around me. And the lights behind me really paint a pretty good picture. It's like a Hollywood movie set. When this rain ramped up right around the beginning of Paul's live shot, it sounded like a truck was pulling up. It was like a loud whoosh, but it was just water just dumping out of the sky and then continuing. But my photographer and I looked at each other and said, is there a truck barreling towards us? No, it's just one of these rain bands. We've expected this. When you're waiting for a storm and you don't see anything happening, you can kind of feel like, is this going to happen? It is definitely a mental game. It's a mindset. It's scary. for people to be out here. It's scary for us to be covering a hurricane, a Cat 4 no less, on the water in the pitch black. It's like a worst case scenario. Give me one of these at noon when the sun's up. I'll take it anytime. You can't see debris flying around. We've picked a pretty good place where we're surrounded by a big building, and we've picked a spot where we know the winds are going to shift and we can duck in for cover. Crystal River right here still looks good. It's impressive to me that when we first got here at the first high tide cycle, it was up over the seawall a little bit, coming up into the grass, and now it still isn't up over the seawall, and we just hit our high tide, so the tide's going to start to go out. But the big thing is the flow of the wind, as we said, the shift of the wind, to actually see if that big push of water is going to come into Kings Bay and then cycle its way up through Crystal River. 7 to 11 feet. That's the storm surge prediction that we've been told. It's what we've been reporting all day. We know some of the models have shifted a foot here or there. As it shifted its track towards Tally, but now it's made that turn, heading towards Paul LaGrone's area and Perry. And then the Big Bend area, Cedar Key, is like, I don't know, as the crow flies not far away from us, maybe 20 miles. They're getting hammered right now. Tampa's getting hammered. They're 98 miles where Chad Mills is, south of where I'm standing. So we knew it was going to slowly make its way up here. And maybe this is the switch that just got turned on for our area, and people can really start to see what I'm seeing now and say, hey, I'm not going to go out on the roads. They're going to start flooding. It's pitch black out here. We had the power go out, a pretty big hit. Went out for like 2 seconds. And sometimes when it goes out, when you're covering these storms, it never comes back on. It came right back on, so we're grateful for that. We can keep all of our gear charged up. But I mean, you know, look at this. These are the bands that we're talking about. And as the wind field begins to expand, as Dennis and Greg D are showing us, you know we're going to start to get enveloped into that wind field as it starts to keep rapidly intensifying and hit land near possibly where Paul is, which is, you know, I'm worried about Paul. And I'm worried about all the people that may have stayed here in Crystal River if those models verify. It's not a situation you want to be in, but we have talked to officials here, and they did go door to door. They said that people understood the risk here. When you can see the water out your back door and you already know it's high because of the king tide, you tend to want to evacuate. And that's what Mayor Joe Meek told us earlier. He thinks people got the message. Let's hope so. We're on the second floor. If anything happens here, we have an escape route. We're going to go up, find another safe spot to keep reporting. For now, we're looking pretty good, and this is the situation. So this probably will be our reality for the next couple of hours as it makes landfall between 8 and 9. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Michael. He says we're looking pretty good as the rain comes down sideways there.
And we will check back in with him, of course, throughout the morning to see if Crystal River begins to rise. It could be the case, you know, as we see, the low tide and the high tide. Exactly. Hopefully everyone got out. I just want to bring up Duke Energy very quickly here. We're taking a look at the outages, their outage map. About 19,000 outages in Pinellas County right now. That seems to be the main area where we're seeing some of the outages. And again, it fluctuates because Duke Energy does have a smart grid. And so what happens is they are sometimes able to digitally restore power. And you actually just heard Michael talking about the power coming back on. That could have been a result of that. We're not exactly sure, but either way, it can fluctuate. So hopefully, if your power is out, it will come back on soon. If not, I was talking with Duke earlier yesterday morning. Was it this morning? Yesterday morning?
You were in the field
earlier yesterday morning, and Duke was saying that they won't be able to get folks out until the wind is at least 35 miles per hour or less. So it has to be safe for their crews, obviously, to get out there. Now, we're going to send it over to Greg D right now. He's got an update. It sounds like
tornado warnings.
Here.
Yeah, we got tornado warnings, guys, that we got to get to. These were just issued by the National Weather Service. Walk over to the computer. So this is the same area we were watching earlier. Now we've got two of them up. These are going to be for Hardee and DeSoto counties, portions of Highlands and Polk County. Two storms here. These just came in literally a second ago, so I'm going to be analyzing these with you on the air here as we watch the storm. Let me actually get to the radar here so that we can look at the storms and the warnings exactly where they are and look at the wind data as well. So as Adalia continues to spin up towards portions of the Big Bend. By the way, that is now the strongest hurricane ever recorded in Appalachia Bay by a mile. So when Paul was referring to folks saying, I've never seen that before, correct. We've never seen it either. No one's ever seen a hurricane of this intensity up in the Big Bend and Northeast Florida. Just an incredible storm. All right, so here's what we're looking at. 2 tornado warnings. Here's the first one. I'm going to show you the one to the south. That includes Hardee, Highlands, and Polk County. Small sliver of Highlands County, but it does extend up towards Avon Park. It's up until 6:30. Radar indicated tornado, and that tornado is very close to Arcadia. Let's get into this storm, and I'll show you the area that I'm watching in terms of where that possible rotation is right now. So what we're looking at is this area right here. I believe most of it is north of Arcadia right now. It is moving toward the north and east. The last several were moving at 35. Looking at the data now, this one's moving at 45. So these are faster moving storms. It is mainly east of 17. So it's north of Arcadia, north of Highway 70, to the east of 17, and it's moving north at 45 miles an hour right now. So DeSoto County moving into southern Hardee County. Let's do a storm track, see if there are any communities here on the way. Actually, don't pay attention to these arrival times because I need to change the travel time to 45 miles per hour here, the speed. I'm going to track this to the north and east. Inside of that warning, let's do about the next 28 minutes. So the only community that's really in the way here, a significant community, is Griffin's Corner. Griffin's Corner, this may pass to your east. Notice that cone gets wider as it becomes more uncertain as to where that area of rotation will go. But if you are in southern and especially southeastern Hardee County, this storm is moving out of DeSoto County and headed in your direction. So that's storm number 1. Storm number 2, this one is a little bit more clear. So I can already see this, but I'm going to pull up the information here from the National Weather Service just to get an idea of speed here. This is a radar indicated tornado. It is moving toward the north and east, also at 45 miles an hour. Let me pull up the information on the warning for you. This one includes Hardee, Highlands, and Polk County. So this one extends into a larger portions of Polk County, and it does include Frostproof, Hillcrest Heights, and it's almost all the way up to Lake Wales in terms of the warning. The area of rotation here is right over 64. It's right there. This one's a little bit more pronounced. If I were to pick between the two, where is the tornado more likely? I think this northern storm is where most of the action is going to be. It's going to cross 64. Let's do a storm track, 45 miles an hour. Frostproof, you're going to be in this one, so pay attention. Take a look at your screen if you're in Frostproof. Arrival time 6:28. So we are looking at 20 minutes, if this holds together, to make its way out of Hardee into southern Polk County. If history has it, like the last several tornado warnings that we've had issued, this one's probably not going to hold together very much into Polk County. But we need to watch. Now that the hurricane is getting closer, the dynamics in the atmosphere are becoming more favorable for tornadoes. And this is something that we may be dealing through not just until landfall, but the Storm Prediction Center has put us under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the thing with these tropical systems landfalling. They can produce tornadoes hours and days beyond landfall. And as long as there's going to be a chance of thunderstorms here today, there's going to be a chance of these quick spin-up tornadoes. It is raining in both of these cells. The cell that's coming out of Hardee into Polk County now headed toward Frostproof and Lake Wales. It's just about to reach Highway 98 and 27. That intersection of 98 and 27 in Frostproof. Possible radar indicated tornado there. The cell behind it is now moving into southern Hardee County out of DeSoto County. Arcadia, you're clear. Wauchula, I think you're clear too with this one. I think it's going to stay on the east side of town. If you live in Hardee County along Highway 64 between Sebring and Avon Park and Wauchula, or Highway 66 between Sebring and Wauchula, 64 and 66 between Wauchula and Sebring, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. Now, with a tornado, you do a little bit differently. You still stay inside, obviously, like for a hurricane, but you want to move towards the center part of your home, especially if you're in a mobile home or a structure that is sitting up on something. You want to move towards the center of that home if possible. away from windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. Looks like they either reissued, they canceled. So they canceled the warning up to the north, and we've just got one warning right now that is left. So the Weather Service analyzed the two storms. They looked at the radar for the one that's into southern Polk County, and they took that one out, which means at Frostproof, you are no longer under a tornado warning. So the only one that's left is for until 6:30. This one's mainly now, this is really going to be a Hardee County storm when you look at who's impacted and what parts of the area are impacted by this. This is a Hardee County storm. The area of rotation, still there. I can see it. It's right there. It's right on the Hardee-DeSoto County line, and it is moving north and east toward Highway 66. So if you live along Highway 66 in Hardee County, that storm is headed in your direction. Since we did get a new radar scan, I'm going to give you one more storm track with some arrival times. And we're going to take this right through the end of the warning. So the only two places that are popping up, Berea and over towards Griffin's Corner. I'm pretty confident that this is going to stay to the east of Griffin's Corner. You're a little bit too far to the west for this one as it moves towards the north and east. There is the motion on it. It's racing. These are moving at 45 miles an hour. And unlike maybe typical tornadoes or more classic tornadoes that you see in the Midwest, these tropical tornadoes are wrapped up in the rain. So oftentimes you're not going to see it, number one. It's dark. You're not going to see a funnel because it's in the rain. And it's really hard to tell that it's coming because the sound of the rain is probably already drowning out any noise that the wind would make from an associated tornado. Plus, in these rain bands and in these thunderstorms, you're already seeing gusty winds. This is on the outer edge of a very strong hurricane. So you're already getting strong wind gusts. And then in some of that wind, there may be a little bit of spin. This is not the only rain that's moving through the area. There are significant rain bands now moving ashore across the I-75 and West corridor. So this is going to be more of our population centers. Crystal River, you saw Michael Paluska there in that rain. It was coming down, and that rain band is moving ashore. It's now coming up on Brooksville. Not only do we need to watch this line, but any of these individual cells out ahead of it, these are all going to have spin in them. It's just a question of how strong is that spin going to be, and is it going to be able to work its way down toward the ground? The Tampa Metro, right now, it looks like from New Tampa, the USF area, up towards the outlets in Wesley Chapel, right down through, looks like Sulphur Springs, the Orient Park area, over toward Ybor, right through the port, down off of Ballast Point and South Tampa, heading into Progress Village and down towards Ruskin. Anna Maria, rain moving ashore, Indian Rocks Beach, heading up on Shell Key right now over toward Largo. This is moving towards the north. That's a strong little cell. That's going to ride right up the beach toward Clearwater Beach, where James Tully is located. Additional storms off of Bradenton, and then for you down towards the Suncoast, Sarasota, Venice, Englewood, Northport. Right now you're kind of in between a couple of stronger cells, but any one of these could produce a quick waterspout or that brief tornado. The only tornado warning, though, in effect right now is the one for DeSoto, Hardee, and portions of Highlands County. Highlands County, this does cover Avon Park. You're in it. The way this is drawn, it may stay between Avon Park and Bowling Green and Wauchula. It kind of may thread right down the middle as it heads towards southern Polk County. That is, of course, if it continues to hold together, which is always a question with these quick spin-up tornadoes that you often see from these landfalling tropical systems. So there's the latest look on it. Yes, Dennis?
The Weather Service is actually, they're saying that as of 6:20, so in a few minutes, that's when it should be passing just to the east of Wauchula. And you read their write-up, and we look at their descriptions, and they actually are using a little stronger verbiage with this than some of the other ones. But I'm with you. I'm looking at that, and you just don't see the rotation now. I mean, and I think you just hit the nail on the head. These dissipate as quickly as they form. Yeah. And by the way, we want to know, how many have we had so far today? 4 or 5 in the last 24 hours?
At least.
And we don't know if any of those actually ever made it down to the ground.
No, the only report we had was a funnel cloud out of Avon Park. And actually, look, Dennis, it's gone.
Yeah, so there it is. I mean, I think that line that's coming into Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco County, there could very easily be something popping. I mean, look why. Looks just to the northwest of that. A giant rotating thunderstorm. So a storm that, by the way, did you note the pressure did come up a couple of millibars in the last. It's now down, well, up to 942 millibars. It was at 940 last hour. So it does appear that we have peaked in terms of the strength. The pressure's come up, and boy, landfall is going to be, what, an hour?
Yeah, I'm thinking just before 8 o'clock is what we're looking at. There's that updated pressure. So this is the 6 a.m. update on the position. I mean, on the satellite picture, the eye, it's coming up. I mean, you're talking about really, really close. On the radar, this is where we can get a much better view of where that eye is. Let's do a distance. This is the Tallahassee radar, so we're kind of close. You can definitely see it. I'm going to start from the northeast side of the eye to the coast. It's about 25 miles. It's moving at 18.
So that's an hour and a quarter.
Oh, hour and a quarter, yeah. So maybe between 7:30 and 7:45. Obviously, it depends on where exactly it comes in at the coast. You notice the coast kind of curves away from the storm as you go north and west. So if it comes in more like this, it's going to be a little bit later. If it comes in more like this, it's going to be a little bit earlier because the coast kind of juts out towards the storm.
Where's Perry on that? That's where Paul Lagrone is?
Yeah, so Perry, let me adjust the radar so you can see it. It's far inland. So when you look at the actual eye and Perry, we're about 43 miles away. So Paul is not even in the hurricane winds yet. I would suspect that if there were to be hurricane winds where Paul is, then I would probably say it's with this band here. And then obviously the eye wall. I feel like we're not getting a complete picture of the eye wall because of the radar angle, but it's probably still about 20 miles to the south of where Paul is, the actual hurricane force winds.
So that tornado watch was expanded until 3 o'clock this afternoon, I believe. So it was set to expire, actually it was set to expire at 6 a.m. So what we're looking at now is we have more bands coming in, and I think me and you and Shay are going to be tracking tornado warnings all morning long. And it just makes sense that we're going to continue to see this until this storm finally lifts off to the northeast and starts to weaken. The big story for the last 2 hours has obviously been the water rise. And if you're just waking up, that's what's crazy about it, because Greg brought this to my attention about an hour, 90 minutes ago. We're coming up on low tide in a lot of these places, and as we were coming up on low tide, the water started to significantly rise. Now, think about that. We're going on low tide, the water should be dropping, but instead it's rising, and it's rising because the flow is so strong.
Control room, do you still have the Cedar Key graph or a link to it? Okay, I'm watching it right now. The level, Dennis, they're still not at low tide at Cedar Key. That happens at 8 a.m. The expected tide right now should be 2 feet. It is measuring 8.2.
Wow.
It has continued to increase. So that is a 6-foot surge over the low tide. Now, if this continues to rise, the wind there is onshore, even after landfall, we could add another, high tide there is almost 5 feet. So we could add another 2.5 feet on top of that. And that's where you get 7 to 11 feet. You would get 8 feet of surge at that point.
The center of the storm is coming up on Cedar Key, though. I mean, that's the one thing. That surge is going to be highest at landfall. And looking at, it's going to be, Levy County, Cedar Key is in Levy County. So, it's 1 south from where landfall is. So the reason it's so high, I mean, because that eye of that storm is pretty darn close to Cedar Key.
Yeah, they've got the graph, and you guys can take it at any time if you'd like. All right, we're going to do a live geek fix here. So I want you to hold the control key on the computer and hit the plus key, guys, in the control room. It's right next to the backspace. And that's going to zoom in, hit it a couple times, maybe 3 or 4 times, 5 times. Keep hitting it, and scroll up. Scroll up. We want to look at that top graph. There you go. And you can keep hitting plus and zooming in so the viewers can get a better view, because the graph underneath is the wind. And the current sustained winds are up above 50 knots, which is about 60 miles an hour. So there you see it. The red line on top is what the water is actually doing. The blue line is where it should be. Do you see how the two are going in separate directions? That's because the storm is overpowering the tidal forces. The wind and the motion of the storm is literally pushing the Gulf against what the tide wants to do. That is an incredible image. and an incredible view of what this storm is capable of and what it's doing. And the winds, notice the graph below, it's been going up. That line keeps getting higher and higher. The winds have been increasing, which makes sense because Cedar Key, up until this point, has been getting closer and closer to the eye. Now, as the eye passes northwest of Cedar Key, we should start to see the winds decrease as the eye pulls away. But we're very curious to see what the water is actually going to do as the storm continues to move in. And obviously, you know, Dennis, we're focusing here on Cedar Key as I pull up another tornado warning. But the flooding has been all the way down into our area, Pinellas and over towards Hillsborough County as well. Let me go to the radar here. New tornado warning. This one does include frostproof. We're going to be playing this game throughout the morning, folks. Radar indicated until 6:45. Hardy, Highlands, Polk counties included in this one. Let's take a look at the winds here, the switcher colors. It's still there. It's that same rotation. And actually, this looks better than it did. Better, I should say, stronger. It's not looking better. Certainly not if you're in a tornado warning. I would say that this is probably the strongest tornado signature I've seen out of this area this morning. And it is coming up on Highway 66. So this is Hardy County. I think this is going to stay clear of Zolfo Springs and the center of Wauchula. Obviously, though, there are people along these main thoroughways that live along 64 and 66. You may not consider yourself as having a Wauchula or Zolfo Springs address, but you're in this area and it is heading up over you. So if you're along 66 in Hardy County, between Zolfo Springs and Sebring, and along 64 between Wauchula and Sebring, you need to make sure that you are away from windows and in a safe place deep inside your home, as this could be a brief tornado. Now, just like the last couple, the National Weather Service elected to cancel the warnings early because they're just so unpredictable and so brief. But even still, I'm going to take this time, this track out to the end of the warning, which is at 6:45. And you see, Avon Park, you need to pay attention to this one. It's a little farther east, absolutely. Your arrival time, 6:47. If it holds together, 6:53 and 6:58 frostproof. Dennis.
Now, Greg, I'm looking at the Weather Service's write-up, and their timing's a little different from our track right there. They're actually saying that Avon Park, it's going to arrive around 6:30. They're also saying other locations that are going to be approached from this is Crooked Lake Park. So again, if you live in this area, these are the spots. They don't give times, but it's obviously all over the next half hour. Crooked Lake Park, Cruiseville, Frostproof, Sweetwater, and Avon Park Executive Airport. So those are the areas listed by the Weather Service that are really in the path of this signature of a tornado. I mean, I think we've seen a couple of times where we'll see the signature. It looks like it's somewhat impressive in a sense, and then it just fizzles, and that hopefully is what they're going to do all day long. But that one looks pretty good.
This one looks stronger than we've seen over the last couple. I can take a look at some of the winds here, and let me take the warning out so we can get a really good view. We can actually click on the winds and see what kind of speeds we get. They're not going to be impressive. Now, the radar, the problem here is that we're so far away from the Tampa radar site is that you're looking over the tornado. So if I'm getting this signature, and I think this is what the Weather Service is looking at, if they're getting a signature that looks like this, so far away from Ruskin, where the radar is located, then it's only stronger down at the surface. These types of storms are surface-based. They're very close to the ground. Most of the tornado is within a couple of thousand feet of the ground. Many of them within 1,000 feet of the ground. There's the tornado right there. It's really at the surface where it's at. So sometimes radar even misses some of them. It's not unusual to then do a survey during a storm and see that, hey, yeah, there was a tornado. Radar never really picked it up. It is also, and here's what I want to point out, the area of rotation right over 66 now. Now, this radar scan is a couple minutes old, so it's already north of 66, and it's coming up on 64. This is where the rotation was. It is in the middle of an area of heavy rain. So do not look for it. Do not go outside to try to spot it. You're not going to see it. It is inside a very intense rain band. The rain is probably falling at 1 to 2 inches per hour in this area on 66. Literally blinding rain. Travel highly discouraged on 64 or 66 right now through at least 6:30, 6:45 until the storm moves off towards the north and east. Frostproof, you are in this one. I would take this one seriously until we see the the warning here expire or the Weather Service cancels it early because the storm no longer looks as intense as it did earlier. I do want to look at a couple of these storms out here towards our area in the Bay Area that are moving through. Definitely some areas that look suspicious on the radar. There's one that came in around Pine Island, some lightning around it too. Little pop of dark and bright right there. That could be an area of rotation near Pine Island. That could be a water spout that moved ashore. We'll have to see how the Weather Service treats that. Maybe around southern Hernando County.
There's some spin right there.
You know, I wonder if that's too close to the radar, if it's picking that up. But there's, you know, and the thing here, that Dennis, with these cells and the way they form, each one of these thunderstorm cells is a little bubble of air that's rising. And near the hurricane, the winds change direction as you go up in height quite a bit. So as this little bubble of air rises to create the thunderstorm, it automatically spins. All of these cells are turning to some degree. It's the ones that really spin up, where that spin works its way down to the ground, where you really start to worry about either a water spout or a tornado. Many of these, as we've seen all morning, very brief and very short-lived. But they could still increase the winds wherever they do touch down beyond what you've been seeing all morning long. And really, I mean, Dennis, in this part of the area, of our area in Hardy, Highlands, Polk County, wind here really hasn't been an issue.
No, we've had some gusts in some areas closer to the coast of 50, 60 miles an hour, but what do we have? Sarasota had 61, I believe, and St. Pete, and even at Tampa Airport, there was a 53-mile-an-hour gust.
Lots of reports. I mean, more than a dozen of 50 to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, but the inland areas, not so much, and it makes perfect sense because the inland areas have not seen the bands that the areas closer to the coast has, and obviously they're not as close to the center. I'll tell you, Greg, I'm just sitting here mesmerized looking at this Howard Franklin picture next to it and this big monitor next to it as the water just continues.
My goodness.
To just, I mean,
can you guys take Max 3?
Yeah, it's just it's just crazy. I mean, one side is open, but the other side is really covered with water. And as the water is going to continue to rise, I mean, this is going to be an issue all morning long. I mean, Dia and Heather, we've been looking at these for the last hour to 90 minutes, and to me, I don't know. I think it looks worse than it did earlier on, doesn't it?
It does. It looks like there's more coverage. Like more water is covering the bridge.
Definitely. Those northbound lanes, like you said, Dennis, they're still closed. The southbound lanes are still open.
Did you see that? The flashing lights. Looks like the power just went out.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And that was it was lightning. Okay, our producer's saying it was lightning.
And we just found out that the eastbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell Causeway, now they're closed also due to a storm surge and, of course, that flooding that we saw early on. So, yeah, the bridges, I mean, you just don't want to be on the bridges right now at all, the ones even that are open. But those northbound lanes on the Howard Franklin, definitely stay away from those for sure.
And which ones are closed? The Skyway's closed, right?
The Skyway's closed. The eastbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell closed. Right now, it looks like that is the Courtney Campbell there, yeah. So the eastbound lanes are closed off.
Yeah, the Skyway's been closed for a while now because of those winds, but it's just incredible, especially when you look at the Howard Franklin. I don't think we've seen anything like that I don't think we've ever seen anything like that. Dennis?
No, I can't remember that. And Greg, the one thing we keep talking about is the water's going to keep rising.
And here's the deal. The reason we've never seen this is because we've never seen a storm like this make landfall in Appalachia Bay. This is Clearwater Beach from the Hyatt Regency camera. That's where James Tully is. Look at the wave action there. This has always been predicted as a worst case scenario for the Florida West Coast, but we never had any way to judge whether the predictions would be right because we've never seen it before. And then here we go. Here we are with our Category 4 hurricane, basically on a worst case scenario track for the Big Bend and up towards Appalachia Bay. And look how far south the water is rising. This storm is literally moving the eastern Gulf of Mexico. And you see lightning in the distance too. I can pull up the radar for you guys. There is a pretty intense rain band moving through right now that is approaching Pinellas County. It's already in Pasco and Hernando County. These cells are getting strong. They're closer to the storm where there is a lot of spin in the air. Lots of little thunderstorm cells out ahead of it. Any one of these at any time could prompt a very quick tornado warning. In fact, looking at some of the cells up towards the north, let me kind of do a little wind analysis here. Everywhere you see a little pop of dark like this. These are areas of spin. Now, not all of them are going to produce tornadoes, but they are going to be strong. All right, we've got the governor out there, Dia and Heather. We're going to send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. We do want to go to the governor's news conference now to give us an update on Hurricane Idalia.
We are working on getting that shot up for you right now. Here we go.
16 feet in some areas of the Big Bend region. That level of storm surge is life-threatening. Do not go outside in the midst of this storm. If it's calm where you are, it may be because you are in the eye of the storm, and those conditions will change very, very quickly. So wherever you are, hunker down and don't take anything for granted here. This is a very, very powerful storm. There will be impacts far beyond the eye wall, and those will extend to places like Tallahassee, as well as places like Northeast Florida. We have already had 11 tornado warnings, and there are more tornadoes possible, even and especially in the very outer bands of the storm. So these are places that are way outside the cone that you see on the TV screen. So please keep in mind those are very, very dangerous situations. When the storm passes, do not drive in flooded streets and assume that all down power lines are still hot and live. And there's going to be people working to remedy that, and we've got a lot of people staged, but that is very hazardous in the immediate aftermath of the storm. We currently have 54,000 households that are out of power throughout the state of Florida, but there have been over 100,000 households that have already been restored through hard work all through the night, and those restoration efforts are ongoing. Any place it's safe to do, people are there working to get that done. As soon as it's safe to do so, when the winds die down to a sufficient level, search and rescue efforts will begin. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams staged, ready to go, 33 ambulance strike teams, 5,500 National Guardsmen. We also have the Coast Guard on standby should that be necessary. There will be an immediate effort to restore power to people who lose power. There's 30,000 plus linemen stationed and ready to go to commence restoration efforts. For local municipalities and electric co-ops, please accept mutual aid. These are folks that can come supplement your efforts. And again, the goal is just to get everybody back online as quickly as possible. There will be a lot of debris from this storm. There's going to be a need to have all hands on deck to be able to do. And accordingly, our Florida Department of Transportation, we have 650 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks staged for cut and toss operations post-storm. We anticipate there to be a lot of debris, a lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines, and there's going to be a need for this. We also have 1,100 generators staged for traffic signal restoration. We anticipate that that's going to be a problem in a number of communities as well. Fuel, we have 1.2 million gallons staged. We're also arranging more fuel to come in by truck just to make up for whatever may not be coming in through the normal course of business with things like the Port of Tampa being closed. And so there's a lot of fuel that has been arranged to be here, and our goal is to not have any major fuel interruptions. In terms of communications, there's 500 plus Starlink internets ready for deployment to places that need to be. There's already been almost 250 that have been deployed. So as affected areas need that connectivity, Florida Division of Emergency Management is going to work to provide that. They also have 3,000 generators staged and ready to surge for areas that need some power. Now, if you're using a generator in your personal home, please do not run that generator inside your home. Do not run it inside your garage. It must be run outside your house. It needs to be at least 20 feet away from doors and windows, and you have to point the exhaust away from your home. We do not want to see any fatalities as a result of misuse of generators. So there's a lot of people that are on deck right now. There's going to be a lot of efforts as this storm passes, but this thing is hitting really within the next hour and a half, most likely. It's going to make landfall. It is a major hurricane, as we've been saying it was likely to be for the last couple days, and we just hope everybody stays safe. Don't put your life at risk by doing anything dumb at this point. This thing's powerful. If you're inside, just hunker down until it gets past you. You don't want to be messing around with these winds. There's going to be things flying all over the place. Obviously, if you're in a place that's close to the coast and you see that surge, that's going to be legitimate surge. It's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be very, very dangerous. And there we go with our power here. We're back. So I'm going to have Kevin Guthrie come up. We'll also hear from Major General Haas, Admiral Schofield, and then one of our Leon County Commissioners, Christian Caban, will be here. So Kevin.
Right on time, 5-second delay, and kick those generators in. So thank God that's working. As the governor said, the storm is here. It is here now. It is just off the coast of the Big Bend, looking like Keaton Beach is going to be the location in which we have landfall. Stay off the roads. If you're sheltering in place at home, stay inside your home. If you're at a shelter or hotel, please do not leave at this time. Conditions are deteriorating outside. In the impacted areas, shelter again, as we said, shelter in place as safely as you can where you can. We are seeing 2 to 3 foot of storm surge in the Tampa Bay area. We're seeing about 4 foot of storm surge right now at Cedar Key. Because of this high tide, because of the high tide which is coming, the tide is starting to come back in throughout the all the way from Tampa Bay all the way up through Apalachicola Bay. Storm surge will dramatically increase over the next couple of hours. We are seeing a lot of tornado warnings. So far there have been 11, as the governor has said. Of the 4 or 5 that have happened since about 3 a.m. this morning, at least 3 of those by our meteorologists have indicated radar indicated tornadoes. In other words, they have seen debris in those rotations, but that will all be confirmed by the National Weather Service local forecasting offices throughout the day. We will obviously see more tornadic activity as the day goes along. If you are in a tornado warning in your area, get to an interior room free from windows. Consider putting mattresses and things over your head, even to include helmets. We can replace a lot of limbs, but we cannot replace your head, obviously. So please protect your head, cover your head at all costs. There will be also life-threatening winds in the Big Bend today. We could see gusts over 100 miles an hour. We could see sustained winds well over 130 miles an hour as we have this Cat 4 landfall. All of these are life-threatening conditions, so please do everything you can to stay safe where you are, because first responders may not be able to reach you during the storm. You need to be prepared to take care of yourself and your family while you're sheltering in place. Ambulances, search and rescue teams, others first responders will get to you just as fast as we possibly can once the winds die down to a point where we can respond to you. We do not want you putting first responders at risk unnecessarily. In Southwest Florida, as the governor has already mentioned, we've already restored over 100,000 accounts with power. I want to thank the men and women of our utilities, both or all 3 independent-owned utilities, municipal electric associations, and cooperatives. Really appreciate the hard work that they've been doing, even here in Tallahassee. As I was coming back to the EOC in the early wee morning hours, Tallahassee Electric was out restoring power here in the capital region. So again, very much appreciate what they're doing. We will continue to respond as we can. As I said, we've already started responding to issues in Southwest Florida. I talked to Representative Adam Botana from Fort Myers Beach this morning at about 3 a.m. and he has said it's very Irma-like conditions. Not a lot of storm surge, not a lot of damage, but certainly not Ian. But he said it's very reminiscent of what they experienced in Hurricane Irma, so we're happy to hear that. And I appreciate him giving me a call and giving me a ground truth. We are here. We are ready. We will deploy our response and recovery teams just as quickly as we possibly can. We like to move very quickly here at the division. We are ready to provide the needed support to our Big Bend communities, as well as communities with standing impacts from the other bands of the storm. Under the governor's leadership, We have certainly amassed a great team here at the division, and with state agency heads that have moved bureaucracy and red tape to get things done to where we're restoring 100,000 accounts in less than 8 hours. So please rest assured, we will do whatever it takes to help our communities recover from Adalia. I got General Haas, or we have General Haas here this morning. Again, John, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you and your team. Admiral Schofield the same way. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. They have helicopters ready to go. As soon as they're going to be able to get back into this area, they are going to be flying. They're going to be in the area. So again, thank you for both of you being here. Governor.
All right, you have been listening to this update from the State Emergency Operations Center. The storm now predicted to make landfall just off the coast of the Big Bend near Keaton Beach, which is south of Perry in Taylor County. Perry, of course, is where our Paula Grown has been throughout the night and the early morning hours. The governor also indicated that preparations have been made to ensure that communication will not be impacted for people who need to know what's going on. He said 500 plus Starlink connectors are now in place.
Yeah, he also mentioned multiple generators are in place. They're going to get those out as soon as they possibly can to areas that were hit hard and need to get power. We saw them in action after watching the news conference take a quick power hit. So even they are now running on generator power. That's what they said. So again, this is potentially life-threatening storm surge. That's something they mentioned as well. And damage from wind and rain is a very real reality this morning.
The storm is here. The storm is there. Of course, our team of meteorologists will also continue to track it and keep you up to date. We have a lot of family. We know that people here in the Bay Area have a lot of people, a lot of family and friends in that area. So we want you to stay in the know and keep up to date on what's going on. Meantime, we want to check back in with ABC Action News reporter Chad Mills. He's in Reddington Shores this morning. We saw some pretty heavy bands coming along there, the strong wind as well, and also a little bit of flooding in that area. Chad, what's it look like now?
For sure, and just when you think the wind and rain is dying down, we're hit by another band. We're in a little bit of a lull right now, but you can see some of the flooding behind me. Within the past hour, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office said that it is now restricting access to the barrier island and access to Gulf Boulevard, what you're looking at right here. And as you look at what's on your screen, you can certainly see why. It doesn't look like Gulf Boulevard right now. It looks like a river that's flowing north. And we are in Reddington Shores, standing right at the city limits, right at the Seabird Hospital, where it's a pretty narrow stretch of the barrier island. You have the intracoastal waterway kind of in the direction where you're looking and the Gulf immediately behind us. But with that said, it's a very similar scene as you travel south toward Madeira Beach. In fact, we can't even get in that direction at this point because the water on Gulf Boulevard is just far too deep. You know, at one point it was just, a little bit of puddling here and there around midnight, and then the road was completely covered with just a few inches of water. Now you're probably close to a foot in some of the, the deeper areas along this roadway where the road kind of dips. If you look out toward the median where the palm trees are, you see the one right here. You can kind of see the curb of that one, but the next one up, it's kind of hard to see. But water is starting to flow on top of that little median there. Another indication that the water continues to rise here even though we are approaching low tide, and that's just because of the sheer amount of storm surge that we are experiencing here. In this general area, I can't say I see water potentially entering a building. We're around a lot of large condos. There's a bank across the street that's kind of off the ground. But when we traveled further south, as we traveled up here, we definitely saw areas where water was approaching doors. Maybe not some of the newer houses that are built with better elevation, but some of the older businesses that are lower to the ground. We definitely saw water hitting the side of some of those. Again, officials here worried about the high tide. We experienced one of them overnight, but we'll experience another one this afternoon. That's something that they're going to continue to monitor. There's really no evidence of the water receding here. We saw a couple of driveways where there was a debris line where it looked like maybe the water had moved down slightly since higher tide, but other areas we've seen the water rise. Water just so hard to predict, a lot of uncertainty, and you can have some spots, as we've seen, that are pretty high and dry, but others, like Gulf Boulevard here, just covered in water at this point. Send things back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, thank you so much, Chad. Chad talked about how just when it looked like things were getting a little bit better and maybe the water was beginning to recede, it does not. Greg D's here now to explain exactly why that's happening.
Yeah, I've got the gauges pulled up here, guys, around Tampa Bay for those of you that are curious. And this forecast from the National Hurricane Center was dead on. And we are seeing some of the height of the water right now. So this is going to be East Bay. So this is a tide gauge. If you come from the Brandon area, across the Causeway Boulevard, and you come across that bridge towards the port before you work your way into Ybor, up 22nd. This is where that tide gauge is, and I can get a number for you. 6.5 feet is the water level right now. It should be at 1.8 feet. So we're basically seeing about a 5-foot surge in the north part of the bay. The forecast 4 to 6. So they are dead center line on that forecast. This is over towards Old Ports, Tampa. This is going to be off MacDill Air Force Base on the west side off of South Tampa. Doing this live, so kind of bear with me here. Same deal. It's actually almost dead on at 5 feet. The water level is at 6.66. This is out there towards Picnic Island with the prediction the tide should be at 1.7 feet. Now we are entering a low tide in the next 1 hour and 10 minutes. And after that, the water will again begin to rise. So if these numbers don't start dropping, they will then continue to increase as long as the impact of the storm continues to push water in. St. Pete, this is over towards the St. Pete area. Same kind of deal. There's a little erroneous spike there in the data, but when you look at the actual number, I kind of got to hit it just down towards the end so we get the latest number. Predicted number should be 1.4. We're at 6. So quick math here, about 4 feet, 4.4 feet. Above where we should be. That's a 4.5 foot surge there in St. Pete. Clearwater, same kind of deal. The tide gauge here a little bit cluttered with wave data as well. Obviously, you're on the Gulf of Mexico. There's a lot more sea action there, but it's about 5 feet, a little over 5 feet right now in terms of the surge. We do have a live picture there in Clearwater, and there you see the camera really having a hard time holding it steady. Now, we're going to get some good pictures here now that the sun is starting to rise. Guys, I don't know what you did with if you adjusted the tower camera for the river gate, but I had it pointed down towards the Riverwalk. If you do still have that, you can take it if you've got it available at any time. If not, I will reset it after this update. The tide or the surge a little lower down across the southern parts of the bay, and we kind of talked about that earlier. It's going to be the southern parts of the bay. It's about 4 feet, 4.3 feet. So it's about 4.3 feet in the north part of the bay. It's about 5 feet in the north part of the bay. Rivergate is up. Let's take a look at that, pointed down. I can see the Riverwalk. Well, that part of the Riverwalk that goes under the street there, that's underwater, that's submerged. But the Riverwalk here, this is where they've got the construction site for the Pendry, the new building that they're building there. This is where that is. So the Riverwalk there is elevated, but if you look at where it's crossing, I don't remember the name of that street off the top of my head, but it basically takes you over towards the west side of downtown. It might be Boraine there. That might be it. That part of the Riverwalk is underwater right now. So the river continues to rise. And remember, it's not just downtown, right? The river flows up into the heights. So we're probably getting some flooding in the heights as well, in those places that are right on the river. Lots of homes set right on the river there in the heights. So they're probably seeing water come up to levels that they've never seen before. I do want to take you up to Cedar Key. There is a tide gauge here as well. Plot the data. Off the charts. Are you seeing this? This thing is going straight up when all data indicates it should be going down. We're still not at a low tide there at Cedar Key. The latest reading, I got to pinpoint it just right, so I hit as late as possible here, as this updates very frequently. It's at least over 6 feet, maybe 7 feet. It's probably going to go higher than that. The low tide is going to hit probably here in the next 30 minutes or so. And then the tide goes back up by at least 2.5 to 3 feet. So this is where you get that 11 feet. If this keeps rising as we head towards high tide, you may end up getting 11 feet of storm surge up here towards Cedar Key. I'm going to be watching these tide gauges throughout the morning. The big key is what happens after this hurricane, after Idalia makes landfall and starts moving away from us. When you look at the weather data, the winds turn onshore south of the storm more than they have been the entire period. But they will also start dropping in intensity. So how does that balance out with the incoming tide? It is a complicated equation, which is what makes predicting these surges so difficult. But it really is amazing to see the data live and the bay literally filling up with water here this morning. If you are in this area, do not venture out if you're near places that typically flood, because you will probably encounter floodwaters in places you've never seen them before. And that makes the situation very dangerous. The emergency management, the emergency officials, they have no time to do rescues on folks that choose to do that. You've got to make sure that they are out there keeping us safe, and the people that really need the help, do not put yourself in danger and pull help away from people that actually need it by making the wrong decision this morning. Stay where you are, stay put. There's another high tide coming up later in the afternoon. So I would say, I have the question, how long can I stay home today? I would stay with us through the morning. Let's watch these tide gauges. If they start dropping after low tide, or at least not get any worse, then I think we'll be able to say that the next high tide will not be all that bad. But if they continue to rise after low tide, then we have to wait until the next high tide, which is midday to mid-afternoon. It's going to be 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., depending on whether you're on the Gulf Coast or inside the bay. Inside the bay, the high tide is around 3 p.m. or just before. On the Gulf Coast, it's closer to midday. So that's kind of the time to watch, the next high tide. Once we get past this next high tide, I think we're going to be looking pretty good. I'm going to send it back to the desk, guys, and Adalia.
All right, thank you, Greg. Again, make sure that you keep it right here on ABC Action News to stay up to date, so that Greg and Dennis can continue to monitor, the tides, to let you know exactly what to expect for the rest of the afternoon. We know everybody wants to get out; they want to assess the damage, but just stay put. They'll let you know. We just got an update from the State Emergency Operations Center on possible landfall for Hurricane Idalia, and they're anticipating Keaton Beach, which is south of Perry, Florida.
Yeah, and I was just looking up Keaton Beach. I was looking at pictures of the area. It does look like there are homes in this area as well as businesses. It does look like a smaller town, but again, like you said, this is just south of where Paul LaGrone is. Paul, I'm just curious if you know how far that is from you, how many miles or how long it would take you to get there if you could.
Yeah, it's about 25 minutes or so, Heather, probably. I mean, it's a country mile, as they say. It's one of the few beaches here that have road access directly to it. So you kind of have to go down and then around and then down again. So it's about a half hour all said and done. But as far as mileage is concerned from Perry, where we are, you're talking about 10 miles or so. But again, it's all relative when it comes to actually trying to get there through the roads. Let's talk about what we're seeing right now, because the rain and the wind is picking up significantly as I make my way out in it, as they say, and we're starting to get that sideways rain. I asked one of the storm chasers to measure the wind. They put it right around gusts right now, around 50, sometimes 60 miles an hour. Just before you guys came to me, we were getting a real strong gust of wind coming through here, and the rain almost doing a whirlwind type of thing where it wasn't even sideways, it was actually doing a circular motion at one point. The concern right now with this 130 mile an hour wind, Cat 4 hurricane, is that all this stuff behind me, that's a Tractor Supply Company, not really tied down. You're going to see, and that wind's starting to whip up right now. So we got another band coming through here, and that rain, this is when you get pelted in the face with the rain, almost like nails. All that stuff could get lifted up. You've got all these trucks, people that left their homes and came here, U-Haul trailers with golf carts on them, a boat. All that stuff is going to be hopefully not damaged, but you like to be positive. But realistically speaking, Cat 4 130 mile an hour winds, I don't know how well that stuff is going to hold up, and I feel like we're going to lose power here any moment now. Not us being on the air, but the hotel that we're at here, the Holiday Inn, doesn't have a generator, and we've already heard at least one transformer off in the distance go out. So right now the power is holding steady. I just don't know how much longer that's going to be the case as I make my way back over here. And Tim, we're just going to pan off to that gas station over there off in the distance, and the Citgo station. It was a fueling point for some of the emergency vehicles and some of the Army trucks that came by. That's US 19 off in the distance there. One of the main corridors. It's actually US 19, Highway 98, Highway 27, all converging along that main stretch here through Perry. But that canopy there for that gas station, that Citgo station, 130 mile an hour winds, that wind gets underneath that thing, it could easily lift it up. And then all these vehicles out here, they don't have a lot of coverage. So the wind, the rain, and yes, the storm surge as you get closer to the coast. And now the latest prediction, they're calling for 16-foot storm surge in that Keaton Beach area. So we're talking about communities like Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach, Fisher Creek, all those little fishing villages and communities there right on the coast. And unfortunately, I spoke to emergency officials earlier this morning, and they told me that they couldn't put a number on it exactly, but they did say, you know, it could be around 50% of those folks decided to stay, and they're in mobile home structures. So not a good place to be, not only because of the wind, but more because of that 16-foot storm surge is going to trailblaze anything in its path. And so the wind is going to knock down trees. The storm surge is going to flood structures. So that's not a good situation. And obviously emergency crews here are not going to do any rescues until it's safe to go out. And every minute that goes by, it's getting less and less safe to be out on these roads. In fact, obviously right now, I wouldn't recommend anyone driving. We're still seeing some cars, though, come through here on US 19. But, you know, that's obviously not advised, as right now you pretty much have to hunker down wherever you are and kind of ride this thing out, because it's too late in the game to kind of try to, you know, change plans and go anywhere. It's not safe to be on the roads.
Hey, Paul,
and unfortunately for those folks who are in mobile homes, it's not safe to be there.
Hey, Paul, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Greg and Dennis need to talk to you right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at radar.
Yeah,
you will be right in the eye of this hurricane in, I don't know what, Greg, 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes?
It's now, we're amazed, Paul, that the conditions that you're seeing are nowhere near as bad. 20 miles to the south of you, you're seeing winds near hurricane strength and greater. And you're seeing tropical storm conditions, but Paul, the eye is literally on track to pass right through the center of Taylor County.
So make sure you get lots of video of that, because it's I mean, you know, I'm telling you honestly, and what's crazy about it is you're only 20 miles out. What are the winds where you are? It doesn't look that bad. I mean, it looks like maybe 40, 35, 40.
Yeah, the gusts are starting to pick up in those smaller intervals, like whereas before, guys, it would be, okay, we're getting strong winds, and then it'd be calm for like 10 minutes. Now we get these gusts, and then it's like every 2-3 minutes now. It starts to pick back up again. So it's starting to pick up right now, in fact, and the power's starting to flicker off. I mean, I don't know how much longer this power is going to hold up here. So that's the next thing to go. And this hotel actually doesn't have a generator. So these folks here, you know, it's going to get hot in there real quick. But that's kind of the situation. Yeah, I mean, we're at that outer wall is right to the south of us, Keaton Beach, south and trying to get my geography right, south and kind of east of us for about 30 minutes or so.
Well, again, you're about 20 miles from right along the outer eye wall, the main eye wall, where there's probably winds of 130 miles an hour. And that will be on. And what we're amazed about, again, and this is a very small area of hurricane force winds, and boy, you are living proof of it. Although, yeah, look at that. Look at what's starting to pop right now. So as you know, you're showing video, it's definitely, it's going to start very quickly. And I think you're going to be getting that really, really soon. So be extra careful in the next few minutes, because well, in fact, look at that, Greg. There's a little tornado.
Yeah, so what the radar is picking up here as we switch to the radar, as we watch this, is we learned this in Hurricane Andrew, that inside of some of these powerful hurricanes, the eye wall has little vortices, little areas of spin. And they act like small little tornadoes inside of the eye. So the eye wall may pass over an area, and the damage is not going to be the same for everyone. There'll be some parts that are damaged much more than others. And it was research after Andrew that found that it's actually a very complicated wind pattern inside of that eye.
Let's go back to the video, though. I want to see where Paul is, because that's right now.
Okay,
Paul's
Paul's
gone. Well, I guess I don't blame him. He got out of Dodge.
Yeah, probably. They probably need to find a safe place. Looking at the winds there, the winds are going to be from the east as the eye wall is approaching them. So they need to make sure that they have something to the west of them, protecting them, or to the east of them, I should say, protecting them from the wind so that they're not in direct line of these winds, which will be increasing. All right. We've got some flooding to talk about as well.
On Bayshore?
Yeah, on Bayshore. Let's go to that. Larissa Scott has been live down in South Tampa all morning. Sun's coming up, so we're getting a better view on it. Larissa, tell us what's going on. What have you been seeing? You've been there all morning. How have things changed?
Are you guys on us?
Yes, we are, Larissa.
Okay, sorry, we lost you for a second. I'm getting some feedback in my IFB, so I'm going to have to take this out. But this is the situation that we're dealing with right now currently. Since we last talked to you guys, a lot more water has come in to our area here. Again, as a reference, we are on Bayshore Boulevard near Swan and Magnolia Avenue. The water is rising significantly. If you look here, Jason, if you can pan the camera this way to show, just see how much it's just pushing in here on Magnolia. You can really see those waves. I mean, it's coming in pretty quickly now, and the water's getting a lot higher. Now, this is over the past hour or so. If you look back, if you can pan back this way to look at the seawall right there, I mean, the waves are crashing in from the bay now. Since we last talked to you guys, we've seen close to a dozen cars try to drive this way. Personally, I've had to stop about 4 or 5 people from driving into this. One woman told us if we hadn't have stopped her, she would have driven into this and would have probably gotten stuck. Police continue to patrol this area. We've seen multiple emergency vehicles drive through here, blocking parts of the roadway. They continue to tell us that Bayshore is even more underwater now. I just checked in with a police officer about 5 minutes ago. He told me Bayshore is even more underwater now, pretty much completely impassable all along Bayshore Boulevard. Again, they tell us they've never seen anything like this in the time that they've been working for Tampa police, and are just urging everyone to stay off of the roads. We may have to seek higher ground soon, as it looks like this is rising pretty quickly, but of course we'll keep monitoring the situation safely for you guys. That's the latest out here on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Back to you.
Hey, Larissa, I want to ask you before you go, how close is that water to some of the homes on Bayshore? Okay, I'm sorry. We don't, Larissa can't hear us, but I mean, it looks like it's pretty far off, off the promenade there. You know, they're pretty far back to see exactly how deep that water is, and how far it goes up into the neighborhood.
It looks like she's moved to over the last 2 or 3 hours, closer to houses and closer to those side streets to get away from Bayshore. That's pretty unbelievable to see that.
Yeah, it is, exactly. And especially when you think about people who may not have evacuated, and they may be, in a situation where they can't leave at this point.
We're going to get out to James Tully because he is in Clearwater Beach, and I know that has also been an area that has been seeing flooding, and that is a combination of flooding from the Gulf as well as flooding from the inlet, and the water has been slowly rising in that area. How are conditions looking out there right now, James, if you could just give us an idea?
Well, the idea, Heather, is it's as bad as we've seen actually since we've been here. The winds have really picked up, and as a result, we are seeing more surge. It's coming in now. It's all the way up against the Hyatt Regency Hotel behind me. Mike's going to come out here and show you. It's up across this step. So we've seen. I mean, I'm seeing with my own 2 eyes, guys. I mean, surge is definitely several feet at this point, and it is rising. And after low tide, as we continue to say, that's a real concern. But right now, that outer band that's hitting us, it's given us sustained winds that we haven't seen since we've been here. So, to put it plainly, we were able to go to the other side in the inlet. Heather, you mentioned that, and that is also completely flooded. So right now, this section of Clearwater we can see. This is Coronado Drive at 3rd Street, And then behind the hotel to my left, I mean, we're completely flooded, and the water coming in is continuing to rise. So certainly something that we are keeping an eye on. It's just so interesting because, you know, you see where the storm is about to make landfall. It's past us, and there was a period of time when we all looked at each other out here. I'm with Sean Daly, Mike Brantley, a photographer, and we thought, okay, well, this is water's going to go down, things are going to improve, but they haven't. And, you know, to go off something that Greg was saying, this is something that we haven't seen. We haven't seen a storm take this kind of path and do this kind of thing, especially this area. So just to, you know, again, echo what Pinellas County is saying, is stay off the roads, stay in your house. This is mostly people vacationing, but on the other side in the inlet, for people who have homes there, water has reached their homes. So it's a very serious situation, and with where the storm is, it's just very, very bizarre right now. But as you can see, and hopefully you guys can hear with the wind hitting my microphone, things are really as bad as we've seen all morning long. I'll send it back to you.
Hey, James, I do want to ask you, before you left to go over to Clearwater Beach yesterday, you and I talked about the possibility of the storm surge, you know, getting so bad that you would get trapped over there. Is that still a concern for you?
Big time concern, Dia, absolutely. I mean, I'd love to be on desk with you first thing tomorrow morning, but I don't know. The concern for me is with, Dia, the water level went up at low tide. Now this is giving us the worst rain we've seen too so far. The water started rising, and I texted with Greg all night, and I know that really concerned him. So as we approach and we get, as you see the officials go through the fire truck, as we get closer to high tide, it's only going to get worse. This wind is not helping. I mean, it's bringing more water in. So, yeah, absolutely, that's a concern that we're not going to get out of here for quite some time.
It looks like there's just a pocket of that deep water there, so it's not covering the entire road. Is that the case? I saw the fire truck go through. It looks like it finally made it through.
Yeah, it made it through okay, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's so interesting how quickly things happen, and it's significant when you watch water come across another 40 yards as I have. I mean, I was standing on this sidewalk, and it was dry a couple of hours ago, and now, you know, I'm up on this second step because this first step, the water's over top of that. That's significant. That's a foot and a half of surge coming in. More perspective for you, you know, the beach is 1 block this way. Okay, so that's where the majority of the water's coming through. Sean Daly sent some great video in of water. Actually, we just sent it to Greg too, so he'll be on his social, ABC Action News social, whatever. You can see the water going right into the hotel. Someone's going to be doing some mop-up duty in there later on this morning. So, Dee, I think the big takeaway for me, obviously, is something I've never seen before since living here, how quickly things happen.
I'm also getting this, James, you'll find this pretty interesting. We're hearing that the buoy in Clearwater is 5.8 feet right now.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, it's you know, we've been hearing our team meteorologists say how hard it is to predict storm surge, and it's even hard to predict what it's going to do next, right? And that's significant. Several feet in the last hour for sure. From what I've seen, it's only getting worse out here.
All right, well, you stay safe. We'll check back in with you in a little while to see what the conditions are like there. Well, the last time, you know, we checked in Pasco County, Port Richey was also seeing some flooding. So we do want to go back to Eric Waxler and see what it's looking like.
Oh, before we do that, I just want to say, because you had asked if he could leave, you know, some of the things that we're hearing is that access to all barrier islands, have been closed to citizens, including residents with permits. So you cannot get onto those barrier islands until further notice. I don't know if you can leave. That's a good question. I would assume that if the bridges are closed there, you probably cannot leave either. But, you know, we'll just keep our eye on that and see when those bridges reopen to residents.
And of course, they do that for safety reasons. And again, we'll just have to wait and see when they reopen. Yeah. We'll check back in with James and see what the conditions are like there. But right now, let's go to Eric Waxler. He is live for us in Port Richey. Eric, the last time we checked in with you, it was getting bad. I see it's calmed down a little bit. Well, what about the storm surge?
Yeah, it's continued. It's really been a slow rise for the last 5 or so hours, and you can see behind me, we are in Port Richey. The Gulf is just over that way, and US 19 is just not even half a mile away from here. So this water has filled this intersection right here, where the Hooters is and Gill Dogs, if you're familiar with the area. A lot of restaurants, waterside restaurants here. And then if we move over here to Nick's Park, where we've been for most of the day, you could see the parking lot is flooded. We were all the way by the water last night, and eventually the water started coming over the seawall, and it just was a slow rise after high tide, and now this is low tide, so you can only imagine how much worse it could get later this afternoon. And I did get a report from the sheriff's office that there have been people who have been calling in because they're concerned that they might be trapped by floodwaters or rising waters. So we just saw a guy come into the parking lot here with a jet ski, and I think I see him going out on the water now. He volunteered to help look for people or help people that might be trapped in their homes. The Green Key area was an area I know where there were some calls for people concerned about the rising waters, and there goes the guy on the jet ski. If we could see him again, he just drove in and said he signed up to volunteer to help. So already the sun is barely up, and already somebody is offering to go help people who may have been trapped, because again, everybody in this area was told to evacuate. It was a mandatory evacuation, but of course not everybody did. So there's a lot of homes along the water there as you head out to the Gulf. There could be people that stayed in there and now are trapped, and there's going to be a lot more Good Samaritans that might be needed to go try and find them. But right now, rising floodwaters, they're continuing. This is the storm surge that was talked about, and I have a feeling it's only going to get worse later today. Live in Pasco County, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Yeah, getting worse is what Dennis and Greg have been saying all morning. Thanks, Eric. This is some flooding video from Cedar Key Fire Rescue. Officials say the power in this specific area went out, and it's going to stay that way for a while. It's just not safe for crews to go out and try to restore power at this point. Currently, D Street, 3rd Street and G Street in Cedar Key are underwater. We've been watching video, a live camera from the pier, and the rain at one point was just blowing sideways. You could see the rain, of course, the wind, and the surf was just incredible. Just violent waves crashing against the pier.
Yeah, and lost power out there too. I remember seeing there was like that. I don't know if that was the pier itself, the building at the end or whatnot, but it had power at one point. It no longer does. The conditions out there have been pretty intense for hours now, and that is where we want to go out right now to Forrest Saunders. He's not actually in Cedar Key, but he's near Cedar Key. He moved a little bit more inland because of those conditions. Forrest, if you're with us, just go ahead and describe what you're seeing at this point.
Well, I can tell you what I'm seeing. I can tell you what I'm feeling, which is rain coming at me so hard it feels like sleet hitting my face. The last 30 minutes here in Chiefland, which, if you can believe it, is 27 miles away from Cedar Key, have really deteriorated in the last half hour. We had power go out. Fortunately, it's been restored in some parts of town. But the wind, the sustained wind, has just picked up, and you can feel it moving you around like you're a hockey puck on an ice rink. It just is really powerful stuff. This is my first hurricane. I'm originally from Iowa. I deal with tornadoes, not this stuff. This is different. It's a whole different thing. And I got to tell you, it is frightening. Cedar Key has experienced already some of that storm surge that we've worried about. Above 8 feet is what I heard at last check. But the concern is it's going to keep climbing, potentially 12 feet, maybe 16 feet. That is an island community, and there is one bridge in and out of that town, and we heard from city officials before this storm hit that about 100 people had decided to stay on the island. Now, we haven't heard any word about emergency rescues or any of that, but if you go to the Fire Rescue Facebook page for Cedar Key, you can see that the flooding is widespread, and they are very concerned out there. And who wouldn't be, again, considering these are the conditions 27 miles away, guys?
Thanks, Forrest. I'm also getting some information that the buoy at Cedar Key is reporting 9.29 feet currently. Forrest mentioned that, you know, he's from Iowa, doesn't deal with hurricanes, and he deals with tornadoes. And fortunately, he might see some tornadoes in that area,
I know.
too.
I worked with Forrest in Iowa, so I know he's telling the truth. He's never been through a hurricane before, and it can be, the conditions are very different. And a lot of times, you know, with tornadoes, it's fast moving, right?
Right, exactly.
And you go to the damage almost immediately. With hurricanes, it is all night long.
Hours long.
Hours and hours and hours. So,
and then sometimes just where he is, just when
Correct.
you think the storm is past, you could be in the eye wall, and then the next band comes through.
Yeah.
So we'll keep checking in with Forrest as well. He's in Chiefland in that area, not far from where the storm is expected to make landfall. Okay, let's head over to Pinellas County now, where of course storm surge has been a concern since yesterday for residents in that area.
Yeah, that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick. Keely, how's it looking out there? Where in Pinellas are you? Are you in Tarpon Springs?
Heather Dia, good morning. Yes, we're in Tarpon Springs here, and as you can see, there's a lot of water. When we first got here this morning around 1:45, 2 a.m., where I'm standing right now was dry. Now I'm up to mid-calf in water. I want to show you something that really will give you a visual of just how much the water has risen over the past few hours. So this is the river. This is the seawall, which you can't even see right now. This buoy right here on the side of this boat, that should be in the water. All of these boats here are kind of risen up to the level of the sidewalk here, which is a really big concern. Another concern here is businesses. A lot of them do have the sandbags up in front of their doors, but down this street here, I mean, I was walking over there, it's above my knees. So there's really a lot of water. We spoke to a few business owners who stayed here through the night. They say they're just trying to mitigate things, trying to keep things inside dry. Some of them were pumping water that had spilled into their business back outside onto the road. So a really big concern there. They did tell me they're used to flooding. This is a flood-prone area, so they did expect this, but this really is a lot of water, and we've seen it just get higher and higher as the morning goes on. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated on that. The wind is starting to pick up. Now, we really haven't seen too much rain throughout the morning. The wind hasn't been that bad either, but what we're really watching here is the water spill from the river out onto the sidewalk and into those front doors of those businesses. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that. But for now, I'm live in Tarpon Springs. Keely McCormick, ABC Action News.
Keely, thank you. And we are going to actually send it right over to Dennis, because Dennis is saying that just in a matter of minutes, we're going to see the announcement that it has made landfall.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, the Fish Creek, Keaton Beach area. I mean, you take a look at radar, Max. There it is. And first of all, there's spin all around there. And boy, there's Paul right there in Perry. And right around the eye wall itself, as Greg was mentioning, it's very common to see little areas of spin. But what happens is once that eye has crossed over half of the coastal area and goes in, so, you know, we might be a few more minutes away, but right there is the center of it. So the wind in this eye wall right there is probably, there's a small area that's right there, probably 130 miles an hour. So if you look where Perry is, right there, and we go ahead and show the last couple of frames. So this is going back, and then we're going forward, and you can kind of see it's rotating right in that general direction. Matter of fact, I would say that the leading edge of that eye wall is going to be in Perry in a matter of minutes. So at some point, we're going to go back to Paul when it's safe to go back to Paul. But I do think that we're going to get an announcement relatively soon, and it's going to be, again, as I said, in that Keaton Beach. Well, there's Paul. There he is right there. So, Paul, you're right on the northern fringe, and certainly the eye wall is right at you. So what are you experiencing out there besides a lot of wind and a lot of rain?
Yeah, Dennis, it's really starting to pick up. Let's take you out in it here, and as the further I walk out away from the building and the shelter that provides, you're going to feel it and see it. These bands are really starting to come in. The wind is picking up. If I had to put a number on it right now, sustained, well, I'll leave that up to you, but it's definitely getting stronger. And this is when the water almost funnels in like a river, and the rain is hitting you right in the face like nails. Dies down for a few seconds, then it picks right back up again. We're in the town of Perry in Taylor County. Perry is about a half hour or so inland from Keaton Beach, which, as you mentioned, is really getting the the strongest part of the storm right now. The power just went off. It's been flickering on and off for the last 30 minutes or so. It'll go off and come back on. The building that we're at right now does not have a generator, but the power does come back on after a few seconds. Let me walk into the wind here as it's starting to pick up here. You know, everything's holding up pretty good so far. The signage that you see here has not blown down. It's wobbling, but hasn't blown down. The tractor trailer supply store over there, everything's, you know, so far in place. You can't see it, but directly behind me here is a apartment complex that's under construction with a lot of wood and lumber, and it's not really tied down. It's in piles, and so that's a concern with that debris flying around. But you know, this is the strongest stuff we've experienced so far since we've been here, and as you say, you know, more stuff is coming our way. So those folks that
Paul,
decided to stay in Keaton Beach.
Paul, I was going to tell you, you're talking about Keaton Beach. It's in the eye right now. Keaton Beach is absolutely in the eye. And within a matter of minutes, that's where landfall is going to occur. So, I mean, I'm looking at a live radar, and you're really right within maybe a mile or two of when the winds are really going to crank up. But Greg and I were talking about it. It's such a small area of rain. It doesn't look, I mean, I don't want to belittle it, but you have 130 mile an hour winds.
Right.
Right now, it looks to me like you're looking at what, maybe 60?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I didn't want to be inaccurate, so I was going to leave that one up to you, Dennis. But yeah, it feels around 60, 70. It feels quite similar to the way it felt when I was out in Hurricane Ian and Lakeland almost a year ago. It's becoming more sustained, these gusts, for sure. But yeah, right now we're not getting the triple-digit wind speed, but I suppose I'm anticipating that coming our way here.
It's certainly close. I mean, I do think the heaviest wind is west of you, maybe about 4 or 5 miles west of you. And so it certainly may be just west of you at landfall. It's certainly a possibility. But again, pan us around and show everybody exactly. There's some cars there, so I mean, clearly people are getting around.
Yeah, let me show you this. I mean, earlier I pointed this out because the concern was, you know, if we're going to get 130 mile an hour winds, all these cars are kind of out in this open wind field here, and there's not much protection. These folks had to kind of leave and pack up everything they had in U-Hauls and their campers, a lot of campers. This is the Nature Coast. People, this is a big camping area, and they've got their trucks and their golf carts and everything. They just had to park it out there. The power coming on and off again. And so there not a lot of options when it comes to shelter. In fact, they closed down the only shelter they had here in Taylor County, told everyone to go to Tallahassee and seek shelter there. And that was kind of a catch-22 situation for a while there. But in the end, it maybe perhaps was the right call in terms of the location where they are, at least for those folks that live along the coast in Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, and Fisher Creek, and some other communities there along the coast. But yeah, Dennis, you know, the concern is no protection. The vehicles are out there, the wind that's coming, the rain certainly, as it's starting to pick up here. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's deceptive, right? Because when you're in it, you're thinking, okay, when's it going to get really bad? And it's this like slow phasing in of wind and rain that can happen over time. And how much pounding are we going to take here? And as you mentioned, this eye wall is pretty tight and the wind field is pretty small. So, you know, 20 miles makes all the difference in the world as how you're experiencing this thing. But if you're in that 20-mile radius, you're feeling it. And then, of course, the speed of the storm, as you guys have been tracking at 15 miles an hour. And that's a good thing, right? Is that it's speeding, you know, it gets in and out in a hurry. But you can't argue with storm surge. You can't argue with 130 mile an hour winds. The question is, you know, how are things going to hold up here as this storm is getting stronger and closer?
It's kind of like a turtle is stalking you.
Still with you.
It's kind of what it looks like, and it feels like, you know, it's there, it's coming, but it's not quite there. You're going to make it into the eye, and you can see the winds are now definitely picking up right now. So I would say, Greg, what do you think? I mean, we're talking about a half hour, 40 minutes,
probably
maybe?
half an hour. I mean, if the eye is on shore and it's moving at 18, and Paul is about 18 miles away from the coast, maybe less. So I was saying the next 30 minutes, but the outer eye wall is going to get to where Paul is
sooner than that, maybe 20 minutes, you know, that first batch of red and orange there around the eye. And then it's just a matter of how long does Paul spend in that eye before he gets. Now, what we don't want to see, or as a storm chaser maybe you do, is if the eye were to shift a little east of Paul, he would spend most of the time in that western eye wall, and that's where the wind
you can
has
see
been just really intense. That northwest quadrant of the storm, Dennis, that's where we saw the lightning earlier.
Yep, and that's where you're seeing all that spin. I mean, look at it right there. I mean, it's all those little vortices up there.
That's your category for a hurricane right there.
Yep, and that may stay just west of him. You know, I mean, look at the motion. Paul is in Perry. I'm not exactly sure if that Perry ward is exactly where he is.
Or
is
where
he
his
right
location
on 19?
is in Perry, yeah.
Yeah, is he on 19? I mean, maybe he is. And if he is, it's pretty darn close. But either way, he's going to, it's not there yet, but it will be shortly. So, Dee and Heather, again, this is landfall, or just about landfall. So, for the folks who are just waking up and maybe you went to bed around 11 o'clock, I mean, Dee and I were talking about this, Greg and I were talking about it earlier, Jason was as well. I mean, there was a period of time when that track of this storm was getting very, very close to Tallahassee. And there were a lot of folks, myself included for that matter. My son's a junior at FSU. And, you know, I was talking to him, and what was interesting is him and his buddies, they were all watching our streaming broadcast in their room, and a bunch of them were doing it because they weren't getting a lot of information, and it happened so quickly, right? Because throughout, and a lot of people were on Facebook saying, what do you mean it happened quickly? We've seen this storm for days, but not aimed at Tallahassee. And that's kind of what happened with Ian. You know, it was aimed at our area, and then all of a sudden, the folks in Fort Myers, even though, yes, they were technically in the fan, they weren't expecting it. And it was kind of the same thing. So if you're just waking up, huge changes. I mean, that storm was going due north. The Hurricane Center shifted the track to within 5 or 6 miles of Tallahassee. And shortly thereafter, it started to make that right turn that eventually they were predicting in the first place. And it's been that way ever since. And now it does, again, looking like we're going to have landfall, or may have already, or if we haven't, it's so close. There's your eye. I mean, there's your eye right there.
Yeah.
It's going over the beach. And Fish Creek, Keaton Beach, that's where this landfall is going to officially be called when it does. And all you got to do is look at it over the last, look at it as it's just moving in right there. And for the rest of the Bay Area, we don't want to forget what's going on locally. Boy, we've been showing you pictures and video of the flooding over the Howard Franklin, and we're still looking at some really, really heavy rain across central and northern Pinellas County and in through Hillsborough County.
This is now daylight. This is Howard Franklin northbound at Kennedy coming into Tampa. Now you see where all that debris is in the road. That's where the water was earlier. So this isn't going to reopen until they clean that up. They're not going to start cleaning that up until the water recedes. So this is not something that's going to open anytime soon. But you see, maybe this is a good sign. Maybe the water has receded a little bit in this look. Maybe the winds are lighter, is what's happening.
Well, we're still coming up on low tide though, right?
Yeah.
Until 8 o'clock?
Yeah, another 30 minutes.
So
now further down, maybe I'm looking at the wrong location. If you look past the green sign, maybe this is the zoom has changed on the lens. It looks like the water is over all of the northbound lanes.
So we reach low tide in about a half hour, and then high tide is 6 hours later. So about 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will be at high tide. Now the question is, will this storm still have the impact on us then that it is now? Because by then it's going to be in Georgia. So I mean, again, we've been for the last several hours, we've been showing you different beaches, we've been showing you different bridges. A lot of them are underwater. And if you're going to be watching through the next 6 hours, we can go to our Tampa Cam and Riverwalk, and there you see it. Greg, you've been talking about this for the last couple hours as well.
Yeah, the Riverwalk there, actually, right there by the Sheraton. So this is just past the Sheraton, past the park there where they're building the Pendry. The Riverwalk goes up, so it sticks out of the river, but you see it's flooded. So where the Sheraton is, probably we're going to see some flooding. Look at Bayshore.
Yeah.
And actually, guys in the control room, I just got some video from a high-rise there on Bayshore. All of the northbound lanes on Bayshore are underwater. The southbound lanes, at least at this particular location, are still open, but in other places are going to be covered. So our Larissa Scott is there. This is what, I don't know if this is her feed, guys, from Larissa.
Looks like it.
Just incredible. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico is on Bayshore. That is now the edge. I have not seen flooding like this since I've been here.
We've seen it creep up, but never.
Yeah, right, exactly, dear. Right, we've seen it over the road. Right, you've seen it a little bit during high wave action, that kind of deal in previous storms. But this is as if you're on the beach here. It really looks like the beach.
Like the promenade is in the middle of the water there.
Yeah. And the people who have not gone through storm surge, because it was a question we got all week. There was a lot of people confused about what storm surge meant. Was it rain? Was it flooding? What was it? It's this.
I think we all got an education.
Yeah, now we got it. I mean, whether it's over the bridges, whether it's over Bayshore, whether it's in Clearwater. I mean, we were showing pictures a few minutes ago of the water all the way up toward the beach.
Look at that. Look at that vehicle.
That vehicle's trying to take the northbound lanes again, which is closed. You're not able to get that way. And also, if we can go to FDOT2 just very quickly, that's the camera angle that Greg was talking about. That one's closer.
That's
the one you're talking about.
So it's still complete. That's impassable.
Exactly. And that's what he's going to be faced with. The driver who we just saw. He's on his way toward Tampa. He's going right toward that.
Well, we got to stay on this shot then. We got to see what happens.
Yeah, we do.
Looks like he's going to have to go in the median. The emergency lane, he might be okay. We keep saying he. It looks like, if the driver hugs the emergency lane, they might be able to make it across. But my goodness, that's dangerous.
Although they have.
Is it blocked off?
Looks like FHP. I was going to say, it looks like FHP is waiting for that driver at the very end. We'll see what they have to say.
Also, drivers who are on the southbound lane, I just want to remind you, even though it's open, when they get off the bridge, there's still flooding there. So from Roosevelt to Gandy Boulevard, that's blocked off too. So really, either way you look at it, I mean, I don't have the camera angle to show what happens when you get off the southbound side toward Pinellas, but
here's the driver.
Here we go with this driver who should not be on that side of the bridge at all. He's headed northbound toward Tampa. And it looks like he's probably going to be met with a not so warm welcome.
I was going to say FHP. I can imagine they were going to stop him.
Not.
Yeah.
And the other thing I wonder about, guys, is what you're seeing the barge there north of the southbound lanes. That's construction. They're building additional land surface there for the new bridge, and I wonder how much of that is now gone because of the flooding, and if this is going to set FDOT back a little bit. Because of all the water damage that's happening on the east side of the bridge. Same thing's happening on the Pinellas side. They're building land support there for the bridge, which is well underway.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, you can't even see, if you look at the road where it says north, you can't even see the markings there on the road. So that's definitely going to cause a major issue.
Yeah, that car was stopped, by the way. You can see he is now stopped next to the flashing light. So it looks like FHP or whatever official that is out there has stopped that car to tell them, hey, you're not supposed to be on this roadway.
Which I wonder, though, how was that car able to get that far
that's
anyway?
That's the question.
You would think that there would be, a FHP troop
at the beginning.
Right there at the beginning of
it. Yeah. But also, I mean, this isn't the only bridge that is seeing issues like this. It's just that not all of them have cameras this detailed right now. So even if you want to say, I'll take the Courtney Campbell, I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, the eastbound lanes looks very similar to this. I did have a camera up earlier, and it looks just this bad. So the bridges are not the place you want to be. In fact, if you don't have anywhere to be, go home, or get to a shelter. I mean, you really don't need to be out on the roads at all if you don't have to be. But otherwise, you definitely don't want to ride down the roads where the northbound lanes are blocked and you're just running into more issues. That's just not necessary.
I wonder where he was going.
Somewhere important, I hope.
If it's work, they better say, listen,
I was going to say, wherever the driver was going, I hope they plan to stay there for a while because they may not be able to get back. My goodness. You see everything. I remember one time during a hurricane, we saw fish.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right down the street. Just, swimming.
Guys, back in 1995, I'm showing my age here, when we just started, there was a tropical storm, Josephine, and we haven't talked a lot about Pasco County. West of Pasco, Eric Wackler's been up there, but I'll never forget, it was my first year here, and I went up on US 19 just south of Hudson, and US 19 and Hudson, you've still got a good bit of space before you hit the Gulf. It was just a tropical storm. I say that and catch myself now. I was standing on US 19 and I was in waist deep water. On US 19.
Yeah, and that's far out. I mean, I know once you get up to Pasco, it's a little bit closer to the coast versus like Pinellas County, but that is still pretty far off the coast.
And you were talking about fish going by. I remember seeing a catfish go right by me at waist deep water.
Exactly.
I could not believe it.
Exactly. Well, we may still see that this time too. You never know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in now with Julie Salamone. She's live in Gulfport. The last time we checked in with her, the conditions were getting pretty bad there. Julie, what are you seeing now?
Well, right now we're pretty much out of some of those outer rain bands, so it hasn't rained here in a little bit of time, but the water is still flooded. This area is prone to flooding since the bay is nearby, and if you take a look, you can see that this is all going on outside the Gulfport Casino. There's some businesses over to my right, and then there's some homes down some of these streets, and some of these other streets are also flooded. Pinellas County officials, were really warning people about the storm surge. That's what they were concerned about. They weren't concerned too much about the wind. It was really the storm surge that they wanted people to be cautious about. And we're seeing some of that again because this area is prone to flooding. This area was flooded during Tropical Storm Ada several years back. And they're just really encouraging people, to not go out and look around if they don't have to. We've seen a few people actually walk through some of this water, which Pinellas County officials put out a warning today, just urging people not to go in the floodwaters. You never know what you might find in them, so they're telling people to stay out of them. That is the very latest live here in Gulfport, and I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. We want to go back to Crystal River. I have to mention that when we did our community show in Crystal River, I met the sweetest couple there, and we've stayed in touch ever since I came back. And Michelle Addison is watching us right now. She is in Crystal River. She's not able to evacuate, but that entire area is under a mandatory evacuation. They're just not able to evacuate. And so she said that they are just praying and they're waiting for the storm to pass, but they're okay right now. But they are, it's been a long couple of hours for them.
Yeah, and we've been seeing conditions change in different areas, all dependent on the tide, the moving of the storm. And Crystal River really wasn't seeing too much for hours and hours. And then we went out to Michael Paluska just about an hour ago, and he was it was changing, very quickly. We're going to go back out to him right now. Michael, I'd love to see your shot just to see if things have gotten any better or if it's gotten worse.
Well, the rain has gone, which is great, but the winds have shifted, and you can see it's bringing in the tide. This is all within the past hour. It was well below, maybe a foot and a half, 2 feet below the seawall, and then all the debris that floated past me as the night went on has now shifted. You can see all these palm fronds floating this way. This is actually higher than it was when we first got here during high tide yesterday, and what's really concerning is I was able to do a video conference call with the Citrus County Sheriff just about an hour or so ago, and I asked him a very serious question about what he's been seeing when it comes to this evacuation zone. And so here's that question. Let's play you that video right now and see what he said.
Do you know what the compliance rate has been for people that you've asked to evacuate?
Not as high as we would like, to be honest with you. We strongly encourage folks to adhere to the mandatory evacuation in flood zone A. That's 18,000 souls. And last night during the hours of darkness when I was driving around in Crystal River and in Homosassa, and my team was with me, we could see evidence of plenty of signs of life of folks that did not give up and leave to get out ahead of the storm.
So yeah, he wasn't pleased with the compliance rate, even though they went by boat. We heard them with the bullhorns in the neighborhood behind me, telling people to evacuate. I feel terrible for Dia's friend Michelle, not able to evacuate for whatever reason, because the sheriff said now is the time that the storm is going to start for us. And you get in that complacency where you don't see anything happening overnight when you think it should, but the track is always changing. So a lot of concern there, because they still are anticipating potentially 11 feet of surge here, and the water's coming up fast. We're actually going like you were in Tampa. That was kind of a pretty good look at what we might see. We're going in a low tide mode. We were at a high tide mode, and now the low tide's coming in, but Kings Bay is starting to push in from the Gulf, et cetera, filling all of these canals. One other thing, we did see Citrus County deputies going around here all night. So there's about 60 strong on the streets right now. They're all in their patrol cars because they can't really work out of their Citrus County headquarters because they had to remove all their weapons, all of their electronics, because they know that annex where they're at is going to flood. So they're just in their cars cruising. But you see these neighborhoods, they were checking with lights and stuff. Well, the sheriff said that he has a release that he's going to send out, but he told me that they made a major arrest overnight. He just told me this a short time ago. A major arrest here in Citrus County while people are hunkering down, fearing for their lives. The water's rising, the winds are coming in, the rain bands are heavy. There was someone out there that the sheriff described as a major criminal doing criminal activity. And I just said, hey, well, can you just give me a hint? Were they looters or was he a looter? He said, no, he wasn't a looter. He was way worse than that. And they had multiple agencies involved. So a Category 4 hurricane is coming this way, and you've got some guy out here doing whatever, potentially terrorizing the community. But when the sheriff describes him as a major criminal, it just makes you think, what are these people thinking, you know? That's upsetting in itself, but the news release is supposed to be coming out, I think, within the next hour. Obviously, they're still doing everything with the storm, but it was big enough for the sheriff to tell me, hey, we're not gonna tolerate this. If you think you're gonna go out and be on these streets and commit criminal acts during a Cat 4 hurricane with a potential 11-foot storm surge, we're out on the streets and we're gonna catch you. And they did. So that's something that's breaking that we just learned when we did our video conference call with Sheriff Mike Prendergast. And I think the mood here where we're staying at the Plantation Inn goes from like jovial because everybody's together and they're employees and they're having this experience, but there's a serious look on their faces about really what's going to happen. And one of my photographers on another shoot yesterday asked someone if they felt like they were a hurricane hostage. You know, you just feel like you're held hostage by the storm because you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. You can't go anywhere, you can't go anywhere. And they're still kind of held hostage here. I think we've been up all night covering this, and I don't think our coverage is going to end anytime soon, because this could potentially all come into this hotel we're at, go into all these neighborhoods behind us, and there's a lot of people still left in these neighborhoods. Citrus County, the whole Crystal River, thank you. I don't know where I'm at. Crystal River, the whole place is in an evacuation zone A. So we're going to be out here monitoring this. We hope it doesn't get into these homes. We hope the winds shift. We hope it can move off and not give us that tide they're expecting, but they are preparing for it, especially for that tide later this afternoon. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Michael Paluska reporting live for us in Crystal River. And I do have to tell you, the Michelle Addison, she says they're watching it. You know, they're staying put. But she said the highlight, if there is a highlight, she said the highlight, Dennis Phillips. She said she's too old to admit that she has a crush on you, but she has a huge crush on you. And I told her if Dennis got a chance to meet you, Michelle, he'd have a crush on you.
Absolutely.
You heard it. He said absolutely. Okay, you've got some information
All
too.
right. Yeah. So we have a few updates from Manatee County. So Manatee FPL customers, there's still 2,380 outages remaining as of 7:30 this morning. And then you also have an update on a bridge.
That's right. The Cortez Bridge in Manatee County is also now closed. A lot of closures, and you've seen why. You saw the Howard Franklin incredible video, water just crashing ashore, and then we watched a car drive on the bridge. Just amazing.
No clue where they're going.
Not at all, and no clue about the danger that they're heading into. Yeah. Okay, let's check back in now in Pasco County and Port Richey, where Eric Waxler has been all morning. Eric, it was beginning to get bad out there. It's calm though in terms of, you know, the weather conditions, but storm surge is what you're watching.
Yeah, Dean, we're really now hearing more and more reports of people who probably were supposed to evacuate but did not. There's an area in Pasco County, Green Key, we're told that there's a lot of water there and people perhaps trapped in their homes, and that might require some rescue efforts going on there. The Port Richey Police Department just said they had to rescue somebody from their home where there is flooding on Weber Lane, which is just 0.2 miles from where we're standing right now. We're just off of US 19 near Nick's Park, a popular boat launch place. This is where the Hooters is, if you're familiar with this area. And look at the flooding here. This is much worse than people that have lived here many, many years have ever seen. I've been talking with some people and they said, you know, going back to the no-name storm, they remember, but this is a lot of flooding for this area. Obviously not the kind of road that you want to go through. And then if you look at the park, we were at this park last night and we were all the way by the water. There was no water here. And then about midnight, I think it was, although it's all getting a little bit blurry when you've been going this long, the water started creeping up slowly, and then it came over the seawall, and then just every hour a little more and more, and you see now this whole parking lot is basically flooded. And so the concern is now what's going to happen with the storm surge later today at around 12:30 when high tide comes back. How much worse will it get? That was the fear all along in Pasco County in so many areas, and you can see why, because already we're seeing some pretty rough conditions for a lot of people here. For now, live in Port Richey, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Eric. It's going to be a long day, but of course we're not going anywhere. We're here with you the whole time.
And we're going to check in with Paul because Paul LeGrone actually is potentially right now, he could be in the eye of this storm. Is that correct, guys? Like he's in the eye wall right now. So we want to get out to Paul, obviously, to check in on the conditions out there right now. Paul, what's it looking like out there? How's it feeling? You're right in the thick of it.
Yeah, we're really starting to feel it. Let's talk about that, because you see these trees here in the background. The big concern are trees all throughout this Nature Coast area snapping. They're really taking a beating right now, and this is where you have to kind of keep your eyes peeled for any flying debris coming your way. Right behind me, I know you can't see it, but behind this building is an apartment complex that's under construction. It's a lot of lumber, a lot of wood, and a lot of it in piles not tied down. So the concern there, that stuff could come flying around. All said and done, though, you know, the cars so far holding up. I'm told there's a couple of storm chasers here. They're telling me we are about to get the inner wall in the next few minutes here, so it could get really bad. I'm going to walk your way, take you to the other side of the building here. This is where people sought shelter. It's a Holiday Inn off US 19 in the town of Perry in Taylor County, and this is one of the only options people had to be safe, to come with their animals and their family. And the power is out. They don't have a generator here, but at least they're in a safe place compared to being along the coast in towns like Steinhatchee and Keaton Beach, which is getting hit and pounded with the worst of it. Coming out here, the intervals of these strong winds are starting to pick up. They get smaller, so used to it be about, I'd say, 10 minutes. Now it's more like 10 seconds. It gets strong like this, then it dies down. 10 seconds later, it gets strong again. Enough to move me. I'm about 172 pounds, give or take. So, yeah, it's starting to pick up here, guys.
Hey, Paul.
And this is where you have to really watch out. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Paul, so ask you a couple of questions. First of all, the storm did make landfall. The landfall is in Keaton Beach, so right where you are. Yeah, you are right on the fringe of worst of this, and there's actually a pretty good chance of a little spin of a tornado about 12 miles to the southwest of you. So, I mean, it's a small one. They all are small at this point, but right now, you are getting into the thick of it, and for the there's 2 tornadoes, as a matter of fact, is showing up. No, 3 actually, right along the eye wall. So where you are right now with the storm chasers, I mean, you are going to be in the prime spot. If you've ever had a dream of being Don Gourmet's, now is your time, because you have turned into Mr. Hunker Down.
Yeah, people are doing it. They're inside. That's good. And Dennis, I'm just worried about those people that stayed behind in Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee. They're in mobile homes. I just hope they're safe. This is strong, and we've got some buildings that are shielding us a little bit. Excuse me, but yeah, there's going to be some stuff flying around here, and wow, that's where it gets bad right here.
Yeah, you're probably
it's
looking
strong enough
65
to move you,
to 70.
That's the thing, but that's the power lines are holding up so far. Tim Jones, I don't know if you can pan over a little bit, but those power lines have held steady so far, and everything out there in that field so far looks to be okay. And the power, I think, is off, but at least the power lines aren't down, and I'll just walk back your way. The trees so far are holding up, so
hey, Paul,
you just never know what you're going to get with these things in terms of what the wind's going to do.
Have more people showed up? It looks like there's more cars there. Have more people showed up to the hotel to seek shelter there?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, I don't know if they all have rooms, to be honest with you. I'm going to take you back over here just to see what's going on, but I'll keep walking and talking. I think some of these folks are in their cars. There's definitely more cars here than there are rooms in terms of occupancy. They shut down that shelter. It was at Taylor County Elementary School. They told everyone to go to Tallahassee. That's the call they made. I know the hotel here takes animals. That was a big thing. The shelter doesn't. So people had their dogs and whatever they needed to bring with them. These trees they're bending, but they're holding strong. And we'll see how that works out. But yeah, I mean, I think you've got storm chasers here from all over the country that are seeking shelter here and then going out and trying to get video. So,
well, I mean, Paul, you are at ground zero.
It's a small town, but
you are at ground zero. It made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 125 miles an hour. So officially, landfall occurred Keaton Beach, Category 3, 125 miles. That's about 15, 20 miles from where you are. And right this minute, you are on the leading edge of that eye wall.